little bit of drawing. Oh, hey, Orca. How you doing?
Hi.
Wow, you sound like shit. You all right?
That's not very nice.
Just checking to see if my buddy's okay.
Yeah, I'm not sick or anything, I don't think.
You sound different.
Yeah, I picked up smoking.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to sound like Markiplier, so I decided to smoke 20 packs of Marlboros a day. It's been 3 days and it's working so far.
Okay. Let's see.
The doctor said I have stage 8 lung cancer.
Yeah.
I don't know how
Doctor
that's
said
possible.
that, huh?
Yeah.
Stage 8.
Yeah.
I should probably let everybody know that I'm streaming.
I don't think I'm supposed to have stage 8 lung cancer. It's probably not healthy.
Pull my YouTube
How many
channel.
credit cards do you think is too many credit cards?
3.
3 is too many?
Yeah.
So 2 is okay?
Yeah, probably 2 is fine, I guess. But at the same time, like, they'll tell you, like, that you should have more than that. And I'm just like, why? They're like, well, if you want perfect score, you got to have more than 2. I'm just like, but I don't want to use your shitty service. How about that?
Real.
How about I don't want to use your shitty service. I hate it.
Yeah.
Credit cards suck.
I don't want to keep shitting and shitting and shitting.
Yeah, they're bad. They're just bad services. Like, what do you want? Like, it's a service that sucks. And I go, why do we have this?
Little donkey dick.
What the fuck?
Guess who's working 13 hours today?
Is that you? Sorry.
Yeah.
That sounds terrible, man.
Yeah.
Let's see. BRB Bathroom says, you're streaming? What? Yeah, I'm streaming.
You going to the bathroom? Oh my god, you're not wearing glasses today.
I'm not. It's because I need to see the colors. Everything okay?
What?
Just asking if you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Just a
What's
little weird.
wrong?
A little weird.
What? What?
Am I being dense? What? Says BRB Bathroom. I don't know. What? What is happening? I'm drawing. I'm just gonna draw. Okay, can I just maybe I should also do some like RuneScape or whatever. I don't know.
No, the reason I was laughing is because you said I have to see the colors, right?
Yeah.
Which is racist.
I'm talking about art. This is art.
Mender's response was, So, Amanda, I got this arm to put my monitor on,
Mm-hmm.
and it keeps, well, like the base just isn't stable, right?
What?
Like it's one of those
Can you physically
like
tighten it?
yes, yeah, I've physically tightened
How
it
is it not
to the
stable then? That's
it's
wild.
eating through the table. It's destroying the table.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I guess the question is it now the table's fault? Or is it, or is it the stand's fault?
Or is it what?
Yeah, like for example, like if I would like bought particle board and like a solid stand, you know, and then the particle board is like failing on me, I'd probably be like, yeah, the problem is the particle board.
Yeah, Amanda, the problem is the particle board, but the problem is I don't have a non-particle board particle board.
Bruh. That's wild.
You're not being very nice to me.
What am I doing? What do you want?
You're insulting my particle board.
I'm not insulting anything. I'm just drawing. I'm here and I am drawing. That is what I am doing.
You called it stupid. I feel like you think my particle board is stupid. Think about my feelings. What are you drawing?
This combat scene, I guess.
Oh.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Here, there you go.
Uh-huh.
What do you think?
Wait, did Caller say he was a pianist? What does that say? Racist?
He's not even a caller. He's just hanging out in the Discord.
Yeah, I ain't no caller. If I was, I probably would have said that I'm racist because Amender's callers are racist. Pretty often.
They are, like, a lot, like all the time. Like, and I'm just like,
All of them.
what's wrong with these people? Why are they like this?
Yeah. They're just afraid of the dark. They never grew up. Probably sleep with the nightlight.
Let's see if I can look. There should be a navigator here. There we go. God, that is so small. Like, comparatively speaking, versus the whole navigator.
Raisin lives
fine.
matter? What the front door? He said raisin lives matter. Are you calling black people raisins? I don't think you're supposed to say that.
Trunks says LMAO. Hello, Trunks. Welcome to the Twitch. Hello.
Hello, Trunks. Welcome to the Twitch. Do you like pina coladas and dancing in the rain?
Let's see. BRB Bathroom says, I guess I stepped on too thin ice there. Oops.
No, you're fine, dude. You're okay. Don't panic.
Trunk says, "Hey, how are you? So we're calling black people raisins now?" No.
Yeah, that's what that guy did.
What is happening? I hope you guys like my drawing. Is it relaxing at all to look at or no?
Relaxing.
Yeah.
You could call it that. Jesus Christ.
What?
There's somehow, some way, a katydid in my room, and it was just crawling across my screen. It's dark in my room. Right? It was just crawling across my screen. It scared me.
Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep.
Do 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 do.
Boo,
Boo 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 do. Do do. Boo 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 boo. Do do. What cartoon did you enjoy the most when you were a child, Amender?
What cartoon did I enjoy the most? Dexter's Lab.
Dexter's Lab.
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up with that shit.
Wow.
Dexter's Lab.
Video games. What about you, Orca? What was your favorite? Oh, thanks for asking.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. I was just kind of drawing.
It was SpongeBob.
Nice. That was later on in my life.
Yeah, I also call it SpongeBob and not SpongeBob.
I see.
Because I was very, very young when I started watching it.
Let's see. Trunk says, "Is if black people are raisins, are white people cancer cells?" Jesus.
Jesus.
That's wild. That's a wild thing to say.
What?
That's a wild thing to say.
You can't say that. That's not very nice. Sorry.
By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to have a conversation, we can do so. Otherwise, I'm just kind of drawing.
That's 202-998-5218. Call First Amender with your hot, spicy takes. When Amender goes to Indian restaurants, he asks for Indian hot so he can handle the heat. I thought that was pretty good, Amender.
It's pretty funny. But nobody would get that. They would have to know the story.
Indian hot. Super hot. Super hot.
AI viewers at streamboo.com. Wow, thank you. Like, that's what I freaking want.
Yeah, I just got a new credit card. I'm gonna spend it on AI viewers for First Amender's stream.
Kill me. That sounds horrible.
Why?
If they're not organic, I don't want them.
Yeah, that is also Amender's attitude when he goes to the grocery store. He's like, no GMOs.
I don't mind GMOs.
If they're not organic, I don't want them.
I like GMOs. Believe it or not, I don't have a problem with GMOs. No.
No?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with GMOs. Seriously.
Oh. Amender coming in with the hot opinions. All right, Amender. I've got a topic for you.
Okay.
Do you think Taco Bell should start serving 44-ounce drinks?
Do I think that Taco Bell should start serving 44-ounce drinks?
Yep.
Nah, not really.
You don't think that should be put into law?
No, it's just excessive.
Oh, how is that excessive?
It just seems like a lot. Like 44-ounce drinks.
Well, what if somebody's thirsty?
I do say this as a guy who goes to the gas station and does unironically get 44-ounce drinks because
yeah, well, everybody does because it's like 8 cents more than the 32 ounce.
True. It's true. It's not good for you though. Shouldn't be doing that.
Why?
It's just a lot. It's a lot. The body.
Get diet.
It's just a lot.
You probably add ice in your cup too.
Yeah, I do. Do you not?
I'm a no ice kind of guy. No,
you do no ice in a 44-ounce cup.
None.
You're a fucking you're a murderer. Like what? You like have dead bodies in your basement, bro. Dude, if I saw somebody with a 44-ounce cup and they're like, I gotta have it with no ice, I'm like, dude, you absolutely 1,000% have diabetes. There's zero. Ain't no fucking way. You just bought a 44. You're like, I gotta get the most out of my cup. I'm like, bro, just start calling the fucking the manufacturer and get it delivered straight to your house. Like, cause Jesus Christ, you got a problem. You got a real problem, bro. I'm just saying.
I mean, well, Amender, the thing is, like, I don't need the ice because the ice is to keep it cold, right? I just drink it before it gets warm.
Yeah, I'm that's insane. That is an insane. That is what an insane psycho person would say.
I've got powerful throat muscles. I just gulp.
But bro, that's like a lot. Like, you don't think that's like a lot?
It is.
Yeah, that's like a lot.
Yeah, for somebody who's not 6'4".
Hey, yo, Anthony Blinken just donated $2.
Wow, what
saying, so soy, I'm tofu based.
So soy, I'm tofu.
I'm tofu. No, so
That's a problem.
Anthony, we were just talking about like if somebody got like a 44-ounce cup, like if they bought a 44-ounce cup at the gas station and they did not put ice in it. I was just like, you're like a psychopath, like you're a psychotic person. I would be worried for my life. I'd be like, dude, if I show him one of my veins, he might drink the blood of the vein.
Oh my god.
Bro coming in like fucking Nosferatu, fucking
like Vladimir doing a pentakill on your arm.
Bro is just like, I need sustenance. Why did my brush just switch to that? What the fuck what? Hey, brush, you mind not doing the thing that you're doing right now? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Back to it.
No, you probably fill up your cup with ice first.
I mean, I probably, like, I don't know, like 40% of it is probably like ice.
40%?
Yeah. Yeah, like a decent...
What?
Can I tell you, though, that was one thing that I genuinely missed about America, was like just these gargantuanly huge, like soft drinks that you could just like buy for like $1. And it's like, anytime I went to like the Netherlands, like when I was there, I was like, yeah, could I get a Coke? And they're like, oh, of course you can have a Coke. And then let me show you what they would give me. I'll just show you. This is every freaking time I like went to like, hold on, size. Give me a sec. I'm trying to see if I can get the exact. Oh, this is so annoying. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Where the hell is the bottle? It was like this little bottle that they would give you. I'm trying to see. Yeah, they would give you, I don't know if it's exact, like this is the exact bottle, but they would give you something like this. Hold on, where's my crumb? Yeah, they would give you like this. Like this tiny little bottle. And I was just like, cool, sick, thank you. Can I have like 3 more of these?
That says 1 litro. That's 1 liter.
No, hold on. Yeah, okay.
Lot.
It's no. Okay,
That's
okay.
a lot.
This was it. Here we go. It was like this.
It's a lot.
This is more accurate. There you go. Because it wasn't a liter, right? Like I looked at this bottle, and I was just like, I was like, all right, cool, sick. Can I?
300 milliliters.
I need a lot more than this. I was like, could I have another like 3 more, please? And they would charge me like €2 per one.
My.
So like 6 euros later, I'm like, fuck, man, fuck. I sound like such a fat ass. Like I was such an American fat ass, just going to Europe. All right. Anyway, let's keep drawing.
I mean, they drink high calorie stuff over there too. In
I
large
know.
quantities.
Well, but they
drink
beer.
like,
they just drink less of it.
Beer.
Yeah, true.
It's just beer.
True.
Beer. Mississippi.
Is that the? Yeah, that's the color of bronze. That is the color of bronze.
But yeah, I wonder. No, the U.S. large drink culture is based around the idea that you're going to be on the road for a while, and they want to fill up your bladder, so you stop at another one of their stores
Based.
to use the bathroom and then
And then
go
buy a candy bar because I'm a fat ass that wants a candy bar.
and then buy a candy
I
bar.
want a candy bar.
Oh my god,
Oh.
is that a Reese's Fast Break? I love a Reese's Fast Break.
Lois, I'm coming.
Is that a $7 Reese's Peanut Butter Jumbo Cup? I would love the $7 Reese's Peanut Butter Jumbo Cup.
Anytime I've seen those, I'm like, they're so unappetizing looking.
Yeah. Yeah, just like...
I'm just like looking at this thing. I'm like, I don't want this.
Yeah. I can barely stomach Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Bro.
And now you're telling me I have to get through one 8 times the size? Oh, like...
You know, my boyfriend, he hates peanut butter. And I'm like, why do you hate peanut butter? I love peanut butter. He doesn't like peanut butter. No, so here, take a look. Look at this. Look at that thing. What? Bro, just call it a protein bar at this point. Holy crap. There's so much protein in that. How much protein is in that? In addition to the excuse of buying more chocolate, the new Reese's Jumbo Cup has given me the opportunity to brush up on elementary school math and vocabulary. The Jumbo Cup is Reese's latest experiment with the size, this time expanding the classic peanut butter cup to a 2.8 ounce confection. This weight is equivalent to 4 original size. Oh my god. Bro.
My god.
Why?
Imagine taking a bite of that and it just doesn't get stuck to the roof of your mouth because of the amount of powdered sugar they mixed in with the peanut butter.
I would just be biting out of this and just be like, I would just be like, I need a nap. I need to sleep. I need to recuperate after what I've just done to myself. Good God. That's a big boy right there, bro. They had to put little checkerboard patterns on it to like support the fucking weight.
Yeah. This is like a sandwich patty.
While the Jumbo Cup is impractical for me, that I can't eat it in one sitting.
Purchase price only $3. That's gotta be one of the best calorie to dollar ratios in the U.S.
A Reese's Fast Break is expensive. It's gone way up in price. They must be using petroleum because it's just expensive.
Dude, I don't even really like. I like the Reese's Take 5.
Or maybe it's just my local gas station, just like charging
the
a
Reese's
fucking
Take 5.
It's like
fuck.
It's like $4 for Reese's Fast Break. I'm just like, why? Why are you like this?
I would do some heinous shit for a Reese's.
It's $3.29 for a fucking Reese's Fast Break. That's so messed up. This was not that expensive. That is so expensive. Bobro says, "What's up? Hello, Bobro. How you doing? How you doing?" Anyway, yeah, bro. King size Reese's. It's never looked appetizing to me, and I say this as like an absolute Reese's. Like, I love Reese's. Reese's is like one of my favorite.
You are a restart.
All right, that's a word.
Restart.
I don't like that.
Oh, come on, Amanda. That's a little funnier than you're giving credit.
How do you paint this without the numbers? How do you paint this without the no? Are you saying like those number things where you just? That's pretty funny. How do you paint this without the numbers? Yeah, so like the way that I think about it is I think about it in terms of like reflections and where reflections go. Like I preemptively think about that as I'm drawing it. Like, I mean, looking at the overarching thing, there's clearly like a light coming from here, right? Light constant is blasting in this direction. So I have to, and not, it's not a white light, right? It's like a really strong, piercing orange light, which, you know, I have to basically just load it up where like all the light comes from that. So there's also a lot of shading involved, right? In like locations where just light would be absent. And so in this instance, like it would be darker than this area here, which is like, I'm like working on like a coppery kind of a color. But, you know, honestly, like there would probably be a lot of shading from just like the ground. Like you would get a lot of bleed off color from the ground. So I'm kind of getting a color that's like closer to the ground while it's like away from the light. I also plan on shoving this thing with a lot of orange from the light of that fireball. So that's kind of the way that I think about it when I'm drawing. W, I was up all night going for humor. Nice. You know, there was this drawing that I had a commission that I was working on. And I ended up charging them like it was $600. And they were like, sure, absolutely. Based on the work that you do, I'd be glad to pay $600. And I was like, okay. So then I got to work on what they requested. And after like the amount of time that I spent on the drawing and like mathematically, I was only making like $10 an hour. The dude paid $600 and it took me 60 hours to complete. I was like, bruh. They were like, and so now I just tell people, I say, listen, I'm $10 an hour. Fuck it. You know, the drawing ends up being like $60 because I worked on it for 10 hours.
Mind you, I asked a mender for artwork for years and offered to pay. And he said, but I don't want to take money from my friends. But no, I'm not going to draw it.
That sounds like me.
Boy kisser.
Okay. You kiss boys.
A smooch.
A smooch.
Smooches. A smooch. Mwah.
I need to make sure I grab it from the original source.
Mwah. Please. Mwah. So this fella's like throwing a fireball?
Yeah.
Is this when you're playing RuneScape and your character is throwing a fireball?
No, it's like it's Niseb stuff. You can even see it says literally it has totem in here.
I thought this was a RuneScape drawing.
Nope.
RuneScape fan art. Whoa! Yo!
What? It's my cat. What do you want?
Trunk says, "Where's the debates?" Hey, Amender.
Where's the debates? Well, we're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Anybody who wants to call in and have a debate, we can do so.
That's 202-998.
I mean, if you want, I could probably just hop over to Modern Day Debate and just get a quick one, I guess, and just say, okay, recording live.
I'll debate you.
What do you want to debate about?
Actually, I don't know if it's really a debate because we agree. Because I tell you, you have to agree.
Lunar
with me.
Spunk says debate the cattail. True.
But like the cycle of inner city educational issues causing increased violence, which reduces property values, which reduces education spending.
What do you want, bubbies?
You know what I mean?
What? What do you... You're in such an awkward spot, Pepper. Are you good?
Dude, I can't wait for you to show like the rest of your desk, and it just looks like Asmongold's desk.
That's my desk.
You're insufferably clean.
I've always been clean. I'm a very clean guy. Let's see. The debate number is 202-998-5218. That is true. That is the debate
Again,
number.
the number is 202-998-5218.
I could just
brought you a topic.
Real quick. Hold on. I'll go to
Amender,
I'll go to Modern Day Debate real quick.
Hold on, son of a bitch.
I'm gonna make a VC.
You're abandoning me.
What do you mean? I'm gonna make a VC. You could come join. You could join. What do you mean? I'm gonna make a VC.
All right, fine.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna call it recording live. All right, here we go. Is it possible for me to like...
Hello, welcome to the 1STAMENDER stream. Goodbye.
How do I like edit the channel to where like... That's so annoying. People want to hear some debates, so we're gonna entertain that. We just have to wait a little bit. People show up.
Hello, welcome to the 1STAMENDER stream.
Hello, Chieftain.
You're live on the air.
Woke liberal.
Hello.
I brought up a topic, Amender, and you just ignored me.
What was the topic?
The cycle of education in the inner cities being poor, causing kids to not care about school, and then they turn to violence and drugs, which then reduces property values, which reduces education spending.
I don't know what you want to talk about there. Like, I agree.
Yeah, but expound upon that because you're more articulate than I am. Imagine I'm disagreeing with you.
Do you think that do you think that we should focus on like educational outcomes, especially when it comes to like funding? For example, we have instances where poor districts actually receive less money because they perform poorly.
I think we should lock them all up because they're criminals.
Who's they?
The blacks.
Okay. See, a right winger would never ever say that.
Oh, okay.
A right winger, they would never like openly admit that they're racist.
Oh, I love black people, but it's
yeah, there you go. You gotta
get these inner city gangbangers going around shooting up people.
Yeah, great work.
You know what's ironic?
When NFTs were a thing.
The more funding the school, the more likely it is to be shot up.
I do remember NFTs were a thing. I did miss those monkeys. Remember that they made a show about the NFTs? They made a show about the
Speaking about
NFT
monkeys.
Bro. Chill. Jesus.
That's right-winger Chud.
Chud the Builder. That guy's a horrible person. So glad he's in
Why
jail.
is he a horrible person?
Because he was provoking race wars for clicks.
And that's a problem because...
What? Provoking race wars?
Yeah, he's just getting clicks.
Oh,
don't worry about it.
Okay. My bad.
It's all fun and games.
Oh, my bad.
Hello, Cab Bussy.
It's Orbital.
Hey, Orbital. How you doing?
Welcome, Cab Bussy, to the First Amender stream.
Hello.
Hello.
We're fishing for debates right now.
Cool if I spectate?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have anything you want to talk about, you can talk about it here, or if you want to talk to First Amender privately, the call-in number is 202-998-5218.
Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta stream that live.
You should call in right now.
Amender, I can say your call-in number faster than I can say my own phone number.
That's wild.
It's crazy. Hello, Jen. Welcome to the First Amender stream.
Hello, hello.
How do you feel about how do you feel about liberals?
Depends on where they are, actually. Funny ways, but usually I'm pro-liberal. Yeah.
Nice, based. Damn, where's all the right wingers? I'm expecting to get some right wingers in here.
You banned them all.
Can I also say that can I also say that I'm also understand the right wingers too?
You understand? Well, I understand them. It doesn't. I get.
Oh, well, because from where I live, usually it goes, the right wingers are more for.
Well, they would...
No. I'm giving more money to the rich already. This is just my view from where I am. But it also pushes our economy as well. So you have to then kind of.
You think it helps our economy Do you think it helps our economy to have more money accrue to the top?
No, there is a thing. What I really do not understand why Americans are doing this, like kicking out all of the the cheap labor, basically. But In the end,
I don't want the labor because it's cheap. I want people to be in my country because I think it's the right thing to do.
Well, I mean, okay, I do understand this actually, but
Yeah.
at some point, if you're thinking like a little bit higher, you have to have something which boosts the economy as well. Yeah, well, I'm higher in terms of you want to boost your economy in the end, for your country. I mean, you have to.
That's kinda. Like, to me, that's secondary.
Yeah, for me too. Absolutely. I mean, but the thing is, you have to take this in consideration too, right? And see, the thing is, this is why I'm kind of mid right or so. I don't even know what I am actually, but the thing is, I guess we have to look for our countries, and
why?
Because we want to, we have to, a country needs to work in the end, and
you think like a country doesn't work if they cooperate with other people and help them?
Usually the workers are making the whole thing work,
Yeah, so like having workers like properly represented.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not saying that we should fuck up merit. I'm just saying that some people are quite good to work,
Some people are
anarchy and stolen liver.
See, the thing is, if you want to kick out every person who is not of your descent or your country, whatever, you're doing a bad thing from my point of view.
Wow.
What does this have to do with inner city education?
Shut up.
Nothing.
Trying to get this copper look, and I don't know. I'm not too satisfied with it.
Copper.
That's a sick drawing. Is that Illustrator?
Nope, Photoshop. I'm using the oils function where it's basically like the brushes on oil.
Okay. Thought you're a Guild Wars player, Sorry. But yeah. So for a topic, I mean, I'm listening because there seems to be a debate. So.
I mean, does anybody? I don't know. I guess like I'm starting to think that. I guess I'm like waiting for like a right winger to come in and give me their arguments, because it's like really common where they say some of the fucking dumbest things I've ever heard.
Would you
don't you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty left. Yeah.
But I don't know if you are. I mean, I'm a communist. Are you?
Oh no, I'm not that far left. No.
What's kind of stopping you?
What's stopping me from being a communist?
Yeah.
Maybe intelligence, I guess.
I don't.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
I don't see where the workers' ownership of the means of production necessarily results in the outcomes that people are looking for. And if you're talking about like as a communist, the stateless, moneyless, classless society, I don't have any indication that works, I guess. I mean, maybe in theory it could work, but I'm not aware of any way to do that.
Yeah, that's actually like correct, right? But like obviously communists don't just advocate for communism, they advocate for socialism first, right? And then whatever like naturally arises over those material conditions would come after. Like communism is not a given, right?
Yeah.
So I say I'm a communist, I guess like in a real sense I'm advocating for socialism. Like what do you kind of think about socialism?
I'm not against the concept of socialism, but I guess like my concern is that we never actually adequately gave it a shot. Like there was like attempts at socialism, and the United States did everything in their power to stop socialist countries. And so as a result, the socialist countries did pretty poorly in comparison to like the capitalist West. And I guess like my question is like, what would happen if it were just like left alone to its own devices?
I actually feel like this is like incorrect empirically. I think that socialist countries did outperform capitalist countries for decades, right?
Well,
I mean,
with deaths, for sure, you know.
I mean, I'm not even going to bring up the deaths. I mean, if you're talking about like the speed of the industrialization process, I suppose like Mao's China is probably faster than the United States' second industrial revolution. I mean, they had to, you know, it required 80 million deaths, but, you know, that did not happen under. So I would probably say, you know, the trade-off is not really worth it.
Yeah, I actually like disagree that it's not just like speed of industrialization. It seems to be empirically verified that socialist and communist countries like aiming towards communism had higher standard of living, like robustly across categories. So that's kind of where I disagree with that.
Are you talking like healthcare or
like just overall standard of living index? Like, you know, the values included in that, obviously, right? Like I just sent you the study inside chat, right?
Okay,
it's actually not true.
Let's take a look.
So I mean, we can look at infant mortality rate, we can look at child death rate, we can look at life expectancy, population per physician, daily per capita calorie supply, adult literacy rate, secondary education rate, higher education.
Let's pull this
across
up.
every
NBER working paper.
Yeah, I mean, socialists
that is a different
always
paper.
lose.
The paper on top is the one that like shows the standard of living statistics. I sent the NBER one so we can talk about the Soviet Union.
So you're taking me to leftypoll.org to?
Yeah, this is a peer-reviewed paper. It's been published in health journals as well.
In 1986?
It's literally published in the American. Yeah, it's published in the American Journal of Public Health.
This is in 1986. Ew. It's been 40 years, bro. Is there any way that you can give me like a more?
It's a bit old. Yeah,
I actually like
give me like a more like modern study maybe.
Considering that it's using values from when there was more socialist countries during the Cold War, I actually don't know why the time would matter. Like, is there something with the methodology you disagree with?
Well, come on.
Well, it's not the methodology. It's in a really old paper.
Interrupt because
okay, but like this is talking about data from the 70s, right? So like this is a snapshot in time.
Times has changed.
Okay, but in the 70s, this would inform us on the fact that socialism is outperforming.
Like it's from 1987. You want me to unironically take this and apply it in 2026 stats? Like what?
I think this does indicate something, which is at the time in the 70s, standard of living was higher in socialist countries, and like you could say like, well, this isn't recent. We could do like the reason why I sent you this is that this is a study that is looking at socialist countries when there's more of them, right?
So who's a tanky here? 1STAMENDER is a tanky?
No, I'm not a tanky.
So I actually like don't think the date matters.
What is this?
Whatever that means.
Can you like moderate your chat, please? I don't think the date matters. I think, like you said, there's no issue with the methodology. It just demonstrates a larger sample size and gives us a snapshot and like a comparative analysis. So
no, time matters. Really, I mean, come on.
DJ, do you think you need to get off drugs. You need to like go somewhere else or be quiet.
No, I'm not even on drugs. I mean, you have to understand that if you're living in 1200 AC, AD maybe, and or today, this matters. Even the last 20 years changed. You have to acknowledge this,
Yeah, the reason why I'm preferring this study is it has a larger sample size. Any study I would cite that does a comparative analysis would have to look at data.
But it's like you're going to like specifically lefty poll and you're pulling up a study from like 1986 and it's like, see?
I actually didn't access this originally through lefty poll. I got it through JSTOR. This is like a link that anyone's access to.
I'm just saying like, I don't know. It just seems kind of disingenuous, I guess.
It's from the American Journal of Public Health, so I'm not really sure like what the critique is, but
that it's 1986.
And I already like answered that. You don't have any issues with the methodology. So I guess
can I say something? I was 5 at the time. You know, just saying. Okay.
I don't actually care, DJ, but I actually don't think you have a critique.
What are you guys talking about, by the way?
Just like robust.
I mean, you're just like throwing a paper at me and like, oh, read this paper from 1986. So basically,
the guy who made the room is a tanky, but doesn't want to call himself a tanky.
I'm not a tanky.
I'm a tanky.
He's giving
I'm not a tanky. I don't know what.
I seriously don't think First Amender's a tanky, man. I highly
Bro, why
doubt
don't we like moderate your channel if you want to have a discussion?
just
Mate, you don't
gay,
need to
that's
moderate
all it is.
shit, mate. Just shut the fuck up about muting people.
Well,
how about that?
First, I am happy to talk to you about this study, explain it to you, explain why it's relevant. I can't do that. There's like a
Cool.
pile of puppies in here that are like saying
Cool,
nothing.
mate. Just do it in your own room then, mate. You don't need to fucking ask them.
Maybe the kids.
Shit.
Yeah,
Anyway.
stop.
What are they talking
That's
about?
brutal.
What's
Teacher,
actual- what's
anytime somebody
actual-
makes you upset.
What's up? No one's made me upset. It's just like I can't debate First Amender if you're gonna dogpile.
But you got to tattle on the teacher, or in this case,
I'm gonna tattle on the teacher.
what
You're
is
right.
the
I'm
fucking-
gonna
what is the topic?
tell the teacher that the teacher did something wrong. Obviously, it's
What's
just
the
that first
topic? What's the study about? What's the study about?
Oh, you got me in a syntax error. Wow, I'm so
I
bad.
know. I actually thought it was funny, but it was correct because I am
What is
tabbling
going
on the
on?
teacher. I know. I don't know. I'm trying to debate you, First Amender, but like people keep dogpiling and you're making like non-points, so it's not going anywhere.
I mean, like I'm
'Cause you're
looking
a
at
cunt,
this.
mate.
You're basically like what this paper is telling me is that apparently indicators of health, health services, and nutrition, infant mortality rate, child death rate, life expectancy, population per position, population per nursing person, and daily capita calorie supply. These are like odd, strange metrics.
This is like literally just the
Haven't seen
standard
any so
of
far.
living index, like metrics, and the physical quality of life.
This is not a
metrics, right?
standard living index metric.
It shares a lot of the same values. It
It's
also
referring
includes
to
higher
the
education
physical
percentage.
quality of life, right? Where they bring in like, I don't know, like population per physician. Like, I don't know. That just seems weird to me.
Yeah, and it also looks at education percentage, adult
I'd
literacy
agree
rate.
with like, infant mortality rate.
Do you not think like secondary and higher education percentages indicate something?
Yeah, of course. I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
just
they're, like,
saying like what
constantly
they're.
related to
It seems
economic
like that
growth.
they're cherry picking their numbers.
No, this is just the physical quality of life index.
Brutal.
It shares a lot of values with the standard
Okay.
of life, the standard of living index.
All right. I mean,
but I don't know, like
why not
what-
look at
what's
like
the-
why not look at something that's like more people kind of like acknowledge as like a thing, like the Human Development Index, for example. Is that an
HDI.
appropriate-
Like, do you have
Yeah.
like a study on HDI that like does a comparative analysis?
I
on
mean,
that
you
scale?
can look at
Wait,
HDI countries.
Who are we
and-
comparing though?
We're not just gonna like compare two countries though. Like you'd have to do a large sample analysis. That's why I'm preferring this. I'm not sure. Like the reason this paper was written is that there hasn't been a large body of research on comparative analysis. Just
Listen,
between
like if it
socialist and
like if there
capitalist
could be like shown that like, hey, yeah, socialism is just going to be better off than capitalism. Well, great. I mean, I genuinely don't know whether or not that socialism, like if it were left to its own devices, would result in better or worse outcomes. I guess like I would want to see it, I guess.
Well, we have seen it, and like that's why the second paper demonstrates to you that even despite the intervention that occurred from the imperial powers and the former Russian states in the civil war in Russia, that they had the fastest growing economy in the world up until the 1960s, alongside Japan per capita.
Yeah, I mean, I think
But
if you
that's-
have an industrialization, it naturally will grow. It doesn't matter what like economic system you have. You're just talking about industrialization. It's a change in technology.
Right. But other countries would also be industrializing during that period too, right? Like all the former Russian countries,
Can,
like
can we get off the
industrialized.
armchair economics? I mean, what are you really trying to get at here with this whole economic assessment that communism would have been better for?
Of course, communism would be better. Like capitalism is like inherently inefficient, intuitive. Like capitalism has these terrible business cycles that lead to, massive amounts of lost GDP.
Well, you're not going to find me disagreeing with that. I just there is. I've always thought that it is capitalism with social safety nets, which results in the best outcomes.
No, because endogenous
That's
to
what we already have.
capitalism is business cycles, bro. Like
I mean, I'm
Social
not
safety
against
net-
like a federal bank. Like I'm not an anti
that actually
central
worsens
bank.
this. It's like empirically, we've
Wrong.
had
That
like
is not
longer
true.
and
That
worse
is-
business
that is-
cycles.
that is
since the
empirically
Federal
not true.
Reserve's founded.
No,
this
that
is
is wrong.
empirically true.
That is the
This
opposite
is-
is the case. The
Have you ever
literal
read
opposite.
Fragile by Design?
No, I've not read Fragile by Design.
So there's like economists that like specialize in analyzing banking institutions, and these people are like not libertarians or anything. They just do books on like banking policy and like banking history, And it's like pretty much the consensus, right? Is that since the Federal Reserve's founding, we've had more endogenous crises. I can empirically demonstrate
That's
this.
not true.
There's a wide body of
not
research
true.
on this, actually.
That
So,
is not true.
okay.
I have
so
no
I'll
idea
just
where you
send
got that information.
Fragile by Design. Or I can
Um,
send you all the papers I've
I
read
mean,
about
I've
this.
pulled
so,
up.
like,
I've pulled up a list of recessions, and depressions of the past, and they were far more frequent prior to the Federal Reserve. Like they
okay,
were.
so
They just were. Like
let's-
I've looked this up in
What
the,
are you
in the past.
referring to?
Looking at depressions and recessions, counting the number, the frequency, the severity, it's much more severe. It's much more common
Okay, can you
without
send
the
this to me
Federal
so I
Reserve
can
than
look
with
at
the
this?
Federal
Video
Reserve.
games.
Please, I'd like to see what you're referring to. Can you send
Yeah,
this?
I mean, I just pulled up Wikipedia's list of recessions and
Okay, so
depressions, and I knew
Wikipedia's
when the Federal
List of
Reserve.
recessions and depressions, U.S. Okay, I'm on the list. Okay, so we have 1785, 1789, 1804, 1807. These are all like 1 year. There's a war here. Then we have free banking. 2 years. Panic of 1857. A lot of Civil War stuff on this list. That wouldn't really be like a endogenous business cycle, obviously, right? That's not what we're talking about. 1873. Okay, that's like a real one. That was also like exogenous. That was not an endogenous cycle. I'm sure you know what happened in 1873, right? With the banking policy in the U.S.
Off the top of my head, no.
No. So we used to have a bilateral standard, right? Which meant that banknotes could be printed against gold and silver, which obviously meant a much larger monetary supply. And Congress passed legislation that made it only gold reserve. So that led to like a large constriction of credit and a depressionary period. And that's not an endogenous business cycle.
Yeah.
So then this continues. The long depression is a lot of these are just included under this depressionary era. This is exogenous. So like when earlier I made the statement, there's endogenous business cycles. This is the case that these are exasperated through the Federal Reserve, right? Because it expands the credit, right? Which allows for more endogenous business cycles. So like a lot of like what you're sending me is like exogenous cycles. I guess we have one in like 1887. But this
I mean, I'm just letting you know that it was more frequent and like this is not a.
Yeah, but that's not the claim I made. I made the claim endogenous. I don't know if you know what that means.
No. What you said earlier was that it was less frequent prior to the Federal Reserve.
Yes, endogenous business cycles.
And then post the Federal Reserve, it was more frequent. That's not true. That is empirically false.
This is true. This is because
it's not
this
true.
is because there's a distinction between endogenous and exogenous business cycles. And the statement I made earlier.
What you're doing is you're doing a goalpost move.
This is not a goalpost shift. I've always been consistent that
you literally you said earlier that it was less prior to the Federal Reserve and now it's more.
Yeah, you can go rewatch the clip.
That's empirically not the case. That is empirically not the case.
If you think that's my argument, I'll concede to that. We can go rewatch it later. The claim I made and the claim I'm making now is that there's been more endogenous business cycles since the Federal Reserve's creation.
Do you think that economies would be better off without a centralized system to address currencies?
No, I obviously think that like if you're going to have an economy based on money, you need a centralized system. Do I agree with the particular policies of the Federal Reserve? No.
So what's your point? What are you saying? Would you like to have a Federal Reserve or not have a Federal Reserve?
I would like to have. I would like to have a central bank. I do not like the historical.
You have a central bank. We have a central bank, man.
We do. I would like one that follows better policies historically. I kind of like the current.
Who's fucking?
Are you an economist?
Honestly, like.
Am I an
Yeah,
economist?
exactly.
No, I'm interested in
No,
economics.
you're
Are you
a
a- are
person
you a-
who's-
are
you're
you a
person who's
banker?
fucking making
Am I a
us.
banker? No, I've read
Are
a
you
lot of books on
employed?
banking theory,
Do
though.
you have,
I've
what's your
taken
job?
classes on it.
Don't,
All right, it
don't
sounds
beat
like
around.
that you don't know
What's
what
your
you're
job?
talking about.
No, what the fuck? What's your job, mate?
What's my job?
What do you do? What
I work
do
in
you do on Monday
education.
morning?
I have a minor in economics, though.
Oh, so you're a uni student.
No, I mean, I already have a minor. Like
Do you have a
student.
job? So what do you
No,
do?
I have
with
a
this
job.
work?
I work
When you
full-time.
wake up in the
I know what I'm
morning
talking
on
about.
Monday mornings, what do you do? Who pays you?
Who pays me?
Yeah.
Right now, I work at a summer camp, right?
Okay, so you have
why
no
is
job.
this
So
so
this
combative?
this
Why
is
can't we just have a
practice.
conversation?
It is
I
all
actually don't
practice
know
to
why I'm
fucking-
speaking to
You
you
have
right
no
now,
idea.
but I do. Like, I've
No,
done the capstone
what you
project
can
on
do, what you
banking.
can do is hold the conversation of bullshit for a good half an hour. You've done that's good.
Okay.
And
Well,
and
my
continue.
point that I'm still gonna
No,
make
we don't need to
is
hear your
that-
point. You're a fucking gym teacher.
Okay.
All right,
or
is
not
any
even that,
way
mate.
we can move on to another topic? Like this is
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, we
exactly.
talked about
Can we- yes,
socialism.
can we
You
move
brought
on?
up
Fuck,
banking.
this
I'll
guy's
just
got-
take
this
this as
guy's
a
got
concession
nothing.
that
He's,
you understand.
he's a fucking
this.
12-year-old child who thinks he can fucking talk about what?
Who are you? Like, I don't know who you are, Lash. Why are you like?
Who are you?
crashing
Who
on
are
me?
you, Chad?
Why is everyone
Who are
nowadays
you?
so
Why are
Why
you
everyone's
talking, mate?
yelling?
I'm talking because you're talking, mate.
I'm not even yelling. I haven't
Oh,
insulted
that's fine.
anyone.
I'm yelling, but who gives a fuck? Like, hey,
You-
why are you talking? You've got
Why are
nothing
you like
important
pissed
to
off
say.
at me?
I
What,
don't
what
have-
did
I'm
I
pissed
ever
off
do to
because
you?
you're talking shit, mate.
The only thing
I don't
I have
even.
is like I have to
You're talking
disconnect them.
shit.
Like,
Do you want me to tell you how you're talking shit?
Can you just get rid of this guy, please? Like, we
I mean,
can't.
I don't
No,
have
you
a
want me to
voice
get rid of
band.
me? Mate. I'll leave straight away, chat.
All right.
But yeah, we could talk about something else with socialism.
Trickers.
You made the point.
How about you shut the
that, like,
fuck up
Does
and
it
let
have
other
to be
people talk
about?
then, mate?
Does it have to be about socialism? Like, do we have to talk about socialism?
you insinuated I don't know anything about
Well,
what I'm talking
the
about.
title just says
I find
debate a
kinda rude.
woke liberal. What do you think of the Carmelo Anthony thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that whatever I believe that right now a kid stabbed another kid and people are trying to make it like a racial thing when I don't think it's racial. And the other problem that I have is that everybody is talking as if that they know what they're talking about when they never televised the case. They've never like given any like significant details that the jury would have been aware of. And so like people, when I listen to people talk so like affirmatively about it, when we all have the same information, we don't have like more or less information from outside of just like reading the news or, you know, I don't know, maybe somebody's like reading Twitter or whatever, who in turn is probably a guy who read the news and then made a Twitter thread about it. But I don't have enough details to be like, oh yeah, for sure, this guy is. But I mean, based on like,
here's the problem with that. Basically, if you take that stance, the details we do know are already incriminating enough. Two high school students in the tent. One brought a knife to school. Already bad. He goes after he gets pissed off. He goes to his backpack and starts rummaging through it to find a knife. Slowly, he comes back, stabs a kid in the heart. And it's like, that's what we know happened. It's like, people are still trying to say like, hey, you weren't there, man. No one was, you weren't there. I'm like, really? You know?
Yeah, I'm not saying you weren't there. I'm saying like, we don't know all of the details, which is true. We don't.
Well, the big issue
it's
is
true, but it would have to be a hell of a stretch for somehow Carmelo to be innocent or self-defense.
He wasn't. He was convicted guilty.
Yeah, nobody. I don't think anybody is saying that he's innocent.
No, I mean the thing is he will never get out of prison anymore. I guess, right?
That's not.
So,
that's not true.
Yeah, but also not true.
People
It's
are
only
mad that
35 years.
people are mad that
But-
black jurors weren't allowed.
Were black
but
jurors
it's-
not allowed?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
but-
all of them were like sussed out for like bias, essentially. Is what
Okay.
It was. So
Yeah,
that
during
never
the,
would've
during the
been-
Alright,
jury
so-
selection
so what's-
process,
what's the
every
problem
black
with that?
person basically outed
There is
themselves
no
as
problem with
being
it. People were
a
just being dumb.
racist who only votes in favor.
And I'm saying this
people
right as like a
in colors
hardcore,
they
like
have.
I understand that there does exist like injustices in the, you know, in the court system, that definitely does exist even to this day, where there's just like unequal treatment under the law. I just don't think this particular case is one of them, I guess.
Yeah. No. Well. Yeah. I think Carmelo got. I might have given him a little more, but whatever. He got what he deserved.
Would you at least
Damn.
acknowledge that there are instances where black people are mistreated in the justice system? Would you agree with that?
Sure, they are. Everybody is. Oh, come on.
No, I'm saying like specific, especially black people in the United States.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is that if you ever actually tried becoming a police officer, then you would almost become like a like in the movie, like in Terminator, where you have Terminator vision and you're like scanning, and it's like threat, or like RoboCop. After a while, that just becomes your subconscious when you're a cop, and then after a while, you don't have a choice but to be quote unquote racist almost.
You just have to be racist. You know?
I would actually disagree.
Good one, bro.
Can I actually?
Yeah.
Hey, can I disagree and speak,
Which of them
please?
sound like
Everyone here
The thing is,
disagrees, yeah.
I really want to defend the cops because I see your points. I really, and I see it's a very, very harsh job too. But still, I mean, some it's not all of them, you know. Well,
yeah, everybody says the not all argument. I'm gonna coin that as my own
Yeah, it's
fallacy. The Hooli fallacy is when somebody says something about a group, somebody else has to say not all, as if we don't already know that. It should
yeah, but
already
the
be
thing is,
implicitly understood.
It's
in the end, sure, even though these guys have guns too, but still, I think give them a little bit leeway, as we give, as I give all of the people. Try to.
Yeah, that's why I say basically the way I would put it is that I don't think there's anything wrong with being racist, quote unquote, as long as you're not
All right,
prejudiced.
Stop.
So wait, let me explain it.
No,
If you tell me to stop before
What?
I finish the actual explanation,
There's nothing
then you're
wrong
really
with
making me
being
sound bad.
racist.
Well, how about you listen to some nuance instead of telling people to
All
stop?
right.
okay?
Let's hear the nuance of why it's okay to be racist. Go ahead.
I'm so
Let's hear
excited.
the nuance. I want to hear the nuance, please.
Oh, me too. Actually,
educate
please.
me on the nuance.
Okay,
Go on.
So basically, being racist means that I can say things about groups of people in generalities, like, oh yeah, black people, black men, 6% of the population, like 50% of the crime, like yeah, that's a fact. So black people are violent, okay, or are more violent than other ethnicities when it comes to this. So it's like, okay, that's a fact, and acknowledging that makes me racist. However, I don't go around treating every black person like they're a threat. Well, first of all, it comes on how they present themselves. But besides that, I still give everybody the benefit of the doubt when I meet them in person.
So you're not a racist then?
I'm not prejudging them. But I'm a racist in the sense where I say certain race. There's a racial hierarchy, at least in terms of different things.
You're an idiot.
Oh, you're even worse than a
you're
racist.
an idiot.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm not even anywhere near the top of the hierarchy. By the way, I'm just acknowledging reality.
This is Hooli, who is saying that.
Well, the simple thing is
Hooli is the one that is saying that
if the riches
that there's like groups of people that he's a racist and it's okay to be racist. I guess like it's
if
fucking
all the
idiot.
white people became the black people and the black people became the white people, do you think the same thing would occur with the black
What?
white people?
What?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Mic, dude.
In society,
Even I'm confused about what the fuck he's talking about.
If you switched up the riches, so you live in a society where instead of the black people being the slaves and the
who's singing?
The decades of sorry, not decades.
It's fucking
Years,
crazy.
This background, bro. Nobody's
if you switch the race of those people, do you think that like only the black people would be?
What are you talking about?
What is this brain rot?
It's,
I don't know.
This is an example.
This is peak brain rot, bro.
It's like when you change the fucking riches. Rich people would be the fucking ones who don't commit less crime. It's very simple.
You think rich people would commit less crime?
Yes, it doesn't matter what color they are.
Where did you get that?
You must be quite.
Boy,
quite
I got a
well.
tail for you.
Oh, wait,
Where'd
wait.
you get
You think, okay, sorry, I apologize. Like,
You'll
as in
never
like a
believe this.
capital
There's this
crime
guy
or
called Jeffrey
violent crime.
Epstein. He's
Violent crime.
incredibly
Apologize.
rich.
Like, not white collar crime, not blue collar crime. I mean like
I mean, hell, we can
like,
even like bring in
like
people like people like Bernie Madoff. I think he managed to basically expunge roughly $150 billion of net worth off of the New York Stock Exchange.
I apologize for not clarifying.
It was the largest amount of wealth ever withdrawn by a single person.
We all know that
the amount that was lost was what? It was the amount that was lost was way more than any petty theft by like a long shot.
50% violent crime figure is specifically about violent crimes.
Well, he's in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, cool. So let's. I apologize for not actually telling you.
Bernie Madoff's dead, bro.
Color. But
is he dead?
We all know that.
Yeah, he is.
Whatever.
Sick. Based.
Good riddance, right? Good riddance. But anyway,
yeah, fuck that guy.
We're not talking about that, but we're talking about the fact that if you change the color, of the fucking person,
Brother, I'm sorry, but you need an actual life.
You know that white people commit more crime.
Well, why are you even calling him brother?
I think if you have poor socioeconomic conditions, it causes you to commit more crime.
Of course.
What? Having a sense for crime creates crime? What?
Yeah, you're not exactly the first person to think of that. However,
yeah, but you guys are talking about
I'm agreeing with him. You guys
are all fucking pretending to have this conversation, but having this conversation. Why the fuck are you doing that?
Watch.
You know he's screaming.
Hey, you guys I was just trying to go, what the fuck are you having this conversation for? Yes,
the
poor
Aussies
people commit more
out,
crime.
Surprised.
Sure, they're blacker.
Are you okay, man?
More poor people, blacker.
No idea.
Like he's
I regret coming to this.
He's
like South Cat. Wait, he's female South Cat. Wait.
Oh my god.
He's like the male
I have a question for the room. Would you guys say in general?
Yep.
Would you guys say in general that black people are more athletic than white people in terms of just ethnic groups?
Yes, yes, especially the fat ones.
This is so moronic. What are we
Holy
doing,
shit!
man?
Holy fuck! Okay. I like it
so
actually.
Then why are all of our sports teams?
I'm going that. If it was a fat black
people,
can the guy?
And why are the Olympics made up of black people representing the
US? My mind's on a fat black guy. I'm sorry. Equally weighted.
Okay, so do you understand what I just said?
I wasn't listening.
I said, why are black people super overrepresented in the Olympics when representing the U.S. and also when it comes to sports better. Like football,
genetically
and baseball, everything almost.
Like the other things that we need to think about how their brains are smaller, right? Is that what you're trying to lead to? Is that what you're trying to lead to?
What are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you on about?
Well, just answer the question. Do you agree or disagree that
black people? Yes, I agree. I think black people are hands down.
You guys realize that you are on YouTube, right? You guys are aware that we're on YouTube right now, and this is being recorded.
These people are.
You guys are aware, right? That your username is there.
Oh, we're on YouTube on a channel that has 0 people watching it. Cool.
No, I don't have 0 people watching it. In fact, hundreds of people watch this, so no.
Why? You've got nothing to say.
Sure.
So you're just you're making money off us fucking talk shit.
No, the thing is,
I'm just letting you know you're gonna come in and you're gonna say the most racist shit ever, right? Like,
I haven't said anything racist yet. So far, everything I said is pro-black.
I just said that
black people are more athletic.
May I say something?
Do you guys agree?
No, I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that at all.
You have your head in the sand because that's not even really.
My head is not in the sand. I mean, there are white people that are better than black people at certain things, and there's black people better than white people at certain things. Like I don't know what the not generally, right? Because the problem is that when you apply a generalization, you kind of what people end up extrapolating is like, oh, it's like this, when in reality you could be 100% wrong about that.
This Aussie can't listen.
I'm not that pathetic to go. Oh,
Amender, this Aussie's never gonna like.
I have to start banning you.
Dominated by fucking black people because
you probably should. These Aussies never calm down.
All right. Yeah.
They can jump higher.
We're not gonna do the racism. So we're gonna.
Okay. So, anyways, the point that I was getting at was basically.
Bye, Lash. Nice knowing you.
Pinnacle of the pinnacle.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Holy shit. Thank you very much.
If black people are more athletic, and yet everyone in the universe is born as a blank slate with the same capacity for IQ. Doesn't that mean that black people are in general?
Are we really doing the
genetically
race IQ
superior?
argument?
No,
Is that what we're doing?
can we stop this? Because I mean,
What do you
everybody
explain away
see,
what I
the
just
thing is,
said?
from
How do
my
you
point of view,
explain what I just said?
everybody who is training a lot can be athletic as well. IQ wise, it's probably because your fancy parents. I don't know. I mean, this is one thing I can't say really. I say if you want to train and then your body, you can, and but IQ wise, I just don't. Yeah, well, you can train your body, but you cannot train your brain. Well, kind of, but you cannot be.
You could literally change like your results of any IQ test by like a full standard deviation. Hey, I'm talking. Are you there?
Okay, sure.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so you can change the an IQ score by an entire standard deviation by just simply studying for the test and having good nutrition. Like,
wrong.
Okay.
That is true. No, that is true.
Maybe
that's not wrong. That's true.
I guess preparation.
So like the whole IQ thing is fucking stupid. Like it's just a dumb thing. It's dumb.
I agree.
I agree too.
Okay. Put away. All right. Let's pretend IQ tests are completely invalid. They're stupid. They're dumb. All that shit. My question was, if black people are acknowledged as
why are you bringing up black people more? Like why?
Then doesn't that mean that if everyone is a blank slate,
Hooli,
IQ intelligence wise, that means black people are superior?
Let me ask you this, right?
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Hey, let me ask you this, Hooli. I'm just going to ask you, right? Because I need to understand the kind of person that I'm talking to. No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Hooli, let's try this. Do you think, when you see the statue of David, do you think we made this?
I think a human being made it, yes.
Like white people made it, or no?
Probably a white person, because it was Greece.
Probably a white person?
Yes.
You don't know who Michelangelo is?
Yeah, I thought so, yeah. He was Italian, actually, I guess.
Yeah, but the thing is that Italians weren't white until.
I guess like what I'm trying to ask is, it's like if you see, do you see like the accomplishments? Do you see the accomplishments of other white people as your accomplishments, like your group's accomplishments? Then what the hell are you talking about?
What the hell am I talking about? What do you mean I'm not white and I still said everything I said? What's your point?
You stand by what?
What does me saying I'm not white change anything about what I said?
Why talking about fucking color then? Really? Doesn't matter at all.
Because contrary to popular belief nowadays, it's the people that aren't white that care more about race and color than some of the white people that you want to point fingers at.
Wrong. Where did you get that?
I mean,
you say that, but look at the whole Carmelo Anthony thing. It's not white people that are up in arms about.
I mean, I'll agree with you. Like the whole Carmelo Anthony
black people
thing
knew
is
OJ was guilty, and they did jury nullification for like one of the. That's one of the.
But like, I don't look at like one. I don't look at like one scenario and then go.
It's not one scenario.
It's like the whole
plenty.
thing.
It's plenty of scenarios just like this. Like he just said, he just gave another example.
So what is your argument
Simpson.
for like? What is your argument for?
No, I don't need to ruminate that.
Like what we should, like what should we do with black people? I guess if.
No, that's not even it. It's we shouldn't believe some of the bullshit propaganda that's being thrown down our face. Half of these people believe that it was an all-white jury. There was 6 people that were not white on that jury.
What is the bullshit propaganda?
Okay, brother. No comment, Amender.
I was asking, where's the bullshit propaganda?
I just said there were 6 people that were not white on that jury. Everybody thinks that it was an all-white jury.
Who said that here?
Oh my God, nobody. I'm saying the majority of the people that are literally sitting here rioting, bitching, complaining, saying that he has gotten unconstitutional justice and he's been treated unfairly because of
nobody's arguing
XYZ.
that. Nobody is.
That's not true.
Arguing
Plenty of people are arguing that. I'm not saying that you are.
Okay, I understand that your Twitter thread says that these people are arguing that, but
no,
nobody here
it's
is
not
doing
a Twitter thread.
Nobody
here
is doing
South? Do you live in the South?
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
Okay, you live in Florida, and you're not seeing the people that are literally on the streets protesting about this shit.
No.
This shit is actually okay. Where do you live in Florida?
I'm not
you live in
tell you where I live.
You don't have to give me the city. I just mean like east, southwest.
I guess Florida must be so wonderful, but also so close to water that you kind of drown each year, which is fucking horrible, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, I just know that Florida seems to be nice. So.
All right.
That's everything I can say. Really, you cannot. Should not.
Someone called me a stupid lefty fuck just now.
No, really? Really?
I'm a lefty.
Yeah, but I mean, in the end, we should meet each other. Even though I'm more right, But at some point we shall meet each other and find a conclusion with it.
I swear to God, like y'all, like half the time I feel like people are just like, I guess like they're kind of, I feel like that they're like infatuated with like a potential race war. Like they like increasing racial tensions and they're throwing it at your social media feeds and people are just like hook, line, and sinker into it. Which is like really dumb.
Everyone's racist, and you know why? Because whenever I make a right-wing argument as a non-white person, they start asking you, "What's your
everyone
race?"
Everyone is not
and
racist,
I'm like,
my dude.
"Oh, I get it.
You're just projecting. You're just projecting. You're just projecting your racism right now.
What do you mean projecting? I'm just telling you facts of what has happened.
I mean, I'm telling you, like, I am not racist. I called everybody racist. Like, no, you're the one that was saying that like that you're racist and. So everybody is racist? That doesn't make any sense.
No, if he made the claim that everybody's
stereotypical, see the thing is, I could drop my trump card.
He did make the claim. He did make the claim saying that everybody was racist. And that
but I'm saying if he made the claim that everybody was stereotypical, that would be true. But racist is a bit far.
Because I hate all the humans. It's pretty easy, being a racist. Like it doesn't really matter. I mean, we are, Homo sapiens, we're called, doesn't really matter. I mean, come on. At some point, you have to stop and then think,
All right.
Cool.
It's
like this was a total mistake on my part. It's complete miscalculation on my part.
I apologize. Commander, I did not realize that this server was going to be this bad.
Bad.
I mean, it's like climbing a fucking mountain in the end.
Well, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys want to call in and have a discussion, we can do so. More than happy to hear you out. Right now, I'm drawing, just kind of doing a drawing while I'm listening to, I don't know, some fucking chud argue why racism is good.
Shouldn't the people in this server be given access to your YouTube channel just so I can see it?
What? Yeah, it's a youtube.com/1STAMENDER. Sorry, at 1STAMENDER.
I can see it right now.
Yeah.
Don't know. We'll
you can click my user profile to see the YouTube channel link.
I guess. Hey, a lot of success, I guess.
I mean, not that much.
I mean, come on.
I'm small.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, I hope you will.
Oh, appreciate that.
At least at least you get some money off this. But I think
make a little bit. Money. Not a lot.
Yeah, it's fine, I guess. I mean, I hope.
Usually I make my money through super chats.
All the best from you, because I'm...
nonsense.
Yeah, well...
I'll just
can't give you any money because I'm fucking poor. And, yeah.
That's okay. I don't expect anybody to give me money.
Fair enough. So, shall we change topic?
Whatever you guys want to talk about.
Hey, Mender, how do you feel about Graham Plattner?
Who's Graham Plattner?
He's the guy with the Nazi tattoo in like Tennessee or something. Or no, I think it's like Pennsylvania or some shit. I don't know.
You mean Maine? The Maine Senate?
Maine, yeah, thank you, Maine. Sorry.
No idea.
He's a Democrat. He's running in Maine. I think he's going in the primaries right now against
Candidate
like
is
another
the
generic
Democratic
liberal.
nominee for the U.S. Senate, challenging
That's
incumbent Republican Senator.
a Democrat with
Plattner
Nazi
is
tattoos.
described as a populist and a progressive who is critical of the Democratic Party establishment. His platform focuses on issues such as the housing affordability, universal health care, strengthening labor unions, reducing the political power of billionaires, and ending the U.S. involvement in what he calls pointless wars. He has drawn controversy over his past statements on Reddit, a tattoo resembling a Nazi-era Totenkopf, and alleged misconduct in romantic relationships.
No,
Does he actually have a Totenkopf?
I don't know.
The Totenkopf, yeah.
That's wild.
Because the thing is, for example, even if he's a Democrat,
I mean, bro, if
do
he doesn't
have,
espouse that anymore, he has to get that removed.
No, the thing
I
is,
know.
Just get it removed.
I think you got rid of it.
I'm a better person now. I'm like, okay, cool.
His family is Jewish. That's the most ironic part about
the thing is, what would you say, for example, if I would have on my left arm like a raven, and then no, not a swastika, a raven, a sword and a hammer, tattooed,
Yeah,
which is clearly
that's pretty Nazi.
it's fucking Nordic. Yeah, it is. But I was the people told me like, okay, you kind of come in.
I mean, I was
that's
critical.
kinda-
I was critical about the Pete Hegseth tattoo. Like, I was like, why the fuck do you have that tattoo, bro? Please.
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's very easy. Which is why I think maybe the guy did this years ago, and even though maybe something is this, it means different for him, I guess. I mean,
I mean, like at a certain point, I get that like a lot of the Nazis like co-opted a ton of Nordic symbols, but that doesn't mean that you should just go around wearing them and saying, well, guys, I'm not a Nazi. They're all Nordic symbols. It's like nobody thinks that. Nobody's gonna see that.
Well. This is why I have to explain myself all the time because well, I am not a Nazi. Well, and then I go further and say, well, I'm more right-leaning, and then you can imagine what happens. I mean, it's fucking horrible. These times are fucking crazy.
People's videos of like black people going up to random people on the street, recording in first-person view and being like,
why are you
"Stay fuck guys,
why are you still
harassing
doing
the
this,
fuck
Huli?
out of people?"
Huli,
why
are you
do you
okay?
like
Do you have did you get hit on the head when you were young, or like, are you okay?
I'm pretty sure that's relevant to the conversation.
Did you know that you're not allowed? Did you know that you are
when-
not, in fact, not allowed
is.
to eat paint chips? You're aware of that, right?
Amender, I think he went to see Santa Claus one year and saw it was a black Santa Claus instead of a white one. He lost his mind as a kid. That's the effective ever since.
Okay, I'm going to be a lefty circle jerk.
Just
It's not a lefty circle jerk. I just like, can you like not be like openly and unabashedly racist? Like, can you just like be like a person?
Am I in bad faith? Have I said a lie?
Yes, you are in bad faith. Yes.
Wait, why?
What? Because you're just being openly and unabashedly racist. Racism is one of the most unscientific things that you could argue.
I could do this. This actually because I'm the best racist on the planet because I hate all the humans.
That's not racism.
It is. Are we not a race all together?
Oh man, no,
They're not
it's
even
discrimination.
That would be a
based on-
species.
This is so silly. Yeah.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Shit. I tried
That's
to.
that third world education
that would
right
be
there.
misanthropy, but anyway, yeah.
Anyway,
I'm
who's
here
a
to
woke
purposely-
liberal here?
I am.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm the
for
opposite.
Hi,
Can I
I'm
debate the liberal?
trying to tell him why.
Hi,
his
I'm
opinion
First Amender.
sucks.
Do you
He
believe?
needs to get butthurt,
Do you believe
and
that?
Can we just like keep
we should-
comms open, please, so I can just like hear what the other person is
I think
saying?
we should
Yeah,
block
I'm
Huli.
trying to give comms. I'm trying to give comms around. So, do you believe that children should have like puberty blockers?
Sure. If it's medically
Holy fuck.
necessary.
So, you understand that?
Why? Why would you?
You understand that?
Well,
hold on.
actually,
Do you understand that
Hey.
can have like irreversible changes and like, well, one, delay of development, and two, the change of development of that
Yes.
person?
before you continue, I think this guy's he's playing word games and saying like, yes, they should be used when they actually are medically necessary during precocious puberty.
Why don't you just let
And
him
that's
make
they
the
are.
argument
We're
instead of like
talking
Wow.
hold on, why don't you just let First Amender make his argument? Crazy idea, I know.
Okay,
Wait, hold on.
am I
What
wrong?
did the guy say? Like, they are necessary in some cases, yeah. When you have like a growth deficiency, or when you have like some sort of abnormality with impurity, yeah, you might
Yeah, I
be
don't
able
think
to
so.
like
What you're
intervene.
talking about, though.
Stop. But when you're talking about like a physiological effect or a physiological illness, then that might be justified because there is no other recourse. But when you're talking about something that is
Yeah,
purely
like I'm
mental
okay
and
with
that could otherwise be treated in some
I'm
other
okay
way.
with precocious puberty, and I'm also okay with if somebody was trans. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, the latter is bad.
Okay, let
You
me
think a
let me-
child?
Okay, are
You
you
think a
aware?
child makes that decision on their own, though?
No,
Are
I think,
you
I think they
okay
need to
with-
talk with a healthcare professional, and
No, do you
the parent
think no?
can veto
Like
it.
Exactly.
Hold on,
No,
are
no,
you
hold on,
aware?
right,
Hold on.
Graves.
Are you aware
No,
of
Graves
like
is right.
animal models in which they are like what's it called? They're like deprived of certain hormones, and there's like literal physical changes to the brain in which it develops.
Yes.
Graves, but you're,
that's the
excuse me,
point.
not Graves, Immortal, you're acting like these are decisions that children are making on their own. No, they have to have a parent and or a
I don't
guardian
know why
sign off
someone's
on
talking
these.
on
So
my
if their
behalf.
parents indoctrinate them
No,
into
why don't
this,
we
don't
just
you
let
think
the
that's
woke
bad?
liberal?
You don't get indoctrinated into being trans.
You
That's not
literally
how it
do
works.
though. That's how
No.
this happens. When
No,
it's
that is
purely
not-
mental, that's what
Stop with
happens.
it. Hold on, we can
That's
talk about
not
the
how this
indoctrination
happens.
stuff later. It doesn't even matter. Like,
Why
do you
some
think that the
people like
parents?
Charlize Theron have more than one trans child?
Y'all are
The-
fucking dumb.
that's like winning the lottery twice.
How do you even have like a
You guys-
trans
you
cat
guys-
or
hold on,
whatever?
You guys, hold on. You guys have got to pick someone to be your representative because like 3 people are trying to make.
Yeah,
a
I just
different
need like
points,
one
it's
person
so
to
silly.
talk to me at once, and then
Yeah,
I
stop.
can
Let me lock you in for a
address that.
second, bro. Just please. So, are you aware that in animal models, if they are deprived of certain hormones, that their brain just develops in a different way?
Yes, that's the point of
Okay.
hormones.
So, are you fine with risking like the systematic changes that come from a condition that could otherwise be treated in some other way?
This is a boring conversation.
What is the what would be more efficacious to treat like gender dysphoria?
Yeah, for example, so you could have like, even if you have to bite the bullet and say like, well, let's just like gender affirm this person. Why would that not be better as
Yeah,
opposed to
you're
like
not
risking
answering my
systematic
question.
changes?
You didn't answer my question at all. Not even a little bit.
What do you want to answer exactly?
Okay, I'll ask the
He
question
asked,
again.
I mean, come on.
I asked what is more efficacious than gender affirming care for minors when they have gender dysphoria?
I just told you in proportion to the damages that you could be causing, something that is like to some degree affirming their
So
gender,
the more efficacious
right? But
method,
not causing system.
so the
just
more
give you the answer.
So the more efficacious method is what?
Having a treatment which is more superficial, which seems to alleviate that, I'll just say like a scratch or itch or whatever else that they have, feeling that they're in the wrong body. So for example, dressing them in different clothes, addressing them with different pronouns.
Okay, all right, cool.
As opposed
so
to
what I was
injecting
asking,
them with hormones
yeah,
or
you're
depriving
not.
them of
You're
hormones.
once again not answering my question, right? Because I asked you specifically.
There's never going to
what-
be an answer because you don't want there to be an answer. You're just going to play this the same time over time.
No, you literally don't.
You're
have an
refusing
answer.
to engage. Like what?
I am literally engaging with you. You are not answering my question. What
By
is
having
more...
two different... Stop. You had
Hey,
the same answer
this
rephrased,
isn't your
but you-
show, bro.
Not your
Is it
turn.
more?
Didn't
what
like
is
your answer.
more-
Now he's angry.
What is more
You're 109
No, because
viewer
you're not
show.
addressing what I'm asking.
He doesn't.
What
really,
is
I mean,
more
come on.
Yeah, what a way to
efficacious
run
than
away from the
gender-affirming
fucking
care?
conversation.
I'm asking you the question. You're not answering it. Like, I wrote down
Please.
what you just said, right? I said, what is more efficacious than gender-affirming care? Your answer was, have a treatment more superficial that alleviates the urge. That's what you said. I don't know.
Counter question.
What does that?
Is
No.
trans-affirming
What
care
basically
efficacious?
what you just said to me is what you just said to me is what is more efficacious than gender affirming care? Your statement was a treatment. What treatment? Right? Gender
I gave
affirming
you
care is a very
examples. Stop.
specific
This is why I think
criteria.
you're being dishonest. I told you could affirm their gender or the gender that they perceive, for example, by giving them
not
certain
what is
clothing, by
entailed in
treating them
gender
with
affirming
certain
care.
pronouns, by
That's
giving
not-
them
that's
certain
not what
things
is
to do.
entailed in gender affirming care. Do you even know what gender affirming care
What?
is?
Social social transitioning is not gender affirming care? Are
It's
you
a
good?
part. That is a part of gender affirming care. I'll grant you that.
Oh wow, nice concession then. So you're just fucking lying. So
I'm
you
not
are being
lying.
dishonest.
All I did was
What a fucking
explain
weirdo
it.
you are, bro.
All right, then leave. Like, why are you talking to me?
No, the
You
thing is
still
that-
have
No,
not
no,
provided
no, you're
anything that
mentally
is
ill.
more efficacious. You still have not
But
provided
puberty
anything
blockers
more
were outlawed
efficacious.
How
just
can
a
you
few months
justify
ago,
that for a
weren't they?
child? Why do they have? How do they have the
I
mental
just think-
capacity
I
to
just
make
don't
that
think that it
decision?
should be. I just don't think that.
No,
it should
apparently
be-
the
I just don't think
parents,
that
bro,
it,
they can
Hey,
force you
it's
into the
my
future.
Show, hey. I
Dude,
just
your
don't
show
think it
with
is
13
more,
viewers. Who cared?
I just don't think that it is more efficacious than I'm not aware of any care that is more efficacious, and I don't think that it should just be up to like a politician, like to confirm like, hey, what care needs to be for what based on what child. I just don't agree with that. I think
nobody's talking about legislation anyway.
That's
You're
literally what it
shadowboxing.
is. You're arguing that we should not have gender affirming care.
I'm talking
and
about
that it is not
morality. I'm
appropriate.
talking.
And I'm
This is a
saying it is
moral
appropriate.
issue. This is an ethical issue. What are you talking about? From that,
But
we
it
could
is-
maybe
it
derive
is-
some
it
sort of
is not a-
suggestion
yeah,
for
the
litigations or
moral-
whatever. But
The
no.
moral issue would be the fact that we are not giving care to children, and what is considered to be the most efficacious method
But
of
this
taking care
isn't-
of gender affirming care.
No, that's
of
not
taking
it.
care of,
needy
gender
care,
affirming
though.
That's the issue
So what I'm
here, the
asking
moral
again
issue here is that you're trying to
provide
I'm
some
trying to answer you.
empirical some empirical basis like for something that is more efficacious than gender affirming care.
Okay, so we can do this. So one, let's go in order. One, the thing that you mentioned is that it's a moral issue that you guys don't get access to gender affirming. You do. You literally do. What I'm saying here is that one of the forms of this care is going to have systematic, permanent effects in the development of your brain, right? And there's other alternatives, which are, like you said, part of the treatment, which clearly are efficacious to some degree.
Okay,
right?
so
which
what is
do
more
not have those
efficacious?
permanent consequences.
So what is more
I
efficacious?
gave you multiple examples. If you're gonna pretend like that didn't happen, then I don't know what
Can
you
you
want.
provide the example? I didn't hear it.
What's your justification for making this okay for a child?
Social transitioning,
Yeah, that's a
addressing
part of
by
gender
certain
affirming care.
pronouns,
That's
giving
liter-
them certain clothing.
That's literally a part of gender
certain
affirming
makeup
care.
pro-
What are you arguing?
Yes, but that's
what
not
he's telling you.
hormonal. I'm talking about hormones, dummy.
Okay, so you saying you specifically would not apply hormones under any basis then?
Not under. I never made that claim under
Not
any
under a
basis.
I'm
I know for a
asking
fact
you.
that a
I
kid is
didn't
gonna
say you
commit.
make that claim. I'm asking you.
Then stop even mentioning it. Okay.
I'm
Cool,
asking
then I'm
you.
clarifying.
Wait,
Then I'm
can't-
Are you
clarifying.
okay?
What?
Then I'm
These people are
clarifying.
mentally deficient, bro. Like, holy crap.
Ironic
Okay,
enough.
so
You're the one
Actually
trying to give
fucking-
children
actually
puberty
win.
blockers, talking about
Dude,
mentally.
you
Yeah,
just
like,
can't even
literally.
make an argument.
It's already
Jesus.
been
Yeah,
several
what I've-
months
what I've
since Trump
provided-
made
what I've
puberty blockers,
provided-
hormone therapies,
What
and
I've
surgeries
provided
for
is
youth under
whatever is
19
most
illegal.
medically
So why are we still
efficacious. That's what I'm
arguing?
arguing.
It's already been declared illegal. It's like you guys already lost.
Wait, it's not.
Even
Yeah,
though-
it's been declared illegal. So
Yeah, just because
But-
something is declared illegal doesn't mean that it's not efficacious, right? We've done
Yeah,
we've
that-
made
that
certain
kinda is
things
true.
illegal
You're
because of
justifying
like
this for
racist
children. Like,
xenophobia.
think about it. Think
Yes,
about
yeah,
it.
that's
that's
correct.
true
I'm
and fine.
justifying
Wait,
it
wait,
for
that's
children.
that's true and fine. That's true and fine. But I can give you other reasons. Like, for example, let's assume that we are considering hormonal treatment. So for a male, are you aware that if you just shut down their production of hormones, right, such that they wouldn't masculinize or virilize, right, that they would have a huge decrease in their mood, right?
Yes, that's the
Testosterone, estradiol, so on and so
part of the
forth,
point.
are things that carry your mood, that have even like neuroprotective properties. If those things are missing,
Yes.
you are going to feel like shit, absolute shit.
Well, it
right?
depends. It
Do you
depends.
think that's
There's many
efficacious?
cases of men who
Yes.
got
Stop, answer that question. Do you think that's efficacious?
Yes, it is efficacious.
Definitely could be for the
Applying
negative.
gender affirming
Can you
care,
be-
it is
can you just
efficacious.
let
Yes.
him answer? Jesus.
Okay,
Go
that's
ahead.
efficacious even if you have that clearly there downside
so
that's
with
immediate
any-
and then
with
the
any-
future
with any
downside
care-
which is permanent.
Can you just let me finish? With any care, it's going to be. I'm getting a call. All right, let's handle the call.
Oh, convenient, bro.
What? I'm
It's not
getting a call.
Bro,
Do you hear
can
it on my
You
live?
can literally hear it happening.
All right, hold on. You're on the line with First Amender.
In the meantime, everybody watch me play.
How's it going?
Civil Versus.
I must be watching.
Anyway, for anybody
yeah.
else who's curious,
Hold on. Hey,
there's-
hold on a sec. Hey, so can you
This guy.
mute while this call is happening, please? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Why can't we
All
talk?
right, just listen in. Just
while
listen
you
in
do
for
the
a second.
call?
Okay, so
Yeah.
All right, go. You. By the way, you guys can click the live to hear the call. All right. What did you want to talk about? Can I get your name?
Oh, my name is Black Cat.
Mensch.
Black Cat. All right, Black Cat.
Yeah,
what
you
would you
know
like
me.
to talk about?
Well, I just tuned in, I guess, when you were 1v3,
Mhm.
and there were a couple arguments I felt like you could have brought up that would have kind of hurt them pretty hard. That one of their consistent arguments was that like.
So just to be clear, First Amender,
the hormones.
Hold on, hoodie. Hold on. Hey, Hooli, mute yourself. We're currently on a call. You can click the live and listen to the call. Do not overtalk, or I'll just
Dude,
remove
you're
you.
not in the call because he just.
All right,
bailed.
voice ban it is. Voice ban. Fucking.
See ya, bro.
Hooli. Sorry, just give me a second. I have to control my VC. There we go. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah. So one of the arguments they were like regurgitating over and over is that like the puberty or the hormones is like permanent. It can change them permanently.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how this is even an argument. Most medical procedures are permanent. So it's really a non-point, right?
Well, it's not even just that.
One,
it's also the fact that like there is going to be a modicum of risk with just about any instance of any kind of care of any kind, right? From taking Tylenol to the question is that I believe that should be up to that should be up to the doctor and the person that is receiving the care, and if it's a minor, that the parent is involved. I don't see any reason why like a politician should be like the arbiter and say, hey, you cannot apply gender affirming care. In fact, we consider it to be child abuse and we're going to take away your child just because like you want like what's the best care for your child. Like this is approved in multiple countries. It's only in the United States where we have like this sudden like crazy amount of xenophobia, despite the fact that studies don't argue in favor of that.
I will not.
Right, and I agree with that in general because that's what the scientific consensus is.
Hold on a second. Apologies.
You,
hey, Dejin, we're in a call right now. Click my live. Somebody is talking right now.
No, I will not.
All right.
Because the thing is, I'm saying, you can change gender. You can change if you're 18 or 21 specifically.
I really wish I could just mute people.
Just mute him, please. You can just right click and.
That's true. I could just mute them. Anyway, go ahead. Apologies, Black Cat. Go ahead.
Yeah. So just one of their more repeated things was that it's a permanent transition. It's like, okay, so what? Non-point. Most medical procedures are permanent, and there's always risk involved, and it's just a regurgitation of like a non-point. The other one was
the problem.
Another thing. He was kind of one of the backup dancer guys, but he kept repeating that like you're the one who thinks children can make this kind of decision, and like this is one of the more like interesting topics that needs a lot of nuance and like knowledge, because like child developmental psychology it's fairly progressed quite extensively over the past decade.
Yes.
And we know, for example, that like children begin to explore their own sexuality, not in attraction sense, but within the sense of their own physical sexuality and understanding their own anatomy. These things happen very early within child developmental psychology. It can really begin as early as 4 years old. And for a simple example, what 4-year-old boy do you know that doesn't have his hand on his wiener?
Yeah.
What's happening in these situations is that typically the young child is exploring with their own anatomy and making sense of their internal recollections with what the external happens. The point is that most people, through a lack of knowledge, don't understand that children are actually the only ones that can make these decisions for themselves. And so it's like to think that a child is incapable.
I'm also willing to acknowledge that I always believe that in the idea of like parental rights, and I'm okay with like the parent being like, well, that doesn't seem right to me. I mean, obviously I think that.
Yeah, I think that's a good caveat. The parent obviously has the final say. They have the veto. The parent obviously has that right, and that should never be removed or taken away. But obviously, if a parent has a political reasoning at why they don't want to follow through with it, that's their choice. But usually parents that do follow through with these things, according to what I've read, they just not only, thought the doctor is a doctor and knew what he was talking about, the doctor actually led them through the science and through the steps in which biology leads to these kinds of outcomes. So it's like, it's sad how these people will sit there and make non-points and blatantly sound retarded when the science and the proof is out there. Like I'm not necessarily comfortable with the idea that a 3-year-old is sexually exploring themselves. It's a novel kind of concept that's being bore out through the sciences. But, what can we say other than when you were 4 or 5 years old, you touched all over your body. And this is just simply a young person trying to understand their own anatomy and if it makes sense to them.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. I appreciate you calling,
GG.
Black Cat. You have a great day. Thank you.
Amazing. Now I want to respond to all the dumb fucking shit he said. So all medical treatment is going to be permanent. What the fuck are you talking about? So whenever you take antibiotics, I'm permanently on antibiotics. Does that make sense to you? Whenever let's even make it more like one-to-one to this. When I get hormone replacement therapy, right? Let's say that I have like TRT as a need. One of the consequences for that is that my hormonal axis might just shut down. Do you think that it's impossible to start it up again? That's just a permanent thing that I'm always going to be shut down and never going to be able to produce like endogenous testosterone? That's just not true. Look at any kind of science. Look at any kind of evidence.
FYI,
it's always going to disagree with you. Like
FYI,
non-treatment is always permanent.
FYI, if you stop taking hormones as an adolescent, you will begin to produce the same hormones that you would have.
Yes, wait, that's fine. But you realize that there's changes, physical changes within your brain that happen based on. Stop.
That is a risk.
Those changes happen based on the hormones you have.
That is a risk that ought be understood and understood by the child as well as the parent. I just don't think
and the child is going to understand all this.
to
Which child do you know that understands the pharmacokinetics of these things? Which child do you know that understands how the brain is going to develop when you have an excess of testosterone or an excess of estradiol or lack of both
just
of
explain
them?
it to him. It's okay. You just explain.
Oh yeah, I just did. Yeah, so I just trans every kid. Okay, yeah.
That's
good
not
faith, by the way. Good faith engagement.
I mean, if they can't drink,
hold on, wait. The second point, this fucking idiot, mate. A child is the only one that can make. Shut the fuck up. The child is the only one that can actually make the decision.
Jesus Christ!
Stop. The child is the only one that can make the decision because they begin sexually exploring themselves at 4. And what? Do you realize that you need brain development to understand the consequences of your fucking actions, and that takes decades, literally 2 decades for that to happen?
I agree. That's why.
But then you think at like 12 or 13 that you're able to make such a decision that is going to impact you permanently? Are you good?
Yeah.
Why are you so scared of the
first fucking idiot.
Wait, why are you so scared of the first point? Why are you running away from it? Hello? We can
Who,
this guy
me?
just ran away from it. Yeah, you just ran away from that completely.
What point?
Point 1. You just completely moved on from it. Like,
which was what?
like,
I'm addressing 2 points the other guy made.
Yeah,
fuck?
you just ran away from point 1 though. Like you didn't even give him a chance.
What
to
point 1?
actually
He
answer
said that
your
treatments
point.
are permanent, retard. I addressed it.
All right,
Brother,
dude, chill.
You didn't even
chill.
let First Bender like answer that. Yeah,
we're on YouTube, bro.
They're not.
I gave you examples. Are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, you gotta let him actually respond, but you're just running away because you're like.
Because I'm addressing the points, then he
I'm
can
okay.
respond.
Yeah,
You fucking monkey. That's how dialogue works. If you're socially inept, that's not my issue.
I have to remove him. I have to remove him. This is ridiculous. You clearly have no capability of having a conversation. It's obvious to me.
Right, when I'm orderly responding to the points that he made.
All right, well, stop insulting people. We can have the conversation.
Well, he insulted me, but you didn't say anything about him, though.
I didn't call you. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna make it about meta. Let's talk about meta now. What is this?
You're the one that's talking about meta. You said that I'm insulting people.
I'm not talking about meta. You're the one that's going in.
Well, I'm not talking about meta either, dummy.
Bro, are you okay, dude? Like, you need to chill out.
You're done.
Is this not just grooming though? At the end of the day,
It literally is. You think that a random 12-year-old can make a decision permanent for his life? Like that's fucking mental.
Right, so I'm
Wait, are we being trolled? I think we're being trolled.
All right. Good day, Sword. Have a good day. Yeah, no, it's not grooming. It's what's considered to be medically efficacious, right? I'm not arguing to sexualize children in any way. That's completely messed up. I don't agree with any of that.
That's literally what this is.
How?
Well, when you affirm a child's, the only way I can really describe its delusion is to give them surgery or some type of hormone imbalance to affirm that.
Are you aware that that gender is something that has been discovered, not an indoctrination like what you just said?
Yes, but what's happening now? Because this is never happening in the last 30 years.
Do you agree that it is a discovery?
I think everything's a discovery. Yes, everything's been discovered at one point.
Okay, so it's not an indoctrination.
No, it definitely can be. Not the gender itself.
If it is a discovery,
well, the indoctrination would come in.
It's like saying that I'm indoctrinating somebody into gravity.
No, this one, things can definitely be a net negative. And what I'm trying to explain to you
What
is
is a
what
net
child
negative?
has
What are
the
you talking
full
about?
mental
Where's the
capacity
net
to
negative?
understand the scope of
Where is the
this.
net negative? What are you talking about?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm explaining to you here. We don't allow kids to drink. We don't allow kids to go to bars. We don't allow
I
them to go
agree.
to sex stores. Why are we allowing them
agree.
to change their entire sex?
So we're not allowing them themselves to make that decision. I believe it should be a decision that is made by a medical professional and the parent.
So if they're like a porn addict, do you just send them to a bunch of sex stores?
If they're a porn addict?
Yeah, do you do that? Or if they're
No.
if somehow they, I don't know, maybe they snuck a little drink of alcohol from their
No,
parents one time and
and
now they're an
being
alcoholic,
trans
do you
has
just give them
nothing to
alcohol?
do with that. With
No, this is exactly
sexual
what it is, because there's reasons why there's age limits
No,
for this
that's
stuff.
probably
Why
what
do you think
you're
there should not be
think
one
it
for
is.
this?
That's what you think it is. But given the
Then
fact
even
that,
this
for
other guy was bringing it
example,
up, you start
given
at
the
4
fact
years
that, for
old?
example, for trans women, for trans women, they actually literally lose their libido. So no, it's not about specifically your sexual attraction. That has been wholesale rejected.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. Okay.
It has. They like. I'm sorry. Does reducing your testosterone reduce your libido? It does.
No, it's deeper than this though. Like it's not
Correct.
just the
It is
transition
deeper. I
part.
agree.
Do
It's
you
way deeper.
genuinely think about this? Do you genuinely think a child can fully understand the scope of the issues with the brain connectivity and everything
No.
else that happens after this? Do you
No.
really think they can understand that?
No.
So how are they allowed to do stuff like this? How are they
No.
allowed to
We're
alter
getting-
their entire
we're getting-
body
we're-
for this
we're
before
getting
they
a
even hit puberty?
We're getting a phone call. Hold on. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, it's Merc from the other day. How you doing?
Hey, Merc. What you want to talk about?
What you guys are talking about. With all of this, the general topic, I think the point of disconnect is that there's a sort of politicization of the soft sciences in a lot of ways. Like when you look at...
Do you believe that endocrinology is a soft science?
No, but like when you look at somebody like John Money, right?
Yeah, I mean, like he did some
of,
horrible things. I agree.
And or even Freud, right, with a lot of his theories that are
I
even
agree.
more foundational.
Freud has done some gross things too.
It kind of, I think, but I think there's two things to discuss here. There's the hard science of endocrinology, and then there's sort of the social politicization on it's
Well, I believe that it is actually the anti-trans legislation that has created the politicization. It has been pretty much accepted throughout the 70s, in the 80s, and the 90s that you apply gender affirming care on children that are suffering through gender dysphoria, or I guess like back then it was considered gender identity disorder. It has been it was like hey, this is what you do. Like this is the recommended care based on the DSM-5's criteria of treatment. And it's only until recently that it has come into vogue, and people are just losing their mind over something that just like the empirical science is not on their favor for.
Okay. I mean, I would still argue that, the science is up for the, I mean, what about, like the percentage of people who go on to have fulfilled lives after gender affirming care? Has that been like solidly, like, it seems like there's a lot of problems.
Yeah, it works.
With people.
No, they find that they're quite happy.
Well, I mean, that's not, I mean.
Yeah, it's like a really tiny percentage of people that actually regret this treatment. Like a super tiny percentage.
No. I'm not saying regret. I'm not saying that. I'm talking more about the amount of self-harm that happens.
Yes, I do believe that self-harm occurs, and the self-harm occurs because of largely ostracization from their friends and family and their job prospects because of all of the intense politicization around trans people. So I literally think that it's because of prejudice, not because of like the treatment in and of itself.
Yeah, I just, is the argument that just telling the child, hey, we understand you feel this way. We're going to give you the most amount of support possible, but just wait to see how you feel in a couple years.
I mean, they got to check on them, sure. Like, they don't just leave them alone. They're constantly checking on them to see how they're doing.
well, you're their parent. I would hope that you would.
Yeah.
And take them to a psychologist, a endocrinologist, and say, like, look, if you could just maybe wait, we're going to support you 100%. But when it comes to these medical procedures, maybe just wait a few more years until you're 18 or something, and then make that decision yourself.
What? No, because the problem is that if somebody genuinely has gender dysphoria, they often, if they wait till 18 years old, then they actually end up having to do more invasive treatments, such as like surgeries and whatnot, whereas like a hormone blocker is perfectly acceptable. And if you regret for whatever reason, that you could just go off of hormone blockers and you're fine. Right? Because what we're talking about, right, is not like changing like their hormones or whatever. It's just like pausing their hormones.
Going back to that previous caller, at what age then do you think a child? I don't agree with the point. I was not holding a wiener at 4 years old and thinking anything like sexual like that. I'm not really sure where he got that idea from. But if at what age do you think a child has the cognitive ability to make that decision and understand the full consequences? I mean, just because they're playing
at 18 for themselves.
I'm sorry?
For themselves, it would be at 18. But I believe that a parent needs to be involved and a doctor needs to be involved when they're a minor.
Okay, and you're trying to tell me that the decision that these parents make along with all these doctors is just strictly based in science and there's zero politicization involved?
Well, yes, that's correct.
Specifically
regarding doctors, it is. It's the anti-trans legislation that is entirely politicized.
Don't get angry at me, please, when I'm going to say this. But the type of people that you see who have children like that, okay, they're a certain type of person. Okay?
Yeah, they're accepting of trans people. Yeah, I agree.
No, I mean, come on, they have pink hair and piercings.
No, they're accepting of trans people.
So they're more inclined to lead their child down that line.
No, they're just not. They're not inclined to abandoning their child when that does happen. In fact, you'll find that I believe among children, I think it is. I think the overwhelming majority of kids who are homeless are literally trans kids. They're being abandoned by their conservative parents. And the end result is that they just disown them, and then they're like, "You're no son of us or daughter of us," which is horrendous. It should never happen.
Why are you talking in a binary though? There's probably plenty of parents who love their children and support them, but want them to just be a little cautious about gender-affirming care.
I mean, I just think that should be up to a doctor and all that, and not like, be terrible to their kid.
I agree, but how can you argue there's no social, political impact to these decisions?
Well, there is. The right is making that. They're doing exactly that. I agree.
But you can't. So what are the odds of how many children who are born to parents with a certain predisposition to have maybe going to a certain doctor who already has a certain predisposition to thoughts as well?
Yeah, I mean, well, hold on. You have to be a trained doctor, and you have to have passed specific courses in order to even apply this type of treatment. A general doctor is not allowed to do this. But this is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. I would not want like some crazy, blue-haired nutbag that, just wants to only affirm, I want to do whatever is medically efficacious.
Yeah, but it's a soft science, dude. This isn't a STEM.
It is a hard science.
You're acting like
we're talking about the healthcare of children. This is not a soft science.
It is a soft science.
It is, and also a soft science also does not indicate that it is false. That's not how that works. So like a lot of right wingers, what they'll do is that they'll say something is like a soft science, but then appeal to economics for their like why we ought to do austerity. Like it's fucking insane. Like it's just intending to like demonize the position.
To it? I mean, I don't.
I'm just
why
saying,
does it
like, a
have
lot of
to
people
be a
do this. I'm not.
binary?
Yeah, I'm just saying a lot of people do this.
But that's not me, and that's not the argument I'm making.
Okay, that's
Why
good.
can't there be
I mean, but then why
some kind
why
of
did you
middle-
bring up if it's a soft science if it is not intended to discredit psychology, I guess, or whatever science you're referring to?
Well, it's not discrediting. It's like
I'm asking, like, what was the purpose? If it was just not intended to discredit it, then why label it as a soft science?
Well, to bring up, I could when I say
The answer is it is to discredit it. Right? I think we can put two and two together there, right?
But you're going to argue it's just admit it's a soft science. I mean, it can be. It can.
Yeah,
be,
I don't think that
manipulated
if something is a soft science, therefore it's false. That's not how that works.
Then, so you're saying that a science that's influenced by the times, by social discourse, by the political whims of the day is more objectively true, or equally objectively true, than a science based in mathematics.
No.
Well, right.
So therefore, what? It's invalid. Are soft sciences invalid?
Therefore, if these are sciences are influenced by all these factors,
I mean, like you're talking about like humans and their like behaviors. Like, of course, it's going to be like there's not going to be involved in math. Like that doesn't mean they're like. Do you think the placebo effect is real? That's a soft science. It's literally discovered by psychologists. But it's like super helpful in like the medical field. So like, just because it's a soft science doesn't mean therefore ignore. Like it doesn't work that way.
No, but you can't apply it. You can't apply it to you can't apply the placebo effect to a 100% rigid. It's always going to work.
Yeah, you can. We do that all the time. That's literally what we do.
Who's going to have the placebo effect?
Huh?
Not everybody has the placebo effect. That's not saying that's not the same
everybody
thing
has the placebo effect. What is this? Why? Everybody has the placebo effect. Where are you getting that?
No, they don't. What are you talking? Not everybody has the placebo effect.
Yeah, they do.
Not everybody you give tell somebody that this pill is going to do this for you. Then they feel that way. That's just
yeah, they do. If they're convinced, they do. That's literally what the placebo effect is.
Right, but it only applies to a certain percentage of people.
I don't know what you're
going to argue.
I don't know what you're arguing at this point.
I'm arguing about soft science, the fact that psychology, sexology, and all this stuff are influenced by social, political, entertainment trends of the time, which can then trickle down to how the parent feels.
Yeah, I mean, if you have something that is like
to apply that to their child.
If you have something that is like more efficacious, which is kind of what I was arguing to begin with, was like, hey, what is more efficacious than the current like gender affirming care? They don't have an answer to this because they're not aware of any care that is more efficacious. They're just not aware of it.
Well, this is going to go down to what we talked about the other day. It's your definition of what efficacious is.
I'm saying like effective. No, that's a very rigid medical term.
Right, but I would argue that a more efficacious, or somebody would argue that maybe just, well, I guess if you're going to be down the line that later on in life, so I guess if later on in life, them starting transition, like at 18 equals that they're going to have more invasive or, have to go through more steps to get to where they want to be, I'd argue that making a decision that's affecting their physiological state, their mental state,
interesting,
that could cause them to, have, you're going to say it's not irreversible, but just, the effects that hormones have on your mental well-being or whatever for the next, however, if you started at 12 until they're 18, right? I mean, they're going to have certain effects from that.
I'm streaming. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, if you click my live, you can hear the call. Sorry, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I just think that if there's bad things on both sides, right? And
well, there's like what we know works, which is gender affirming care. And then there is like the politicization of it that people are causing, specifically among Republicans, because they want to establish their heteronormative orthodoxy as opposed to whatever the science is.
Okay, well, we just could all debate about law, about like what whether or not there should be legal standards for this, because I'm not arguing that at all. I don't think there should be.
Okay, sick. So you're okay with the idea of gender affirming care for minors?
No, I just don't like the government getting involved in it.
You don't want the government getting involved, but you don't want it to be legal for gender affirming care for minors.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
I'm asking. I'm trying to understand your position. I'm trying to clarify what you mean.
I would like to. I guess I would like it to not be so in vogue. I agree. We've kind of.
I agree. I think we just need to go back to what it was, which is they would just apply whatever is efficacious, and it was up to doctors and boards that understand their field of study. That's what I think.
But like I said, it's I don't see how you don't see how there's a certain. I think the bigger argument on a bigger level here is how what is like these sort of sciences. How do we, as a society, kind of
hello, Amanda?
Hey, Southcat, click the live. We're streaming. We're
cool.
We're in a call right now.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, I just think I think there's all.
No, it's fine. I didn't know you were streaming.
People are going to feel like there is a certain, like I said, that there's a certain politicization that enters certain sciences, based on.
Yeah, and it's the anti-trans the anti-trans ideology that pushes that. Not the pro-trans side.
Well, there's pro-trans ideology too.
No, there's not. There's not.
There is.
It's the same way where there is no like pro-gravity ideology. There's just either acknowledging the facts or disregarding them. Right? We know that there is that the bimodal distribution of sex isn't perfectly aligned to only male, only female. There clearly are intersex people, and we also observe differences in hormones, even among transgender people, from transgender adolescents to transgender adults, that do not match the typical bimodal spectrum that is that is typically seen among cisgender counterparts. There's also social imperatives that are clearly seen as quite different that we exhibit in our daily behavior and the performative nature of being trans. So it's the question of whether or not we're willing to acknowledge that reality, or if we just ignore it and say that it's just an ideology. In reality, it is not an ideology. The fact that it can be exhibited in different cultures is a really good example that it is not an ideology.
Well, what do you mean it's not an ideology? It says who? I mean...
It says me. I'm telling you it's not an ideology. It's not.
Right, and some people would say that it is.
I understand that. It's people who have an ideology where they want to establish the heteronormative orthodoxy instead of acknowledging the facts. I agree.
And
there are people. That's why I call their position. That's why I call it. It is the anti-trans ideology.
You want to but some people say you want to destroy the nuclear family.
Yes, exactly. They want to. Yes, they want to protect heteronormative orthodoxy. It's literally exactly what I just said.
You think there's a problem with the nuclear family?
No, I don't think there's a problem with the nuclear family. You can have your nuclear family. That just doesn't revoke the existence of trans people.
No, nobody's saying that,
but that's what they're doing. They want to expunge trans people, and they literally want to get rid of, say, studies that talk about trans people and the existence of trans people, despite that this can be exhibited in multiple different cultures and fields and the bimodal spectrum of sex and gender. We're able to exhibit this. Like it just is. And the question is whether or not people are willing to acknowledge it.
Yeah, but what about you don't think that more people in modern times who might not have been this way 300 years ago are influenced by, we've seen the huge disproportionate jump in the amount of...
Well, considering like hydras had existed since like what, like as far back as like 1200 AD, and that we were able to exhibit a literal transgender skeleton from like 2100 BCE. I could show you that exact archaeological finding if you want, but...
What's a transgender skeleton?
What a transgender skeleton would be? Yeah, so like, let's say, for example, if you see like a female typical, like a female typical burial, where it's like you see like the rites of passage is clearly female, but then you observe the skeleton and it's male, would be an example of a transgender skeleton.
That's a societal thing.
Yes. I mean, I'm saying that being trans, of course it has a social element to it. Sure. But I'm saying I'm willing to acknowledge its existence, and it is the anti-trans ideology that pushes against it.
Okay, but I'm sorry for taking the time. Final thought. I think that there's reasonable people who don't want to say that trans people don't exist, but what they do say is that that in modern times when you see the cover of Time magazine with Pharrell Williams wearing a dress saying the new masculinity, that people get scared that it's affecting a certain
it goes against the heteronormative orthodoxy. I agree. It does.
I mean, I would argue that I would argue. I mean, you're gonna how can you not say that there can't be a political and art and entertainment influence on young people, maybe who don't have gender dysphoria.
It just is increasing acceptance for trans people in the sense that like we didn't force kids to be left-handed. We forced them away from being left-handed. And then when we realized that it's stupid to presume that that's like a sin that to be like taught out, that we're just like causing needless suffering upon children, we simply allowed people to be left-handed, and that resulted in a sudden increase in people being left-handed. It's just increasing like visibility, and so you're observing it. And so
I've heard that
you would perceive that it's an increase when it's in reality they've always been there. The question is whether or not you're willing to acknowledge them.
You're arguing left-handedness is the same as gender dysphoria?
Well, not all trans people have gender dysphoria, but it's a good analogy, yeah.
Right. Okay, but I mean, I it's sort of one of those false equivalency analogies. I mean, we're talking about.
How is it a false equivalency?
Well, because your argument is that being trans and is strictly is not influenced by the outside world. It's only from within you.
You're saying that, I mean, there's a combination of outside and inside. Like, I don't know what.
Okay, so how do we get that equation down right then?
There's no equation for that. You're talking about the human condition. There's no way to get that into like an equation.
Okay, so some people would argue that there would be a underswelling of certain types of people who want to bring down certain values to push this ideology onto young people. It's
not an ideology. For the final time, it's not an ideology. I mean, like, if we exhibit, for example, in Germany, where we discovered that there was differences in hormones across people and it caused differences in behavior, which then results in which then results in, I think, like World War II, where they then murdered the scientists that discovered that, and then they burned the books and the research on it.
Yeah, I understand that.
We've discovered it independently. The question is whether or not that we're willing to acknowledge its existence.
Right, but that doesn't, this line of thought is saying we have discovered that we're saying that this is it isn't an ideology, it's a hard science, so therefore it is.
What
I'm saying
that it's not an ideology, it's a discovery, which is true. It's not an ideology. It is a mischaracterization to call it an ideology. It is in fact heteronormative orthodoxy that has an ideology to push. There is no ideology for trans people.
Why do you keep saying heteronormative? Like, I'm not arguing that.
I know you're not arguing that. I'm saying the powers that be, people, they argue the heteronormative orthodoxy.
They could argue that it's better.
They're saying there can
society
only be the binary. It cannot be anything else.
Okay, I'm not arguing that.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that the powers that be are doing that.
I might argue it's healthier for society in general, but
no, disagree. I think acknowledging people's existence and then applying human rights and decency to people is super important. And if it doesn't stop with trans people, it's going to continue on to women. And if it doesn't stop at women, it's going to continue on with minorities. And if it doesn't stop with minorities, it will not stop until all that is left is the Christian theocracy.
No, you can go the other way though and say that masculinity is dying. That
you can be masculine in my world. Like trans people and masculine people can exist alongside each other in kumbaya.
Right, but there's a certain war against masculinity that's going on. I mean,
I disagree.
Like I said, when that Pharrell
I disagree.
Williams
like being trans is way less appealing than being masculine. People love you when you're masculine. People are celebrated for being masculine. You're derided for being trans. So no, there's no war on masculinity.
Have you seen high schools lately? Have you seen them? There's obviously oh man, this is exhausting.
Appreciate your call.
Yeah, take care, man.
You have a great day. Sorry about that. We're open up again. We can all talk.
Bunch of bollocks.
What I said?
No, what he said.
Okay.
She's like, have you seen high schools today? I'm like, yeah, dude.
Have you seen high schools today?
I'm recently out of high school. Like, there's not like trans people everywhere. It's not
I've always thought
femboys everywhere.
I've always thought that like from what I heard, like in high schools, like if you are trans, then you're made fun of worse than anybody else. Like I've always. Yep. Is that not the case? Like that's at least
that
what my brother told me when he was going through high school. Is like I was curious because I was like, who's the nerds? Like, because something happened where it's like, hey everybody, anime is cool, video games are cool. Everybody loves anime and video games. When back then when I was growing up, because I was into anime and video games, I was the fucking nerd. You know, they were like, fuck you, nerd. And then they fucking, they didn't like me because I was a nerd. And I was like, fuck you. I like anime and video games. I like them. I don't care if you guys, call me a nerd or whatever. Go watch your fucking sports games. Sports suck. I hate sports. They suck. I don't like sports. And then like for whatever reason, like the fucking 2010s roll by, and now it's like, yeah, everybody plays video games. Literally everybody. I'm like, bro, where were y'all? And then so I asked my brother, my baby brother, who's like 20 years, like 14 years younger than me. And I'm like, hey, who are the nerds now? Because like obviously it's not like gamers. Like everybody loves gamers. You know what he said? He said trans people.
Definitely.
I was like, shut the fuck up. It's trans people. He's like, yeah, dude, they're like the new nerds. I'm like, bro, that sucks. God, that sucks.
No, you know what I think? Hi, Amanda. Hi, everyone. I'm a nerd. I think nerds are cool. Doesn't matter. Nerd is a good thing to be. Also, just with regard to that conversation, I think a great name for a band would be the Transgender Skeletons. Wouldn't that be awesome?
The transgender skeletons.
No,
I can
nerds
pull.
used to be cool.
I can pull
I
up
think-
that study that the transgender skeletons. Let me see. Seriously, it's a real thing.
That'd be fucking great.
I think
name.
nerd was just a
But-
name place for what was assumed to be social outcasts who like didn't affirm to like some normative standard, which fits pretty good in the community. Makes sense.
And
Although I
nerds
think
are just
there's an
people that are
assumption.
like mavens. I mean, I just see them as mavens, like people that are
Right.
interested in things, you know? Which is
So it says
Yeah.
here. Here, I'll pull it up on Chrome. Why is this fucking move? Sorry, I have to move this. I don't know where the fuck to put this. Fucking. Archaeologists have discovered a 5,000-year-old skeleton in which they believe may be the remains of a transgender person. The male skeleton was found in a suburb of Prague and is buried in a manner previously only seen for female burials. The body is believed to date between 2900 and 2500 BC and was the corded ware culture of the Copper Age. Men's bodies from that age and culturally are usually found buried with their heads toward the west and with weapons. But this skeleton was found with its head toward the east and was surrounded by domestic jugs, as women's bodies from the time are usually found. At a press conference in Prague yesterday, archaeologists theorized that the person may have just been transgender or third sex. Kamila Remisova, the head of the research team, said from history and ethnology, we know that when a culture had strict burial rules, they never made mistakes with these sort of things. Archaeologist Katerina and Semradova told Czech Position, we believe that this is one of the earliest cases in what could be described as a transsexual or third gender grave from the Czech Republic. This is not the first time a skeleton has been found buried as a member of the opposite sex. One woman from the Mesolithic period who was assumed to be a warrior was found buried with weapons. Interesting. Trans man and trans women. Isn't that wild?
It is interesting, you know. I mean, it's,
You would
know,
assume.
we've got all
You would
this
assume one way, you know?
communication. Absolutely. I mean, if anyone thinks that transgender or gender has just appeared, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's been around forever, you know? Do you know what I mean? Hasn't it? You'd think so, wouldn't you? Like people, gay people. Yeah, anyway. It's just that I don't know if you can hear me, but
No,
anyway.
I can hear you. Anybody
Yeah.
can talk, by the way. This is open floor.
Okay. Awesome. So I think earlier you guys talked a lot about like what was it? Like if they had any alternative methods other than gender affirming care, yeah? Well, I would be more asking how effective are the current gender care thing? Like how effective is it? I think that's the actual contention with most people. I don't think they think that's.
I think it depends on person to
effective.
person. I think it depends on person to person.
Okay, well, but how is it in general on average, right?
Yeah,
How is
it's
it on average?
moderately effective. But
Moderately.
It's currently the most effective way that we're aware of to treat gender
Moderately.
dysphoria.
Okay, can you like explain what moderately effective means?
Like 60, 70%.
To 60-70% what?
Like success. Like I mean, if you're asking for a
success?
generalization here, where it's like it's probably more complex than what I'm saying, but if I had to put a number to it, it's probably about 60-70%.
Well,
for treating gender dysphoria. But gender dysphoria, just so you're aware, is like a multifaceted issue that requires like multiple different fields.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna paste something in chat from the Wiley Online Library, and that is a meta study. Is it meta analysis? Yeah, meta analysis, and like on hormonal therapy and sex reassignment, and it comes to the conclusion that like the conclusion is only very low quality evidence. Like there's nothing, it's not the best. So the research at the moment is saying it is not the best effectiveness, and like there is like low quality evidence, there's very low quality evidence. This here in the conclusion, it says very low quality, and very low quality means that effectively a good study can come around and basically contradict everything and anything that they were concluding here.
So you're saying that like gender affirming care doesn't work?
I'm saying that the current meta-analysis show that it's not as effective as it should be, or as you lead people to believe to be. That's what I'm saying.
So does it work or does it not work?
Well, the study shows it might work, but not really, like very low quality evidence.
Very low quality evidence? What does that mean?
Very low quality, yes, sir. Well, are you aware, like, there's like some grading systems? Like, I'm not like, academically schooled or anything.
I mean, like,
but
the problem that I'm having is like you're providing like a single.
You know what?
You're providing a
yes.
single study to like refute like,
but it
like
is
hundreds and hundreds of studies on this topic.
All right.
In multiple different fields.
I gotcha. This study, I sent this study in particular because it is a meta-analysis. This is like not a single
Yeah, I mean,
study.
I've shown tons and tons of meta-analysis on gender affirming care and how it is effective.
Sure. Could you provide some? Could you maybe provide
Sure.
some meta-analysis on gender
Sure.
affirming care?
Sure. So I'm currently using there's an AI app called consensus.app where it specifically aggregates like thousands of studies.
Mm-hmm.
And so here we go.
Okay, which ones? Let's see.
So it says here, overall, gender affirming care is generally associated with better mental health and quality of life, though most evidence is observational. Not all outcomes improve for everybody. So it's 39 yes, 44 possibly, 17 is mixed, and 0% say
What
no.
study?
Gender affirming care includes puberty blockers, hormone surgeries, psychosocial interventions. Across many studies and reviews, most report improvements in depression, suicidality, gender dysphoria, and aspects of quality of life after treatment, with few documented harms. But the evidence of quality is often low to moderate. Mental health and suicidality.
I actually want something from you.
Yeah, I will provide the studies as I read it. I will provide the studies as I read it. In transgender and non-binary youth, starting puberty blockers or gender-affirming care's hormones was linked to 60% lower odds of depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality over 12 months compared to those not starting treatment. And so this is on the paper. Where the fuck is it? Mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary. Let me pull that up. Sorry, just give me a sec.
Okay. So my study.
Yeah, so this is from the JAMA network here. So there's the first one.
JAMA network.
Yeah, that's one.
And what is that?
Systematic
What is
reviews of
that?
adults find
Okay,
hormone therapy is generally associated with reduced depressive symptoms, psychological distress and anxiety, and often improved quality of life. So this is study 2.1 and 3.1. I'll go ahead and provide both of those. Give me a moment while I pull that up.
Results among 104.
So here's a Nature article that shows that. And then there is a second one that also provides that hormone therapy, mental health, and quality of life among transgender people. Just give me a sec. Here it is. Here's that paper.
A systematic review. Okay. So here's the issue.
Reviews of the gender affirming surgery report lower depression.
You haven't provided me with a meta-analysis.
This
is a systematic review, you know.
Yeah, what do you think?
If you have
what do you think
you have a systematic review.
Hey, are you okay?
I am okay. Yes, sir. So,
Am I
like,
talking
you
to,
provide me a systematic review, and I want a meta-analysis.
I just realized, like, your name is Kitchen.
You know what this is?
And it says that you're a racist. Are you a racist?
Well, because I'm racing in Forza Horizon right now.
Okay. Anyway, reviews of gender affirming surgery report lower depression, anxiety, and suicide attempts, and higher life satisfaction and happiness after surgery. So we can pull up the mental health quality of life outcomes of gender affirming surgery, a systematic literature review. I'll go ahead and provide that.
Systematic review. Or is there a meta-analysis? Okay.
Yeah, I'm literally giving you a meta-analysis right now. That's literally what we're doing. Like, what do you think consensus.app is doing?
But you haven't listed me.
Yeah, so you ask it an open
single meta-analysis or meta-study so far.
I mean, there are meta-analysis for this, like the efficacy of
where? Please send me.
Okay.
Like, just don't spam links with systematic reviews. I'm aware there's a ton of systematic reviews, but there's
results.
I want a meta-analysis. Sure. That's what it boils down to. Are you aware why I'm asking for a meta-analysis and not a systematic review?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Sorry, just give me a moment.
It took me a while to find my own things too. Don't worry about it.
I can't find it. I don't know where the hell it is.
Okay. I mean,
you're asking for you asked specifically for multiple for what I pulled up was a consensus argument on this.
Okay.
And so
sure.
what it is that it's grabbing from multiple different studies to determine on an open-ended question, is gender affirming care effective? The answer is yes. It is overall. There's in fact not a single study that actually says gender affirming care is not effective. So I guess like what my question is that if somebody has a problem with gender affirming care towards minors, that they provide like an alternative, something that would be more medically efficacious and it has less side effects and it is more effective, is kind of what I'm expecting. But you and I both know that doesn't exist.
Okay. I sent you one other just to help you out a bit, but yeah, I mean, I kind of already went across the study.
So just FYI, like, did you look at any of my studies, or did you just kind of like just wanted me to like flounder around for that?
No, I wanted to see if you could find anything like, like a meta-analysis on that, because, systematic reviews they're okay if you want to like come to.
You're going to tell me a systematic review is not science. You can't use systematic reviews.
But if you want a consensus, you should go meta-analysis.
I mean, to be fair, right?
Like, I just sent you, by the way.
Hold on.
I sent you another
to be
one,
fair, right? It's kind of hard to address co-founding variables when you're talking about a meta-analysis, right? Like you can't just like look at like the human condition, put it into a giant meta-analysis and think like that's why we can't find a good meta-analysis on this.
Okay. Well, but the thing is, we have a meta-analysis, and like the results show.
Yeah, and it lumps it all into one distribution, and then makes a sweeping outcome saying that there's not enough evidence. I mean, if that's like genuinely a problem, right? Then probably what I would want to know is, hey, what is something that is more efficacious than the current gender affirming care standard?
Well, I mean.
Like what did let me ask you this, like do scientists agree with gender affirming care? Hey, do scientists agree with gender affirming care?
I think you're like
It's a pretty quick yes. It should be just yes. You should just say yes to this.
Because
It's a very quick yes.
I still want to go back to something you said.
Well, I'm clear, right? That the scientists do agree gender affirming care is effective, right? You agree that scientists agree that gender affirming care is effective, right?
I'm trying to.
Do scientists agree that gender affirming care is effective?
You're kind of like running away from the.
What? No, you're the one that's running. You're the one that's not answering the question.
I wasn't really able to address what you said.
You're not addressing the question.
You're not even answering his question.
You're not even answering the most simple question.
The point is not.
Do scientists agree that gender affirming care is effective?
Well, the scientists here say that very low quality evidence, but.
Do scientists agree that gender affirming care is effective?
They say very low quality evidence.
I agree with you. I agree with you that there should be more studies on this, right? But despite the fact that the United States is banning this, but regardless of the political nature of it, in a desire to actually study more, I guess like the question is do scientists agree that it's effective? Is it effective?
Well, scientists agree here that it is very low quality evidence.
Is it effective? Are you okay? Is there something wrong with your brain where you can't like? Okay, so you're not answering the question. You don't like the.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't like the realization. Even in your. What country are you in? What country are you in, buddy?
A nice Western country.
What country?
Nice. I'm not gonna say Iraq here.
What? I'm in Florida. Now it's your turn.
No.
He's not going to. He's probably
objection relevance.
What a pathetic.
Relevance to this conversation.
He probably lives in some shithole country, dude.
Actual idiot. Holy shit.
Idiot.
Good God.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, you won't engage.
You're trying to
not
say,
engaging at all. You're not even trying to. No, I'm not trying to push anything. I'm trying to push the acceptance of trans people. Right now, realizing that trans people are demon creatures and wanna stop the heteronormative orthodoxy, despite the fact
if it's so effective, where's the meta study?
Also,
you don't need a meta study, you idiot.
If we need more data, say we need more data. But you say it's already
meta-analysis don't provide more data, you fuck. It just combines a bunch of different studies into one. That's what it does.
Also, what this guy cited, dude, what you cited from PMC NCBI, whatever, that link, the NIH one. That one it's been corrected. It has been corrected since then. He didn't even post the most updated article on this matter, and it was
let's pull
corrected.
that up. Hold on, let's pull that up. Where's the
which one was it?
Study.
It's the only one that you sent.
Okay.
No, I've sent two.
Which, by the way, just FYI, just to be clear.
I've sent the Wiley Online Library one, and I've sent the other one. The other one, it has been corrected. But that was
the meta-analysis one.
No, it's another meta-analysis on sex reassignment surgery.
By the way, even if you look at the results, it says we identified 28 eligible studies. These studies enrolled 1833 participants with gender identifying who underwent sex reassignment surgery that included hormone therapies. All studies were observational and most lacked controls. Pulling across studies showed that after sex reassignment, 80% of individuals of GID reported significant improvement of gender dysphoria.
Yikes.
So this here is the very low quality
another study says 80% reported significant improvement in the quality of life. And this is your study. This is your meta-analysis. They're just simply saying that they want that they think that the evidence is low quality and that they need to improve on that.
Okay.
And I'm actually kind of curious, is there a rebuttal on this? Because that would be wild.
No.
A rebuttal on what?
The paper
on which study
submitted. Hormonal therapy and sex reassignment, a systematic review of meta-analysis of quality of life and psychosocial outcomes.
We're talking about are we talking about see what I posted in chat? I answered to the two studies. So the first one that I sent was the very low quality one that was on where was it? Wiley Online Library. Here, hormonal therapy and sex reassignment meta-analysis.
Yeah, and just FYI, right? The study that you even under your meta-analysis, the study does not conclude that hormone therapy is ineffective or harmful. Instead, it highlights limitations on the data available at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so not an argument.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
limitations on the data mean
It's not
data
there.
is
It's
bad.
not there to.
The current data is bad, and
all
we
right.
don't
So then,
know.
what is a
We
more
don't actually
effective?
know what the
What is
fuck
a more?
is going on.
What is a
Yeah.
more
Wait, so you-
effective way of treating gender dysphoria? Though, what's more effective?
So okay, here's the mistake that you're making. I'm simply saying it is bad.
Man,
You have
super
bad
not
evidence,
answering the question at all.
and I don't need to provide you evidence when
He's
your
not asking
own
for
evidence
evidence.
is
I'm not
bad.
asking for evidence.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
asking-
You,
I'm
you're
asking
trying to-
specifically what is more
You're trying to
effective.
get me to send you something.
I'm asking
I'm
what's
trying-
more effective.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
You don't know?
All right, cool. So since
Yeah,
you have no,
I don't- and
so
also, I
since
don't
you
need
have
to
no,
provide you data if
since
your
you
own
have
data
no,
is bad.
so since you have
I
no
don't need to
basis,
provide
hey,
data
so
when
since
your own
hey, so since you have no basis, then the answer is we're just going to keep doing
Well,
gender
you don't.
affirming
You have
care
bad evidence. Your
until
own side says bad
until you can
evidence.
provide
You
something
don't
that is
have
actually
any.
efficacious. Otherwise, you're just kind of poo-pooing everything
Okay.
for no reason.
Do you? Okay. Do you
Because
get
at the
what
end
I'm
of the
saying?
day, right, like you want to push like
You
the
get
heteronormative
my
orthodoxy.
argument. My argument is that
I understand your
your
argument. It's a
side
dumb
is
argument.
bad,
It's a really
yes.
bad, dumb
And
argument.
then
It's a dumb argument.
your
It's a
own
very dumb
evidence is
argument,
bad,
yeah.
and I don't need to provide you evidence if your
Got it.
own evidence is
I've
bad.
provided
You get
multiple
me?
bits of evidence. You provided a single meta-analysis, which is just combining a bunch of studies into one and then saying, hey,
Well,
this
no,
lacks,
actually, I
this
provide
lacks
you something
methodological
else
rigor.
for,
Okay,
but
fine,
for your
fair
side,
enough.
I
But
provided
that doesn't
you
really
another
address like whether or
meta-analysis.
not it's efficacious,
One that
whether or not
that's
any of this
actually
works. It
detrimental
doesn't
to
say
my
that
position.
that it doesn't work. It doesn't say any of those things.
It says very low quality evidence. The other one is about the regret rate
Do
on
you have
SRS.
anything else, or is
I
this
would
all
be
you
willing
got?
to go into
This
that
dude
if
just
you,
keeps
if you
hopping
want
on this
to,
dead
but-
pony and thinks that he's going to go somewhere.
Well, I mean, if you don't have good evidence yourself,
I've
and
provided
I don't need
good
to provide
evidence.
you counter data.
I've provided good
you-
evidence. I did provide good evidence.
You
actually.
get- no, you
And
didn't.
the scientific consensus is that gender affirming care does work. That is the scientific consensus.
Well, the
currently, right
scientific
now.
consensus is blown out the water by this study.
Oh,
Like,
by a
there's
single
no evidence.
meta-analysis. That's how that works. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's how. Yeah, that's how
Yeah,
it is.
all the
because if you don't
science is
have
wrong,
any
guys. Guys, this
meta-study,
one
then
paper
it's-
proves it
then it's
wrong.
bad,
That's it. That's how it works. You're an idiot.
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
You literally don't know how science works at all.
What you're referring to, Peachy, is literally like it's either A, they're astronomically wrong in that 1% number. Let's say that 1% number there's a 19% margin of error. Let's say it's 20%. Okay, it's actually 20% regret after gender affirming surgery. Okay, that's still 80%. So even if they made an egregious error in this study with a 19% margin of error, it would still be a lot better than what you're suggesting, which is, I don't know.
What?
Like you're just throwing your
the
hands
study,
in the air.
Okay, right now.
In order to
you're
invalidate
going
trans
on the,
people.
You're going on this second.
He's just
study,
he just
right?
wants
The
to
second
like at the end of the
study.
day, like I don't know
No,
if
I'm
he's
trying
like
to
stuck in
discuss the
Christian
other
orthodoxy
study,
or
because
whatever.
I actually
You
found
don't care about
some,
this stuff, dude.
Academic critique. No,
let
you
me
don't
let me
care
ask
about
you
this?
let me
You don't
ask you
care
this.
about
we're on
transgender
this.
science?
Peachy, we're on this
Why
study.
are we here? Why
Let me
you
ask
keep
you.
We're
doing
on this
that?
study.
Let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this. Have you
Which
read
study?
any books on gender? Any books at all? Any?
I've read studies.
Have you read
Is that
any
enough?
books on gender?
Why should
Okay, well, because you have so much critique.
Why do you need to read books to understand gender?
I think
You
that
have
if you're
to read
going
books
to,
to take questions.
I think
They
if
don't
you're
have-
gonna,
if
I
they-
think
if the
I think
pages
if
are
you're going
binded
to,
together, it doesn't
It's an
count.
argument from
I think if you, I think if
pages
you,
have to be
hey, you're on my show, guys. Hey, chill. So if you're, if I think if somebody is going to be as critical towards gender, towards transgender people, that rather than spending the time listening to podcasters who already at the time are just going to hate trans people, they're never going to show you anything that is going to be in favor. I would want to listen to what the opposite side is even saying to then understand the position that somebody holds. Take, for example, when I wanted to understand Nazis, I read Mein Kampf. Why? Because that's where they like to go for a lot of their information. They use Mein Kampf as an authoritative source. So like a good example would be like, hey, if I'm going to understand gender, and I'm going to disagree with gender, then I'm going to read Judith Butler or something. Do you see my point?
Okay, why would I need to read Judith Butler?
Yeah, so like what you're doing is that
gender.
Yeah, so what you're doing is that you're feigning like intellectual curiosity, when in reality you don't actually have any intellectual curiosity. You just want to hate trans people, given the fact that you have not spent a single moment reading about gender.
What do you mean? No.
That's literally what. Yeah, you just admitted that you don't read.
Books on gender are biased as hell. First of all,
it's biased.
Mein Kampf was also biased.
So is Mein Kampf. What prevents you from being able to read it?
You have to read books that are bound together. If the pages are bound together, it doesn't count as research. You're not curious if you read an article or if you read a study online.
You're arguing that you need to read a book.
I'm saying if you have so many critiques on it, I'm saying if you have all the critiques on planet Earth, if you have all the critiques on planet Earth with this, then spend the time to learn what it is that you disagree with.
It's like critiquing fascism.
Amender, I have gay sex with trans people.
Exactly.
I have gay sex with trans people.
Really dumb.
This is not. You're not the one I think I am.
Oh,
I'm
look, this guy. Sorry, this guy was
I
saying.
am.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Hold on. I apologize. It turns out he has. It turns out that he has trans friends. Okay, everybody, let him talk. He has trans friends.
He has black friends, guys. I swear.
Again, that's the same as saying you have
Great
to
argument.
read a book.
Friends?
Great argument.
They're not simply friends.
That's a better
I
argument
have
than saying you
trans
have to
friends.
read something that has pages bound
I wonder if there
together.
was ever any
That's a way better
racist that
argument.
said I had black friends. I wonder if that ever.
I've heard that
existed.
one before.
You've heard that one before? No way.
And if your own side,
Why don't you provide an actual rebuttal instead of like
if you
whatever
don't
dumb
have
shit you
good
guys are
data
doing?
yourself,
Man, the right
I
is
don't
really,
need to provide the
really
counter
getting cooked
data.
here, man. They can't
Kichi,
seem
nobody's
to-
asked you for data, dude.
seem to make
Nobody is
any
asking you for
arguments.
data.
What a shame.
But it is important. That is what it comes down to.
Kichi,
Like,
stop complaining
we
about us
need-
asking
we
you for
need
data when we haven't
studies.
asked you for
Dude,
data.
We've already
need
provided
fucking
studies.
studies.
You don't care about studies. You haven't even read a single book on gender. You don't
Also,
care
Kichi,
about
you
the
guys
studies.
responded when I-
You
oh,
never
just-
cared
just
about
the
studies.
ultra
Okay, let's go with the
Just
studies. Is there any is there
I've already
any
provided it.
any
And by the way,
control
your
group?
study
Is there any
shows effectiveness of
follow-up?
gender
Is there
affirming care.
any-
So I'm going to ask you once again, right? Because you
there's
ran
not.
away last time, right? Is gender affirming care effective?
Very low quality evidence says yes.
Yeah, not so is it effective? It is effective, isn't it? Is it effective?
With very
Is
low
it
quality
effective?
evidence, researchers say yes.
Okay, it's effective.
With very low
Okay, hold on, I already
quality
made this
evidence,
argument. You made this
meaning
argument before. I provided a rebuttal.
poor evidence.
What a dumb
Kichi, I already went through this.
Plain
Like,
English,
everybody
poor
says-
evidence,
yeah.
very poor evidence.
Okay,
Yes.
Kichi, dude, even if they made a
Very poor evidence,
even if they had a
asterisks.
20% margin of error, okay, even if they astronomically messed up the numbers, okay, it would still be 20% regret rate, which means that 80% of the time, people who undergo this will not regret it. You understand that, right? If
Okay,
they were wrong by an order of magnitude, it would still be better.
Okay, well, if you're gonna talk about the 1% now, I mean, I'm
Nobody
fine
is
to get
talking about
into
the
it. We didn't
1%.
really
They
talk
literally
about
said
it right now.
80%.
Like
You're not being in good faith.
Can you allow me to explain
No.
the one study that I? No, I can't explain the study that
That's
I.
correct.
That
What?
I
That's
I
correct.
Are you talking about the NA? Are you talking about the
The
NA?
1%
You're
study
dumb.
because we.
You're too dumb.
Yeah,
You can't do it. You're not allowed.
Too dumb.
Yeah, you're too dumb.
Huh.
Sorry. Too dumb.
Interesting. So I can't explain the one study that he is trying to have an argument about.
That's correct.
Like what it actually says.
That's
The
correct.
one that you-
Yeah, you're too dumb.
Okay, that is awesome. So you don't allow people to talk here and
That's
to
exactly-
in good
that's
faith
exact- that's exactly what I'm
explain the
doing, yeah.
studies. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay. Well, I mean,
Idiot.
kind of expected right here.
Yeah, you expect it.
Kichi, I don't know why you're like going on about how you can't talk while you're talking.
Well, I mean, I can't talk
I
because
know.
you
They
don't allow
always
me to
play
explain
cry
the
bully.
study.
It's so
I can't
funny, dude.
I can't explain the study.
Oh, that's why. Yeah. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You could never explain. You
Well,
weren't allowed
I mean,
to talk.
I can, if
further
you're
on.
interested, I can link
What an
you
idiot.
a
What a
critique
dumbass.
on this study. or is it?
Anyway, do you have any
Susan
arguments,
Bewley?
or are we just gonna keep going in circles? It's like, oh, it's very low quality.
No, I'm
therefore
trying
it's
to
false.
link something for Water the American here. Okay,
wait,
so
why are
Water-
we shifting? Wait, why are we shifting?
No,
Why are
no,
we
no,
shifting
no.
away from
This is the
study?
1%. This is the 1% study.
Oh, I
so
don't care about this study yet. Hold on, we're talking about
you don't
this
care
study.
about the
Hold on,
study.
no, yeah,
Well,
Gucci,
you
'cause we're talking about this study.
you said. Okay, even if it's
Gucci,
20%, even if it's
buddy.
20%.
We've been talking about this NIH study, which we provided, and you're trying to
What?
run away to a different study. Can we talk about this study and then we could talk about
The
that study?
Wiley study, or the
NIH study.
yeah,
Sorry,
the
yeah, the National
NIH,
Library,
yeah.
the NIH, National
The NIH
PMC,
and
PubMed
the
Central. Yeah.
NIH, yeah, the NIH study is the sex reassignment surgery study, which I'm trying to explain to you.
Is not just sex reassignment surgery. It's gender affirmation surgery. Gender affirmation surgery does not mean it's a sex change surgery. Those are not the same thing.
It is like
Common
the transgender
surgery is a different thing.
surgeries,
Those
right?
are different things, you
right?
idiot. Those are different things. Stop being an idiot.
It is that. This study is
Those are different
specifically
things.
about these
Stop
kind of
being an idiot.
surgeries.
No, it's about gender affirmation surgery.
You're not allowed to be
It does
dumb.
not
Yes,
say it's
which
gender
can be
affirmation.
sex reassignment
Try to
therapy.
operate
Yes.
in good faith here.
They can be, just like how any fascist can be a conservative, but not all
Why
conservatives
okay,
are fascist.
okay.
What's
Yeah,
in
but
bad
it
faith?
goes about the
What's in
studies.
bad faith is saying that gender affirming care is wrong or right when you're not elaborating on what gender affirming care is.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
Kate, I get
gender
it.
affirming care
you
can
can't be
gender
me.
affirming care can infer a sex reassignment. It can infer just psychological treatment with no. Yeah, sure.
Why sure? Why sure to a child?
Well, yeah, because there's gender affirming care. Let's say if I'm perfectly okay with the idea of social transition and assistance with a psychologist. Like, what's wrong with that? That's part of gender affirming care.
So children should not have the ability to. First, I could start with this.
Should children get
argument.
vaccinated?
It depends on which vaccines. Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
no.
Which like
Be
what?
aware.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you take care of
That was
children.
a big
You're very much in okay with
That is
the
a
idea
big
of like
twist,
taking
by
care
the
of
way.
children.
That was quite a deviation, if I will say.
No, I'm just pointing out, right, that you don't give a fuck about children. I just
Also,
wanted,
Kate, you
wanted
absolutely
to
do.
address that. You don't actually
Just
care
to be
about
clear,
children.
you did derail
where
our
did that come
conversation,
from?
Kate.
Well, it came up because you were so concerned about children, and it's
Are
obvious to me
you-
that right wingers don't care about children. They never did. They never do. They never
I'm
will.
sorry,
What they care about
really
ultimately
think
is
that.
control, and they want to force people into a heteronormative orthodoxy, and trans people make them uncomfortable, and they also consume the most amount of porn for trans people. So I just think that they are projecting quite often. And I think that that they just have a general disgust because, I don't know, the Bible tells them that they should be disgust to not lay with a man as they will with another man, yet go to like a fucking
So what
a
you're
shrimp
doing is you're
buffet.
stereotyping an
Yes.
entire group of people before
Yes.
you even hear one of them
Yes.
speak.
Yes.
Yes. Please.
Yes. That's literally what I'm doing. Correct. Yeah.
So
because people
there's
who
been a
argue
lot
the
of
anti-trans
times
position is
where
literally this.
so stereotyping historically has gone wrong
Uh-huh.
a few times.
I agree.
So it's also kind of where you can get a little bit racist. So if
It's
you don't
yeah,
want
yeah.
those
I mean, they'll
tendencies
sit there and have
qualities-
bunch of right wingers sitting there telling me that I'm the racist while wearing a Confederate flag and defending the Confederate flag. Like, okay, dude.
I'm just trying to point out the similar,
Yeah, no, you're misattributing the reality. The reality is right wingers that are openly racist, not left wingers. I mean, that's why you have ultimately right wingers and chuds arguing for like, hey, free Chud the Builder, like the dumbest fucking thing ever. Yeah, they do it all the time. They love racism.
I'm sorry that you're that
They literally just got rid of voting rights for black people. They literally they got rid of the Voting Rights Act on that basis. Yeah. And it was
Can you be
ultimately
racist
only
and
southern
have black
states that did this, right? Which are overwhelmingly Republican.
What is wrong with? What are you talking about?
What
I'm
is
just
wrong
telling
with
you
what?
the
No,
fact.
finish
I'm
that,
just
finish
telling you
that.
the
What's wrong with
facts.
that? What's wrong with
They
what,
just
Kate?
took away black people's voting.
Yeah, they take away the right. Yeah, they took away the impact of black people's right to vote. Yeah, they did.
Because of their skin color?
Yes.
Wait, black people can't vote in the South anymore?
That's not what he
So
said.
they
He said
can
the
vote, but
impact.
their power in being able to impact any change had basically eroded away with the with the repeal of the Voting Rights
Gerrymandering.
Act. Yeah, they've
Gerrymandering.
implemented gerrymandering that specifically impacted minority districts.
Was it Virginia or Kentucky? Which one did that?
I mean, there was a bunch of states in the South that did that,
No, they
including
made it
Florida,
more easy.
including
Actually, I'm so
my home
curious, why
state,
you-
Florida.
Banshee, real quick, I don't know why you're muted inside chat. Like, if you want to talk, like, you can talk, dude. Like, you're saying some crazy stuff. Like, I'd love for you to actually say it so that you could rewatch it and we could hear
And-
how dumb it sounded out loud. I feel like that'd be great. You know?
Banshee, you're making some good points. Nazis were bad.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know. It's
Incredible.
literally- yeah. It's like, wow.
His mic isn't working, unfortunately.
It's very convenient.
Very convenient. Everything is just distrust.
It's all a coincidence.
Maybe
You
it's a
already knew me
conspiracy.
before I jumped in here, so why
Maybe
should
it's a
I
con-
even talk?
Maybe
Hey,
it's a
you realize you
conspiracy.
derailed our conversation, right?
You're not allowed to talk.
Oh, what conversation? What conversation were you having?
What do you think we were
You're
just
not
sitting
allowed-
here
you're
for
not allowed
2
to talk.
hours, just like, man,
I
the weather's
listened for
fine
about
today?
She is not allowed to talk.
Of somebody trying to say, "Have you ever read this?"
don't-
That means you don't know anything about what gender is.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. Yeah, you haven't done any reading on the academia, and so therefore you don't know anything about it. You're just
And you still
talking
haven't
from the
answered
basis of
question
some
what
stupid
vaccines are
podcaster
bad.
who
You
has
still
no
haven't
idea.
answered that question,
There you
Kate.
go,
You still haven't answered that. Kate, you haven't
Back on
answered
track.
that question still about like vaccines. Like
I
what
thought I
vaccines are
derailed
not.
something,
What
so
vaccines
I
are
derailed it
not
for you
there?
guys. Why don't
Thank
you
That is
get
not
back
relevant
on
to the
track talking
conversation,
about
Can you
guys.
answer that question, Kate, or
That
no?
is not relevant to the conversation, guys.
No, it is kind of relevant because they're like concerned about children, but then they're perfectly. But listen, they're
it's
okay
not.
with
It's not. This
indoctrination.
is not
It's
the
just
topic.
not
It is
their
not the
type of
topic.
indoctrination,
You
right?
know, you did
They have to do
Objection,
the Christian
relevance.
indoctrination, not the transgender indoctrination.
Just like when you ask me where I'm from, objection relevant,
Yeah,
not
see, I
relevant
told
to
you.
conversation.
See, I told you.
bitch.
I told you.
Information.
They want to
Easy.
indoctrinate people, and I just want to educate people and establish critical thinking, and that's the difference.
Oh, so that's not your version of indoctrination.
No,
so wait,
indoctrination
you
is
can't answer that
literally the
question.
absence of critical thinking. It's forcing you to learn a specific way absent critical thinking. I would give people the critical thinking processes to realize whether or not something is correct versus false, whereas you have to have, say, the God thing that exists,
Well,
but
do you
even though
believe
we
that
can't empirically
morality
show
is
it to exist.
subjective?
Yes.
So you believe
all
it's
morality
all
is subjective. Yes.
Okay, so then what really gives somebody,
Watch
if it's
the
all
derail, the
just
derail.
taught to us,
Huh?
if it was all just taught to us, so you could just easily teach somebody, hey, this is your culture, we're really evil, and that's what the world would come to, because nobody would have a good
Well,
heart in
that's
that
true.
situation.
That's true regardless of what you believe in.
I don't think that that's true. I think that there's an objective wrong and right. That's why we have laws. Do you just
I think that there
why
is
should we have
a
laws?
That's why we have
no,
laws.
No,
Wait, what?
I think that there is a what I would refer to as a path to least resistance of morality. I think like we operate under the same environmental pressures as we do any other human. Like, for example, Chinese people need to eat and Americans need to eat, right? So there's this constant pressure of finding food and consuming food. And so the idea of, say, for example, like one person going to another person and taking their food forcefully is seen as like morally reprehensible because it's not like conducive to survival. So it's kind of the same thing pretty much everywhere. So I think that there is like a path to least resistance based on like the empirical surroundings that we have, but it is subjective as to why we care about that, like survival as opposed to not survival.
It seems like what we're talking about here, where it's like almost natural selection, you know, how we just take the easier path and then we get better. But really what it seems like humans are doing is declining. We're devolving, if you will. And
we're
then also
declining?
because of the laws of thermodynamics, entropy. Yeah, entropy
Well,
is
yeah,
happening.
Okay, yes.
Entropy always
yeah,
happening.
entropy is always
Getting
happening.
More mutations.
Yeah, entropy will always happen no matter what
which
you
is
do.
apparently what so a mutation is what causes the evolution or whatever. But
wait,
it doesn't seem like humans
What are you talking
evolving
about?
upward.
Wait, Kate,
What?
real quick.
No,
what
there
do you
is
mean
no
by entropy?
upward. There's just evolving. What are you talking about?
So what I'm saying is that we are developing more and more problems.
That, like, from an evolutionary standpoint?
Yes. Yes.
That's
What?
not possible. That's not possible. Evolution will always like choose whatever is most fit. That's it. It doesn't. I'm sorry. Like, it is through natural selection that it's choosing whatever is most fit. That's it. Are you all right?
Okay.
Brain blasted.
All right, cool. No problem. Glad to help. That was weird. Anyway, I'm drawing right now. We are taking calls. Phone numbers 202-998-5218. If you guys want to have a conversation, I'm right here. More than happy to hear you out. I didn't understand that weird, like, I guess, Christian orthodoxy that was kind of being thrown down my throat, and they didn't seem to understand basic evolution. That was weird.
No, natural selection is not basic evolution.
Are you willing to get into, like, Judith Butler and the like social construct of gender?
Sure.
Okay. So would you be willing to explain like what she says? Like,
yeah, so there's
your view on like how it is a social construct.
Yeah, so she argues like a really interesting, like, and it's something that I didn't like consider before reading her books, was the performative nature of gender. Basically, like, it's not like an actor where it's like, a person like puts on a costume and then they act a specific role. What she's referring to in performative nature is like every action that you make, like that you choose to make, that affirms like a specific gender. It's like a constant decision that you're always making all the time. If you say, for example, decide to wear a dress, or you decide to wear feminine clothing, you decide to wear makeup, you decide to, or maybe you want to look more masculine, so you decide to wear, tank tops, you try to go to the gym to, increase your muscles. These are behaviors which we associate them as like typically male or typically female, and you perform those roles, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
It kind of refutes like the whole idea where it's like, oh, can you just like say that you're like this gender and then that's it? Like, can I just like be an Apache attack helicopter, for example? It kind of it refutes that directly, in the sense that like there's no like social performative nature to being an Apache attack helicopter. I mean, if I had to guess, like what would that be like? Like you grafted Scud missiles to your arms, and then you like caved out your entire torso and put in like a huge engine, and then you have it physically attached to like a spinning rod, and then you grafted your legs together to make like a tail, and like it put in like landing gears on your chest or whatever, and then now you're flying around. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, you can never have
masculine and feminine gender.
Yeah, sure. So I would like, my question would be, do you believe that it is like actually just a social construct? So if I say I'm a man or a woman, is it actually just a social construct?
I think it's a combination. It can be biological. Yeah, I think it can be biological, and it can be social. This is where me and Judith Butler kind of like divulge, I guess. I've just read, there was another book that I read called Brain Gender by Melissa Hines that was addressing specific like neurological responses that affect like male and female, and they are deterministic in those aspects. But that's not to say like every aspect of gender is like determined.
Would you say that it's masculine and feminine?
What would be like masculine and feminine, like traditionally?
Like, is that? I mean,
I don't know, like fruity drinks is like typically, fruity drinks is typically regarded as like more feminine. That doesn't mean like males can't have these things. It just like these are typically more feminine. I know like smoking a cigar is seen as like more masculine. Like that's like a masculine concept. Again, like women can do this. There's nothing.
This.
Hmm?
Right. Your gender.
Like you perform your gender on a daily basis.
It's a performance.
Well, no, it's not like an actor. I just want to be clear that it's not referring to like an actor in terms of performance. Okay. It's a philosophical definition called performativity. It's daily actions that you decide to make on a constant basis.
I don't know. I think you accidentally just told the truth.
Earth, can you hear me?
No, I was explaining to you what it is. Yes, I can hear you.
Cool beans.
Hey, well, how you doing?
Greetings. I'm good. Just listening in.
Okay. Sick. How did you find me, bro? Like, bro
It
finds
took
me?
forever. I've been trying to find this room for like the last hour almost, but I'm so.
Yeah, no, you're good. I mean, I didn't tell anybody that I was on like the Modern Day Debate, YouTube or Discord. So you did pretty good in finding me.
Yeah. How long are you gonna be on today?
I don't know. Guess until I get bored drawing, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna call via the phone later on for a slight talking to debate thing.
Okay, sick. Sounds good, dude.
Cool beans. Talk to you in a bit.
Peace.
Yeah, so you would say, okay, let's get back to it. So you would say it is both a biological thing and a social.
I wouldn't say it's like it has to be both. It could be 100% one or 100% the other, but it's most likely a combination of the two.
100%. Okay.
Yeah, like it could be like 100% social, no biological. It could be 100% biological, but no social. It could be, but more than likely, it's like a combination of the two.
Okay.
Human sexuality is like super complex, and then you end up with some really interesting combinations that you normally would not expect.
So, how would you then like define what a man is or what a woman is? Because
I mean, it
like,
depends if
sounds
you're
to
what you're
me-
referring to. Are you referring to sex or gender?
Yeah, because right now, right now you're like you're saying it's both. It's like you kind of picking
No,
and
it could be
choosing
either
which
or.
one
It's
you.
either or. I'm just
Yeah,
able to
either
acknowledge.
or.
Yes, I'm able to acknowledge
or.
that gender is complex, and it is not like an easy thing to just simply like wave off as like it's either one or the other.
Okay, but it's definitely there's two different types of humans that like come out typically, like male and female. It's like
Yes,
really
sex never changes. We're not talking about sex. We're talking about gender.
Okay,
These
so
are
with
different things.
gender, is that a man and a woman? Does it a man can a
So
woman?
there's male and female, large gametes, small gametes, XX chromosomes, XY chromosomes. But even this is bimodal. Even this concept is not like perfectly binary. You have instances of intersex conditions, people who have XY chromosomes, or
we
people that
understand that that's
synthesize testosterone in a different way.
That's a deformity, like an abnormality that
Okay.
happens.
Well, there's people that live like
not that it
perfectly.
doesn't exist,
There's
but
people that
yeah.
live perfectly normal lives, with whatever syndrome that it is, and so like. I reject the idea that it is like, oh, something's wrong with them. Normally, in order for something to be like wrong with them, it requires like something that's preventing them from living their life to the fullest. There are, for example, like XY. There are, for example, like XY people who, just don't synthesize testosterone normally. And as a result, they're just fully female. If you look at them, they're just female and they look female. They aren't even aware that they aren't female up until puberty, where they don't get a period. And then they wonder why I'm over 18 years old and I still haven't had my first period, and then the doctor finds out, oh, you're actually XY.
Yeah. Well,
but they'll have a
you
vagina.
would agree
Vagina.
that sex still is determined by gametes?
What?
Would you still agree that sex is determined by gametes or not?
Yeah.
Because but if it's determined by gametes, that would mean that sex is not bimodal. That
Sex is
it's,
bimodal. Yeah, because you could have, for example, XXY, XO.
But that is
people
not
who
the
can't
gametes. Like, didn't you say sex is determined by gametes, or did I like kind of hear things?
Huh?
Did you say that sex is determined by gametes, or did I just hear things?
Are you saying like when you said gametes, are you referring to like the chromosomes, or are you referring to large or small?
No, that's like when I'm referring to gametes. When I say gametes, I mean gametes, as in like sperm cells and egg cells.
Yeah. I think it's like it's a combination. I don't think it's as simple as like, oh, it must be the gametes.
Okay, so you're just saying sex is specifically not like determined by gametes.
That's
Okay,
correct.
well,
Dude, it's pretty obvious what he's saying.
I'm
He's
gonna
saying it's a
disagree to
combination
that.
of factors. I don't know why you think biology is just like, oh, we look at this one thing.
Well,
this one
you know,
feature
we're
of everything.
we're
But when we
talking
look
about
at
biological
biology,
sex.
when we look at
Biological
biology,
sex,
when we
not,
look at biology,
not social.
Yeah, again, like if you're talking about biological
yeah.
sex, right? Like it's not just having
Gametes.
large or small gametes. Some people don't even make gametes. It
Yeah,
depending on the
Right.
condition. So like but what we would look at, however, is like, okay, do they have a penis or a vagina? That would be one thing. Another thing that we would look at is what are their secondary sex characteristics? Not just simply the primary sex characteristics, but typically we look at primary, secondary sex characteristics, large or small gametes, whether or not they're XX, XY. Those are what we would determine to be sex. Not just gametes.
Not just gametes. Okay, are you sure that is like the biological definition? Are you
Yes.
sure?
Yes.
Okay, I wouldn't be too sure, and I would agree to disagree here.
Okay.
Because
You can disagree on basic facts. What are we talking about?
and that is not the basic fact. I'm pretty sure if you ask a researcher or like a biology,
Yeah, they would
someone
tell you
from
what I
have
just told
Google.
you.
Brother, we have
Yeah.
Google. You don't have to wait to ask them in person. We have the largest. I don't know where you're from, so maybe you don't actually. Maybe this is a
yeah.
but like we have the largest like set of knowledge in the ever in the history of the world, and you're just
Yes,
like, well,
and
I wish
sex
we
is
could
not
ask
determined
them.
by gametes. Yeah, but you're claiming sex is not
So sex
determined
is
by
not determined by
gametes.
gametes. Thank you, GG. It's a mix
Are
of
you
both.
sure?
It's a
Are
mix
you
of-
Correct. It's a
sure?
cluster
gametes.
definition.
Are you
It's a
sure,
mix-
bro?
It is a mix of. It is a
Yeah, it's
mix
not
of
as simple.
gametes.
It is
a
not
mix
as-
of gametes, secondary sex characteristics, and other characteristics that you'd be looking.
Yes.
So basically, it's subjective up to the person experiencing it.
No,
That's
we're
not
talking
even
about
what anyone
sex.
said.
No,
We're talking
one
about
said that.
sex.
claiming
It's
it's not. It's
biological,
not.
which is about gametes and chromosomes.
Yeah,
right?
so they were saying it's only gametes. The answer is no, it's not only gametes. It's a multitude of factors, primary and secondary sex characteristics, whether or not that they the gametes is one of them. There's also the chromosomes. That's another
Secondary
thing.
sex. Okay, what do What does secondary sex characteristics have to do with?
It's not just chromosomes.
Sex.
Hey, what do
Like,
sex
how do we
characteristics have to do with sex,
how
guys,
do we
huh?
define sex characteristics by examining secondary sex characteristics?
I
That's
just
an
posted
oxymoron.
a paper from the National Academy of Sciences in the side chat here, right? What we find is they define sex also as a cluster definition. Sex as well as gender are cluster definitions. There you go. If you wanted to ask,
So basically,
bio-
that means nothing.
No,
okay.
it's not
So
what that means.
here, I'll help you out.
Not what
Did
that
you
means.
know women?
Holy
Women
brain
have
Holy brain rot.
Wait,
Holy
women
brain
can
rot.
have vaginas, they can have XX chromosomes, they can have breast tissue, they can have a bunch of things, right? Now, when we're defining sex, we won't look at just one of these characteristics. We won't say, oh, this person only has the capacity to, they don't have ovaries, but they have XX chromosomes. Can we still call them a woman since they don't have the capacity to produce eggs? The question is, are they biologically female? And if you're looking, you wouldn't be able to tell if you just look at the XX chromosomes. You have to look at the other stuff, right? You have to look at their estrogen, progesterone levels, their sexual, primary sex characteristics, as well as secondary sex characteristics in order to determine.
This is an abnormality. This is not something.
Okay,
that...
well, if you're
Wait, Kate. So what we're talking about is how we figure out.
They're so brain.
How do we figure out?
It hurts how brain rotted they are. I feel so bad for them.
Well, I mean,
You said it's an anomaly. I don't understand what that has to do with anything.
Yes.
I'm saying this is how we determine if they are a female or a male, right?
So
okay,
we determine it based on their chromosomes, X, Y, or XX. If there's an anomaly, that means that there is. It's like, do we say people have?
Kate, how could we tell if there's an anomaly or not?
Because it won't be X, Y, or XX.
No, that's not correct. Okay, so
They're so dumb.
Where you
Holy
have
shit.
Kate, you're wrong about this, right? Someone even typed the word Swire syndrome in the side chat. Does that mean anything to you? What is Swire syndrome?
Yes.
What is it?
I forget. I remember what it is though. Hold on.
Okay, I forget,
what
but you
about
remember.
congenital
Okay,
adrenal hyperplasia? What do you deal with
I
that?
think.
What about people who don't synthesize
stumbled upon
testosterone?
here is
Genetic
basic.
condition.
I agree.
Of course, it's a genetic condition. How could you tell if someone with Swyer syndrome is a male or a female? How could you tell?
Yeah, that
The
would
exceptions
be an
don't make the
anomaly.
rule.
They're asking,
Stop
how would you
saying
tell?
that. That's not how that
I
saying
don't
even
know.
goes. It's a
They
stupid
have
saying.
They
Well, I
they
do.
have a specific
I do know the general
abnormality
process of how you
that
would tell.
is
Just
Could you
not
saying.
tell me
normal.
how could you tell? Okay, someone has Swyer
They would
syndrome.
probably
I would like to do an analogy before that, though,
adapt
like
and
in a
choose for
Can you
the
please
general
avoid the
biological
analogy and
definition.
just explain it and stop wasting our
Okay,
time with your dumb
Not,
analogies?
okay, well, like dumb analogies. When did
I don't
I?
like
This is the first analogy I'm
I
bringing.
don't like your
The first
transphobic analogies. That's correct.
transphobic
I'm okay with the
analogy.
analogy. Go ahead with the analogy.
Okay, yes.
Let him
So, for
have his
example, how
analogy.
is a
Let
heart
him have his
defined? How
analogy.
is a heart defined? Like,
Let him
How
have
is a
it.
heart defined?
how would someone working in biology define a heart? The answer
think
is like the muscle that pumps blood. Like that is what
Sure,
defines a
right.
heart. Yes.
Yeah.
So you see, but if the heart doesn't pump blood, for example, due to disease, right? If the liver doesn't filter, if the heart doesn't pump blood, then the definition doesn't fit because it doesn't pump blood. Remember, the heart pumps blood. That is the definition. Does it pump blood?
But how could you
No.
tell?
Why does it not pump blood?
Wait, are you
How can we tell it's a heart?
Wait,
And-
guys, he's got a point. He did it. Now trans people don't exist. You did it.
So
No, hold on.
Kichi,
Are you defining it like operationally? Like,
holy crap.
There's an exception, right? No, guys. But so now I want to
Also
get
wrong.
to
Also
the
wrong. Once
gender
again.
definition.
Once again, wrong.
So a heart.
Gender dysphoria is not the same as transgender people.
A heart is the muscle that pumps blood when operating correctly. When working correctly, it pumps blood.
There are some trans people that do not have gender
Correctly,
dysphoria.
right?
And the woman, and the woman is someone who produces ovaries when everything's working correctly.
So you switch your gender and you don't have
So-
gender dysphoria?
Yeah.
That
There's some
is-
people that do that.
Like that's the general definition.
Well, wait,
Like,
hold on.
how
So
we
you're
define
telling me
portfolios.
you could define a heart. You could define a
Like-
heart. Let's say someone
function.
you're talking to someone. You're like, oh, this human has a heart, okay, and they physically
Yes.
don't even have the infrastructure for one there. You're gonna say they have a heart because they're supposed to, even though it doesn't exist in their body. You're gonna point to them and say they have a heart.
Validation. They just really
Yes.
want to.
That is not. Yeah, I wouldn't
Okay,
say
so
that.
Kichi,
That's
what
hard.
I'm
If they don't have a
describing,
heart-
right? There are people with zero capacity to produce eggs or sperm. These people
Yes.
exist. Gonadal agenesis. How could you tell what sex they are? What else would you look at?
I mean, you would see kind of. I think that's how we do it. We kind of look at them and then we guess. Yeah, this guy
getting
is like.
You just guess?
secondarily- You know, if
He's
everything
getting
was
it.
working correct
He's
on this
so
guy,
close.
if
Bro,
everything was working
he's
correctly,
so
Wait, you
close.
would
he would
guess,
be a male,
Kichi?
or he
You
would
said
be a
you're
female.
guessing?
Chad, he's so close.
Well, that's how.
You don't guess, okay? You look at
he's
the
so
other
close.
the other
That's how
primary and
doctors do it.
secondary sex characteristics. That's what you do.
No, we were looking
Because-
at you're looking at the whole picture and seeing if it like if it was working correctly. Would it
Kichi,
be a
listen,
man or would
listen.
it be a
I'm
woman?
just letting you know, okay? Here's what we
how-
don't have. We don't have a fortune ball, right? We can't say like there's no glass ball to tell the future
Okay.
of okay,
Yeah,
if this
let's say
was
you
working
have a
correctly,
womb,
it would
right?
be
Let's
this.
say you have a womb, and the womb doesn't work.
Holy brain
Like
rot,
the
Batman.
ovaries don't produce ovaries.
Holy brain rot.
Yeah, I'm saying there's no ovaries.
Yeah.
If there's no ovaries,
Yeah.
no gonads, how can you tell? This person has zero capacity to produce gametes. Like the infrastructure, the biological infrastructure to produce gametes doesn't exist in this person. How could you tell?
His chromosomes.
Well,
hold on. If a woman,
that would be
by the way,
an
if a
exception
woman,
where someone wouldn't
But-
have.
Man, he
the-
can't do it. He can't answer it.
Can I ask
That's
a
so
question?
wild, bro.
What do you mean? That, so this person
Holy
wouldn't have any
brain
sex.
rot, Batman.
can I
It
ask
would
a,
be
They gotta
a,
twist
Can I
themselves in
ask
all
a
sorts of
question,
little
Mr.
knots.
The answer is correct.
All right, Scar, go ahead and ask the
Essentially, you would have the
so-
sex of a stone.
So, Mr. Racist, hold on. I have a question. Say a woman who's infertile, right? They don't have like they cannot they're barren, right?
The guy that
Are they
wants
not
to
a woman
annihilate
because
trans
they're
people's name is Mr.
operational?
Racist.
No.
What?
No.
You guys-
Because
These are
yeah, they
separate
would be a woman.
questions.
They would be a woman because like she has like all of the basic infrastructure and chromosomes.
What if she has zero? There's an individual with zero biological infrastructure to produce gametes at all, right? They don't have.
Then you wouldn't be able.
They wouldn't be a person.
They wouldn't be a person. You're saying you couldn't tell what their sex is?
He's an idiot.
Yeah, the person. They wouldn't
Holy
have a
crap.
sex.
Okay, so you think
Okay,
people with
is
like
that
gonadal
like so
agenesis
unthinkable?
don't have sex? So you think that there are
Is it
like
unthinkable?
3 sexes, right?
Why? But they don't have a sex.
Okay,
A
so
sex
you think
is,
there's like
either
3
They
sexes?
wouldn't have a sex,
the
guys.
sex is the,
If
the
they
sex
can't
is
produce
the,
gametes,
either you produce
they don't
the
have a
sperm
sex,
or
guys.
produce the yeah. they don't have
You're
a
an
sex.
idiot. You're an
Well,
idiot.
you know. I mean, you're probably an idiot for not
So
understanding.
if I cut my
Use
balls off, right? I no
primary and
longer have a
secondary
sex.
sex characteristics. You fuck.
Well, that is
I just
in
gave you.
retrospect.
Hey! I just gave you the answer. Primary and secondary sex characteristics. Do you understand?
Right.
No, it's not up to the
What an
secondary sex
idiot.
characteristics
What
to
an
determine the
idiot.
sex.
No, you're all wrong. It's chromosomes.
Kate, tell me what a
No, no.
karyotype is.
Okay,
Kate, tell me what a
Primary sex
karyotype is.
characteristic, you stupid fuck.
What a stereotype is?
A karyotype. What's a karyotype, Kate?
I don't know. Enlighten me so I don't have to look it up.
Of course you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, is that your
karyo?
argument from authority? Is what point are you trying to prove? with
What
that? Why
the
don't you enlighten
fuck,
me?
That's an
dude?
argument from authority where they don't know and understand basic shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think
when
his
I
claim
don't
was
know
that
the
women
words
don't
coming out of
know
my
anything.
mouth,
I'm
that's
glad you got
argument from
that from
authority,
Matt.
right? Like,
Jesus. Their brain is rotted, dude. They've got to actually be fucking brain. Their brain is gone, dude. It's
Okay,
insane.
well, if you think our brain is rotted, then you, Mr. Genius here, define me what a heart is. Or define me what a liver does, like what a liver is. Like if you think you can like do like come up with biological definitions like on this spot, like do it. I dare you.
I'm saying like if you like this is kind of goes back to like if you have a critique towards
You
like
can't do it.
transgender people, right? Then probably would take the time to learn about what the other side is saying.
Maybe you
about
should learn
trans people.
about like what defines what in biology.
But I'm not making an
right?
argument regarding the
dude,
heart.
are you Kitchi,
all
are
I'm
you a
doing-
biologist?
You were.
I wasn't
No,
making
I'm
an
not.
argument towards the heart.
I'm
You just
read
used the
up-
heart
Kitchi,
as an example.
Kitchi,
I just
do
read
you
up
do you
on
actually believe that you understand more about, like, especially this in relation to biology, than anyone else here?
I understand what I understand. Like I don't know. Maybe you secretly know like
Maybe
some
you can
more
tell
than
me what a karyotype is. Kate, could you tell me?
I don't know why you ask that question. Can you define me what a heart is? Like I can.
I
play
swear
the
to
same
God,
game.
they're so brain rotted. It hurts.
Dude, this is so stupid.
I feel
Brain
so
rot.
bad for these people.
Brain rotted. Are you sure?
I feel
Hey
so
guys,
bad for
wait
them,
to
bro.
find definitions.
The question
from
is
Google.
because it's a
That takes
simple
time.
referencing it, and so she keeps saying, "Oh, it's the chromium."
You cut
It's
out.
an individual's complete set of chromosomes as well as the laboratory-produced image used to visualize
Hey,
them.
they did it.
It is okay when you say
That's what
complete
you
set of
wanted me to know.
chromosomes. This is why it's stupid, because now we talk about people with like trisomy 21. You see, you misspoke. So now, if someone with Down syndrome, what sex are they? They have a different complete set of chromosomes than like
That's an
another
extra
person.
chromosome.
Yeah, that's an extra chromosome. That's not.
Not a full
You said
set.
complete set. So they have
Yeah,
trisomy
that's it.
21. So if they have an additional
just
pair,
If they dig you up 100 years from now, they won't be able to tell man or woman.
Also
so that's
wrong.
pretty
We
much
literally went over that there was ancient archaeological digs that were done where ritualistically they found that they were male typical skeletons yet were placed in a female burial. And so the understanding was that it was actually like a person that identified as woman. So it would be like an ancient form of a third
So
gender.
you're basically just proving the fact that when you dig it up 100 years, it will still show that it is either a man or a woman.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So sex
So do
never
you know-
changes for the final time. Sex never changes. We've never argued.
So we do
sex
understand
changes, the
that-
sex remains
Wait,
the
but
same no matter
right
what.
now we were arguing about the definition of sex, not gender.
I'm just saying.
You want to
like,
know
we
what's
found-
interesting? Like 100,000 years from now, they're gonna dig up people who were like on HRT for most of their lives, right? And they're not gonna be able to tell the difference between, a trans woman who was on HRT for 40 years and a cis woman who, right, like lived her life normally.
Maybe if
Bone
like
structure.
yeah, I
One
mean
word,
to be
bone
honest,
structure.
like I think like it's very likely that archaeologists are going to find out that you guys were right wingers, and the reason why is because they're going to observe like this just insanely huge
Because we were buried
amygdala that just
Yeah,
keeps
they're gonna
firing
see
off
that
that
we
fear
have
center.
such big brains.
They could
Yeah,
just see
what the
your
fuck?
Yeah, it's so
enlarged
true.
amygdala.
So fucking
Okay,
dumb.
wait, what
Anyways.
does the right
So
winger have to
if
do with any of it?
Why are
though?
left-wingers so
I'm just pointing out the truth.
do
like, I
we
don't
do
know.
we agree
Why?
that
Just
sex is
facts don't care
determined
about your
by
feelings.
gametes?
I think the whole
So
idea
Kitchi,
of, like,
you're
left
wrong
and
about
right
this,
wing
right?
is,
Kitchi, we already proved you're wrong about
Okay,
this.
and what is a heart then? If you can tell
Okay,
me.
we can talk about what a heart is, okay?
No, just any
Nobody was asking what a
definition,
heart
like
is.
any
Nobody
definition,
was
dude.
asking.
Like the
I don't
heart
know
is
why.
just an example.
I don't know why
Give
they're
me
so
any.
fascinated about.
You can
Kitty, there's
define
so
what a
many other
liver
hills
is.
to die on, dude.
Nah.
I mean, here
Nah.
we could do the heart
Nah.
thing,
See this
right?
guy? He was a right
Yeah.
winger. You could
Yes,
tell by
please.
the size of
Yes,
his
please.
amygdala.
Yes, please.
So the heart is obviously referring to a particular organ in both humans and animals, a vital muscular organ that functions as a pump to circulate blood throughout the body's cardiovascular system. This is what
So
I'm
it
getting at,
functions as a pump. Okay, what if it doesn't pump? What if it's deceased? Is it still a heart? If it's
You mean if it
deceased?
stops pumping at some point?
Yeah, if
Because
it
never
doesn't
pumped,
have the capacity to pump, yes.
if it never pumped, you wouldn't be alive, right? But you're saying if it ceases the function to pump.
No,
Is it
no, I'm
still a
saying if you're
heart?
born with it, if is it a heart? If you're like still born and it never pumps.
You can't be
What
born.
what does this have to do
like
with
that.
anything? Like he's just bringing
Is
up
it
a
a
heart.
heart if it's not pumping
Well,
blood? Yes or
Amender,
no?
I know you have trouble following, but like this has to do with the definition of man or woman regarding.
You understand people can't be born without a heart, though, right? You know that, Kitchi, right?
That's not
Well, I mean, that's
It
not
is because I'm
relevant.
talking
You
about
could-
people that aren't born with any capacity to produce
Okay,
gametes,
so
right?
you
No
come out of
gonads.
the womb. You come out of the womb. You come out of the womb with a heart that's not pumping, and it never pumped, and all you were.
You cannot
all you
do
ever
that.
were-
Yeah, this Darth Karl Marx.
It's
is
a,
fucking
whether or not you
ridiculous.
can't do
By
that,
the way.
you can. For example, we can say, okay, then let's not say a heart. You can say a liver, right?
This guy's fucking.
Or lungs.
Oh, he started to speak too much.
Okay, so you're born without a liver. That's the analogy.
No. You're born with a liver that doesn't function. That never fulfilled the function. Like it has the shape of a liver, but it never worked.
Okay.
It never fulfilled the definition, like of what you say a liver is, or the definition of what we say a heart is, which is the muscle that pumps blood.
All of this is
You never
completely
fulfilled
irrelevant,
that
by the way, to
criteria.
trans people.
Oh yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, here's the
Yes, it
reason
is.
it's not comparable, because you're talking
there's-
about the definition of a particular organ. We are
Yes.
actually talking about how we understand a taxonomic classification of sex.
Well,
So the
I'm talking
taxonomy is going to be
about-
separate from the particular organ. We can the perfect analogy would be if we just connect it to another organ. Let's connect
No.
it to gonads, which are organs.
No,
If
no.
you are born without
No.
gonads that fulfill a function, this is a great question. Okay, now this is what we call gonadal dysgenesis or gonadal agenesis if they have no function.
Yo, this
like,
boy knows what
what
he's
is
talking
a-
about.
what
What
is
the
a heart
fuck?
now?
Someone else
What is a
read
heart that's
gender?
never pumped now?
Someone else read biology on gender?
So
No
let's say you're not born, right? Let's say you're not born and you're still in the womb and your heart never pumps. You have like the tissue of a heart, you have the muscles of a heart, everything looks like a
This is so
yeah.
stupid.
actually
Your analogy is literally impossible.
No, it is possible. It is perfectly possible.
How can you be born without a heart, bro? It's
It
impossible.
doesn't need. You don't even need to be born. You
40,000
don't need to be
babies
born. You
born
can be in the
each year don't have a
womb. You
heart.
can be in the womb, but then you die in the womb.
Oh my goodness.
You said 40,000 babies are born without a heart.
GHGS, yes.
So
you said GHGS?
What I'm trying to
I'll put it in the
it
side
doesn't
chat.
matter if you're born or not. It matters if the heart, if there's like a tissue that looks like a heart, if we can define it as a heart, if it doesn't pump. And you seem to be willing to say that no, there's no such thing as a heart that never pumped.
Yeah, you literally would just die.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe let's go make a.
I mean, wait, hold on. Wouldn't there like?
Yeah, you
let's
would.
say
You
for
would die.
example,
Of
if
course
I
you would
saw,
die.
Oh, 40,000 would
hold on,
die.
hold on. Let's say for
Of course
example,
you
I pulled
don't
a
never function.
if I pulled a cadaver, right, and then I pulled out its heart, like it doesn't have to beat in order for it to be a heart, right?
Oh, it doesn't have. Okay, yeah.
It would still
why?
be a
Why
heart.
is that? Why
I
is
don't know,
that?
probably
Why,
'cause, like-
what is the actual definition of a heart then?
I don't know. I would just like look up what the biological definition.
I can.
Heart
So the heart is the muscle that
definition.
beats when working correctly.
Biological.
So we assign a function
It says
that defines a heart.
it's a hollow muscular organ that acts as the primary pump to the circulatory system. Its rhythmic contractions propel blood through blood vessels, continuously delivering oxygen and nutrients to tissues while removing metabolic waste products like carbon dioxide.
Good. Yeah. So
What's your
every like living human
what if it
has
doesn't
that
pump?
at birth, right? Like,
what if it doesn't
you
pump?
can't not have that.
I mean, it's
what if
still
you-
that. It
what if
was
it's
its
that?
original purpose, I guess.
Yeah, it was exactly. It was its original purpose. You see.
Okay.
So here's the blunder you just made. A woman is the one sex that produces ovaries
Yeah. Okay.
when
so if you're
functioning
referring
correctly.
to-
So in the same sense that a
So
dead
if you're
heart
referring-
is still a
It
heart.
does not even
a
say that.
infertile woman
So if
is
you're
a
referring,
woman.
if you're referring to
Fertile
sex,
female is a female.
yeah.
Yes,
So if I'm referring
yes.
to sex, could you
Oh my
shut
God,
up?
yeah.
If you're
You're-
referring to sex, I'd agree with you. But we're
Yes,
also
You're
talking about
pushing a
gender.
point he
Jesus
conceded
Christ,
10
yes,
minutes ago,
hell
dude.
yeah.
We're
The
also
whole-
talking
and I
about
don't, I'm not
gender.
saying,
Now we.
I'm
this
not
is what
taking
I
a
was
side, but the
arguing.
whole basis of this
Holy
is that
shit.
sex and gender are different things. He conceded that like 10
No,
fucking
no.
minutes ago.
So then, what's the problem?
I know.
So the problem was that earlier you said, I believe, what was it? Fuck, 1 second. That sex is somehow bimodal.
Yes, it is.
And but what you just said was like, paving the way for the definition that sex is not bimodal, but binary.
Do you understand what I mean by bimodal?
I think bimodal would mean that there's like two kind of loose categories, like statistically.
All right, here I'm gonna read
There's
this.
like some kind of male ones, and there's basically like two curves around the male and around the female in the statistic. That's what I would think you meant by that. Jesus Christ, that was.
All right, hold on, it's right here. So,
I think he just doesn't accept the distinction between
this is
gender
a
and
Brain
sex.
Gender, which is a neurobiology book as well as a psychology book
Okay.
on.
Explain to me what bimodal
Says,
is.
is it a girl or is it a boy? We asked new parents, is it a girl or is it a boy? And assume that the answer will be easy. Penis and scrotum define boy, clitoris and labia girl. However, parents and even pediatricians sometimes find it difficult to answer this seemingly simple question. This is because some children are born intersex conditions, which the external genitalia are ambiguous, neither clearly male nor clearly female. This type of intersex condition, where the genitalia are so ambiguous that the sex assignment is difficult, probably occurs in about 1 in 12,000 births, although population data that would provide that precise figures are not available. In addition, the incidence of intersex births depend on some extent on how intersex is defined. Certain conditions that involve less extreme genital aberrations sometimes are referred to as intersex. These include, for instance, hypospadias, where the urethra does not reach the tip of the penis, but the genitalia are clearly those of a male. If all such syndromes are included, intersex births can be thought as frequent in 1 in 100. So I guess the reason why I was trying to tell you about this is while we expect like XX, XY chromosomes, large gametes, small gametes, there are differences that occur, right? For example, someone could be XXY, they could be XO, and these are for sure, sometimes cause pretty extreme genital aberrations that call into question the strict binary of sex. And so that's why where most people fall in line in either male or female, the intersex conditions show that sex is bimodal. It is not binary.
Okay.
What does bimodal mean?
Bimodal just means that like it fits within two categories, but there's like some overlap in between.
Okay, so it's like
a tiny amount of overlap in between.
So we don't ignore the intersex, but for the majority of the time, most often we'll just see the quote unquote binary though.
Yes.
Okay, but I don't think sex is like that.
It is.
That's what it is.
How do you explain
according to the National
XXY or
Academy of
XO?
Sciences,
Like,
this
what
is
do
how
you?
they define sex. They say
Like
sex
I
is a
wouldn't
multi.
say, for example, that a heart is on a spectrum.
Okay, Kitschy,
From like
don't be
working to
stupid.
non-working.
Please don't be stupid. Okay.
Well, so if we define,
Do you believe sex is an organ?
We are
Yes
not
or no?
talking-
Kitschy, do you believe sex
We're
is an
not
organ?
talking about hearts. We're not talking about hearts.
Kitschy, do you think sex is
if
an organ?
male, no, but I think
Okay,
sex
so why are you
is
comparing
a,
it to an organ? Bad analogy.
because
Fix your analogy.
male and female, because male and female is a biological definition in the same sense that heart is a biological definition.
Okay.
Not at all.
I mean, they're both referring to biology. That's it. They're referring to different
No,
biological
but also
things.
they have the same. They kind of have
The
like
term
the same
bacteria also
they have the
applies to
same
biology,
definition.
right? It would just be a different category.
They
Like you're
have-
talking about
no,
a taxonomy
what I mean
of
is
a
they
living
have the
thing.
same definition. Is when you're not a perfectly functioning male, as in you can produce sperm. You're still a male. Just like a heart that cannot pump or a liver that cannot filter waste.
How could you tell? Dude, how could you tell?
How could I tell what?
How could you tell if someone's a male or not if they don't have the capacity, like they were born, for example, with no gonads? How could you tell?
Check the chromosome.
The doctor needs to look at like what's the if the body is like if what you have is like more male or more female.
Yeah,
Or
but
both
there's
or whatever.
instances
Such
where
as primary
even
and
that
secondary
is
sex characteristics.
correct.
But
And again,
okay.
right? And
You
again,
have to
right?
think
a lot
about
of
what you're saying and what we're saying.
We
Take a
define
step back.
these things.
I mean,
but we
and
define
again, like
these
a
things
right?
in terms of one
We're
and
supposed to have good
zero, not in
education
terms
over
of
there.
a
and
like
a
a
lot. Just
spectrum.
FYI, a
I'm
lot
not-
of this is actually also just FYI. It's like a learned. It's actually learned just from society. For example, if you're assigned, male or female, let's
that's-
assume if somebody
that's
was assigned female, they would likely
different
have
topic.
the girl wear pink and wear dresses and have long hair, and the boys would be short hair and wear blue, and I guess like what I'm trying to say is that the performative nature begins like at birth, like at the point of birth. As soon as that they know what the genitals are, they attribute those performative natures, and sometimes people don't like that. They want to be something else.
So, Kitschy, since you're a biologist,
sure,
I'm going
but
to read
that's
out.
it's like a different topic.
Well,
talking
Kitschy,
about-
let
we're
me
talking
read
about
out
This
this
is not no longer
biological
about sex.
definition.
We were talking about sex, whether or not it's
Wait, but
biological.
I have a sex definition from the National Academy of Sciences. I also posted the PDF in the side chat, but let me read it out real quick. It says sex is a multidimensional construct based on a cluster of anatomical and physiological traits, sex traits, which include external genitalia, secondary sex characteristics, gonads, chromosomes, and hormones. Right? The characteristics state that this is usually assigned as female or male, most often defined at birth based on visual inspection of external genitalia. Sex traits usually assumed to be unambiguous, but may not be. Sex traits usually assumed to correspond to the same sex, but may not. Some sex traits can change or be altered over time. Okay. Do you
Yeah,
understand
true.
now?
Yeah, like some species can like go from male to female, for example, like some species, like
even in
snails, for
humans,
example,
some of these
have,
sex traits can change or be altered over time, even in humans. Did you know that?
the sex traits. Yeah, but like
Correct.
biological
Hormones,
sex,
right?
you can change your biological
Hormone profiles, secondary sex characteristics
true.
can all change over time.
You can change your biological sex as a human.
You could.
So here, I can read out the definition. That was the definition of sex. Did you get all that?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
So the sex traits, it says that it's based on a cluster of sex traits. The sex traits include things like secondary sex characteristics and hormones. These traits change over time. Did you get that part?
these traits change over time.
Correct. Hormone
Yeah, I
profiles and
got it.
secondary sex characteristics change over time. Do you know that?
So I don't know if I agree with it, but sure.
Okay, so maybe you don't know that, but that is true, right?
Yeah, but it's
I
like
don't know.
even if it changes, but it can't be that radical of a change. It's like you don't like become a different person, like even the course
Oh,
of like
man.
your whole life, you know.
You'd be amazed. You would be amazed. What?
No. Okay, cause look. Okay,
You'd
if
be
we're even
amazed.
talking like something about like
Some
hair,
of the
like,
stuff
yeah,
that I've
when
seen,
guys
like
go
pre and
bald,
post, like like transgender individuals, like pre and post HRT, fucking blows my mind sometimes.
No. Yeah, like physically, yes. Like the aesthetics do.
But they
change,
still have a
like-
penis, and that penis still secretes sperm.
Unless they don't have a
So-
penis.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. How
Unless
about
they're
this?
born
How about
without a
this?
penis
Okay.
too. You can be
Okay,
born
how
without a
about this?
penis, right? No.
What even is a person? Because look, we can even like look at the fucking ship of thesis. Okay, like
Yeah, so let me
So-
just show you, like, just for fun, so you could see, like, if you guys have my stream up, I just want to show you, like, what a person 6 months pre HRT to 6 years post HRT looks like. Here you go. Isn't that wild?
okay, but like
That's
that
fucking
always
wild.
dictates-
That's
okay,
wild,
but
right?
it's-
Can we just
okay,
admit that
but
that's
it's-
fucking wild?
Okay, but what are the
makeup,
statistics of like
show with
people,
no
of that
makeup.
happening to people? Like, do
What?
do-
There's
not
she has
everyone-
less
not every
makeup on
trans-
the right than
Okay, but not every trans person is
Nah.
equally like changes equally. Like,
you're
like, humans are
blind.
not a monolith.
That's
right?
the same
So-
person. then. That's the difference. That's
you're
6 months
blind.
pre HRT versus 6 years post HRT. It's
And
fucking
we're
wild.
saying this is a good thing, but you're saying this is a good thing.
No
to happen that, like-
filters, no makeup. Show a photo. Go.
Cause like, how is this any different to what the Kardashians are doing, who are always modifying themselves? Like, how is this?
Here, I'm
different to, like,
actually gonna
women
post a pic in the
going
side
on
chat. Let me
Ozempic
know
and becoming,
if you
like,
saw
like,
this. If you
duelist
saw this person, would you
skeletons?
think they're a man or a woman out like in the side chat?
I would think they're a man. Like, this is not
So
hard. You
fashion
just look
bar
at them.
says woman. Okay.
Well,
like,
when
that's a-
inspecting it more closely, right? You see the scars, right? You see the surgery
he's
scars.
just, he's like, hey, look at my transphobia. Like,
No, you want to know what's funny about this guy? I can show you his
but
Instagram.
I agree.
This
Yes,
is just
he
a
has
cis
scars
man.
where there used to be.
He's literally
boobs,
just a cis man who went through gynecomastia surgery because men get gynecomastia. And then you guys are saying woman. So Scar, he said I keep mistyping. He edited his answer. He meant woman, right? He was trying to be. You guys tried to be transphobic. He's not even trans. It's just a cis man who went through
had
gynecomastia surgery.
That's
right?
wild.
I was gonna say
That's
there's a lot of
good
liver
work.
failure.
Good work. Good work. Good work. Fucking W in chat.
So okay.
W's. You get
So
W in chat.
I actually have a question now. We now went over the biological definition of sex. So what about gender, though? So what do you think defines one's gender?
I think it's like
Okay,
a
so-
really wide fucking spectrum here. Like it's
Gender
way
is
more
also a cluster
complicated than
definition.
than sex.
A cluster
I have
definition.
I have that in the PDF too. Okay, I can read this out. It says gender is a multidimensional construct that links gender identity, gender expression, and social and cultural expectations about status, characteristics, and behavior that are associated with sex traits. Okay. Then it goes into the different dimensions. Identity, right? So gender identity, a core element of a person's individual sense of self. Expression, how an individual signals their gender to others through behavior and appearance. Social and cultural expectations related to social status, characteristics, and behavior that are associated with sex traits. Then it goes through the individual characteristics, often conceptualized as binary, right? Male/female or man/woman in Western cultures, but also includes categories outside this binary, often used interchangeably with sex, though it is conceptually distinct, often assumed to be determined based on sex assigned at birth, but may differ. Gender identity, expression, and social and cultural expectations may not all correspond to the same gender, and lastly, may be temporally and contextually fluid. Okay.
Wait. So you say identity, gender identity, expression,
correct.
Gender expression, anything else? Like
then we had the social and cultural expectations.
Okay. So social. Good. Okay. So we have. I've noted three different things, which is the identity that one person has.
Correct.
The expression, like how the presentation, rather, like how you express your gender, and then the expectation, like the social roles, right? The social, social
and cultural expectations.
So okay. How would I know from this here if I was a man or not, or a woman or not?
So that is based on your identity, which is an internal sense of oneself.
Wait.
So it's kind of like asking the question, how do you know if you have... So if you ask me the question, Kitchi, you like analogies. Kitchi, I'm going to run an analogy with you. Hold on.
No, let him finish. Like, what is wrong with you, Kitchi? Like, why are you just incapable of having a conversation?
Hold on. He said identity. It depends on my identity.
What an idiot, dude.
So does it now depend on expression or the social expectations and the social roles?
Kitchi, I'm going to help you out, okay? You pretty much asked me a question of how you would know something internal to yourself, okay? That's different than how other people would know, and that's where the expression, social, and cultural expectations aspects come in. But you asked specifically about how you would know. It's kind of like asking me, how would you know if you had a headache, right? That's an internal state to you. I don't have epistemic access to, right, your internal sense of pain or self or anything like that.
Let's say that I am expressing myself as a man and I fulfill the social expectations.
So people would perceive you as a man. Probably.
Yeah. And my self-identity is, let's say, female or a woman. What would that make me? What would that make?
You would be
transgender woman.
Yeah, right. And you would have
wait, guys.
Yeah.
So we had three traits I noted: my own identity, my expression, and the social role I fit. Correct. Two of these things I said were man. The identity, which I say woman, was the most important part.
Yeah, because gender is predicated on the internal
self-identity.
Because gender is predicated.
Doesn't the self-identity then trump anything to do with expression, the social expectations?
No, it does. It does.
I'm saying
the question is whether or not that you're arguing the predication.
Good.
Do you understand?
So right now,
like one of them is a predicate, which is the internal sense of self, and then there are other factors, however, that contribute to gender.
Can you define predication for me? English is not my first language.
I get you.
Like as in like first.
Just like first. Oh yeah, this is the primary thing, the most important.
Yeah.
I would even say it's probably, if I'm guessing correctly, it is probably the only important thing. Like that's the self-identity. Is that what trumps everything else? Like everything else
so like
can
it requires like the sense of self. Right first.
Sense of self, yes.
And then
that
all
is
of the other things follow.
So right now, So right now we can actually cross out the gender expression. We can cross out the social expectations. Yes, we can.
He's so
because
dumb.
the definition,
He's
definition of what
Chat,
a woman
he's
is,
actually
not what a
dumb.
man
No,
is actually just
I've already
self-ID.
explained it
so
to you.
have
I've already
self-ID
explained
now.
it to you, you idiot.
No,
I just explained
That
it.
makes sense.
I told you
Well,
specifically
through my
that it is predicated, right? That yes, you predicate the internal sense of self, and that is the primary criteria. And then, however, but parts of gender, there's like, how do you display yourself externally versus how you feel internally? For example, if I feel that I am trans, but I'm in the state of Florida, I end up not expressing who I feel on the inside because I'm in Florida. But the predicate is that you feel in the specific way, right? Do you understand? And so, but then if you're talking about like, hey, how somebody displays their gender externally, it's
presentation, can the secondary factors or the external whatever, can they somehow trump the self-ID as in, I have a self-ID as a woman, but I'm still a man? Can that be the case?
They can't trump it, right? They act as other indicators, but the
okay.
way that it works is self-ID isn't infallible either. It's just that self-ID is the best metric we have to determine an internal state.
Yeah.
In the same way, if you told me you have a headache, right? That is the best metric I have or anybody has for determining if you have a headache. Now, could you be lying, right?
Yes.
Totally, right? Like you could be, but there's not some better metric we have. We could look at...
If I genuinely, I'm not saying I'm lying a lie about my self-ID, my genuine self-ID. If my genuine self-ID, like that, what I think in my head is that I am a woman, and I have
your identity
every other
would be a
category,
woman,
and any
absolutely.
other secondary thing says male, that would still mean I am true.
Right. Yeah, even if you were running around with the headache, you played a full game like basketball, won the NBA finals, like that guy can't have a headache. He's not acting like he has a headache. But if you say you have a headache, and you're genuine, then you have a headache.
Meaning your view on what gender is relies upon self-ID. So your opinion is that
gender identity absolutely
your self-ID.
Guys, give me a quick second. Guys. Give me a quick second. Yo, by the way, if you guys have not hit like on the stream, go ahead, take the time, hit like. I really do appreciate it. It tells you like this kind of content. You like to see debate content. If you like it, hit that like button. And secondly, if you are not subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing. I appreciate y'all very much. All right, continue. Sorry.
So what I believe you're saying is self-ID is like the most important factor, and you said you do that. And
it is the.
I would say it's also the one factor. Also, it's the one factor. Sorry.
Is he breaking up for others, or is it just me?
It is not the most important factor. No. So I'm just saying that you guys have the view that gender is determined by self-ID. So
gender identity is determined by self-ID, right? Yeah.
Yes.
In the same way that headaches are determined by self-ID.
Okay, what then does that mean? So the definition of a woman would then be what? Like a woman is someone who identifies as a woman?
That's kitschy guy.
Because that's what self-ID does. Like you just identify as something.
I mean, I guess it's like asking what is a headache, right? It's an ache that happens in your head, and I guess that's true. I don't
essentially these when I'm referring to a headache. And when I say I am a woman, then now I'm saying like what? What am I saying?
Yeah, it's culturally dependent.
Like a woman
right?
is a woman. Culturally dependent how? It's not really, and I can prove it to you. Like it's name anything that would describe.
It is like socially, it's culturally dependent. There's like
it's secondary. It's only like so literally anything that is like somewhat feminine in your culture. If I'm like like acting very feminine and I wear high heels and I wear skirts, Like that doesn't mean anything. What actually matters is if I self-identify as a man or not, or a woman. Like that is the thing that matters. It's not the
So you're trying to communicate a particular thing.
Matter. It doesn't really matter.
It's that you're trying to communicate a particular thing when you talk about your identity, right? And that thing is culturally dependent.
Okay, but what am I
He's arguing that it doesn't really matter because of self-ID, yet the reality is that the way we determine headaches is self-ID. And so why would we, like what? Do headaches not matter because headaches are self-ID?
No, no. A headache is not when someone self-IDs as having a headache. A headache is when someone has like that pain in the head.
How do you know that they have that though?
I'm not asking
how do you know that they have.
I'm asking what it is.
Yeah, that's literally what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
No. We're not.
Like, first of all, how do you know, for example, that they do not possess an endocrinological? Hey, I'm talking. Let's say, for example, that you have an endocrinological dysfunction where you do not receive the sudden surge of testosterone that enables the brain to go from a amorphous to a more male typical brain. However, it had the first surge of testosterone, which enables for their gonadal structure to be that of male.
What is a male typical
How do you
brain?
know? How do you know? Whether or not that they have that versus that it's entirely social. Like, how would you be able to determine that?
What is a male typical brain?
What?
Jesus Christ, that wasn't a question for you. That question was way too smart for you. There's no way you're going to be able to answer it. So Kichi is going to answer it.
You're kind of like what you said now was like you were waffling something. But in reality, it's just all self-ID. It is the word.
I'll break it down. I'll break it down so that way, like, you stop being
so identity is
here. I'll help you out.
Is like based on
I have a chart here. I have a chart here so we could talk about this. Okay, so we understand what the fuck we're talking about, right? Because I didn't say some gobbledygook. What I said was something very, very specific that is entirely true. This does happen. Okay, so I'll go ahead and provide it for you so you can see it. Hold on a sec. Give me a moment. It won't take me long. Just got to scroll to the page. Fucking page. All right. So I need you to listen, right, very carefully when I'm saying this, okay? Because this is important. If you don't listen, then this doesn't work.
Are you gonna rebuke? Is it gonna rebuke the that it's just a social?
Right. So this is the
self-ID
mechanisms of sexual differentiation. This is like during fetal development. So a major consequence of being genetically. Hey, idiot! I'm literally trying to explain it to you so that way you even understand what question I'm asking. So just shut up for a second. A major consequence of being genetically male, XY versus female, XX, is the differentiation of the gonads and testes versus ovaries. Both XY and XX fetuses begin life with the same primordial gonads. However, by about week 6 of gestation, the testes determining the genes on the Y chromosome cause the primordial gonads to differentiate as testes. If they do not become testes, they differentiate shortly thereafter as ovaries. Differentiation of the gonads into testes versus ovaries results in markedly different hormonal environments during development. Fetuses of both sexes are exposed to both androgens and estrogens from their gonads as well as the other sources such as the adrenal gland, the placenta, and the maternal system. However, there are dramatic differences in the amount of various hormones produced by the testes versus ovaries, and these differences direct most subsequent events in sexual differentiation. One of the gonads have differentiated as testes, they begin to produce hormones, notably testosterone and other androgens. Testosterone levels are higher. Hey, shut up, idiot. Testosterone levels are higher in human male than in female fetuses, and beginning as early as week 8 of gestation and peaking by about week 16. By about week 24, testosterone levels have declined in developing males, and there is no longer a large sex difference. However, shortly after birth, the testes produce a second surge of testosterone measurable in blood samples until about the 3rd to 6th month of postnatal life, and this is Smale et al. In 1981. In contrast, in the female fetuses, the ovaries appear to produce relatively small amounts of hormones, particularly in comparison to the production of estrogen and progesterone in the placenta. So you can see right here, here's the testosterone amounts where there is a surge between 10 to 20 weeks, and then birth occurs, and then there occurs to be roughly 10 to 20 weeks post-birth. Shut up,
so
both of you. Shut up, idiot. Shut up,
sex?
idiot.
Question, important
idiot.
question. So hormones determine
I haven't even
sex?
gotten to the question. I'm just trying to catch you up.
Yeah, like
so
you're reading a whole fucking page now, and I had a
Stop talking. Hey, idiots, stop talking. Hey, idiot, stop talking.
Like that.
You could say it.
All right, let's try it one more time. We're gonna try it one more time.
Bro, why are you so bad at moderating? Holy shit.
What? Well, I can't mute people. I physically cannot mute people.
Just remove Kate. Holy shit. Like, just remove the people.
So we observe right here. Okay, so the question that I'm having here, right, in that you don't actually know whether or not that, let's say, for example, the entire, like, them being trans is social. The other part of somebody being trans is that they could, for example, throughout the post-birth period, that they do not receive the second surge of testosterone. So you're aware that it's actually true that this second surge of testosterone is crucial in the development of the brain. It causes the brain to be more male typical versus female typical. So in this instance, where you have somebody in post-birth, if they, say, for example, received the surge of testosterone at the beginning, but did not in the secondary, that would be a biological distinction of somebody being trans. So I guess, like, my question is, how would you know if they had this happen to them as opposed to it's just entirely social? How would you know that?
So you're saying that these hormones in the brain, like during birth or during development, these determine your self-identity? Yes?
No.
Correct?
Not even a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
He didn't
Not even
understand at all. He didn't understand at all, chat. What's going on? One more time. I'm explaining that a specific trans person.
Condescending asshole.
Yeah, yes. Oh man, you got me. Holy shit. You fucking did it. All right, now back to it. We have to stick to the same thing. Okay, so I'm saying that there could be, you observe a trans person, and one of the trans person have this lack of testosterone post-birth. Right, that happened, and it causes their brain to be more female typical than male typical.
Yes.
But their external gonads is that. And then in another trans person where it's entirely social, how would you be able to determine whether or not that one of these was biological and the other one was just entirely social? How would you know?
I don't know if I need to know that. Because at the end of the day,
so you wouldn't.
According to your own definition,
the answer is
according to your own definition,
so the proper,
completely irrelevant.
The proper answer.
Self-ID.
The proper
it's
answer
all based
is
on self-identity.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Yes, but the proper answer is that you would not know, and it would ultimately come down to a self-ID. Like you would ask them, how do you feel internally? It's the same way of how we diagnose depression or PTSD, or we ask them how they feel. We ask them a series of questions like, hey, how is this? It is self-ID. Okay. It is.
Now question. Is a woman for one self-ID to be valid, do you need to like go through this process where you get like don't have the second surge of hormones?
No. You're born a woman. I'm a woman, born a woman.
No, wait.
Obviously no one's born a woman.
Is that what it is?
And nobody is born a woman. You're born a girl. You could be born a girl, not a woman.
Right.
Holy pedantics, dude. So actually, is it now hormones? Is it that when you
I'm saying
it could be
hormonal. The cause
could be, but it could not be. Is that what you're saying? Is it could and it could not?
Yeah, it could be both.
There's research.
Okay, so it doesn't. It's not that. Then this is not part of your definition.
What? No. I'm just saying it's a I'm saying that the basis of being transgender is a multifaceted aspect. This is one of them. It is not required, but it's one known path of how somebody could become trans. right? It is but and this one specifically is purely biological. That doesn't mean that people who are trans don't have this biological distinction that all of a sudden they're not trans.
That is not part of. That is not the definition of the gender.
You're not saying.
God damn, y'all are fucking brain rotted. Holy shit! We got like 3 people talking at once, and they're all empirically wrong. Holy shit! They all empirically didn't even understand what the fuck I was telling them. Holy shit! Holy brain rot, Batman. Holy brain rot.
Wait. What you're saying is like really a non sequitur.
What the fuck? Okay, no.
So
what was
you
a non
agree
sequitur?
with me?
What was a non sequitur?
What the fuck?
Dude, you just joined in.
That's retarded.
All right, hey, we're on
Okay,
YouTube
so Prime,
right now. You're
what
not
are
gonna
you
fucking
saying,
use that
Prime?
word, otherwise I'm gonna have to kick you.
No, what he said was right. Like you said, like post birth, they wouldn't get this second surge of hormonal secretion like testosterone, like all that shit.
Yeah,
right?
which allows the formation of the brain into a male typical or female typical brain.
Not like
Yeah.
they're getting a surge of estrogen, right? Or they're not getting like.
Well, estrogen has nothing to do with it. It is either the present. Hey, stop talking! Stop talking! All right, hey, Prime,
to switch.
All right. I have to ban him because he clearly doesn't understand that this is my show and I can just remove people. He doesn't realize.
Ask a question.
All right.
I thought you couldn't mute people.
I don't.
Why did you
I
mute
no.
him?
I didn't mute him.
So
somebody else. So Prime, you're gonna get removed. Prime, you're gonna get removed if you just talk over me the whole time.
Like 99% sure the chaos is intentional, so you can pick to respond to stupid people. But
All right. So one more time. So what were you saying regarding the secondary surge of testosterone?
all I was saying. Oh wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Right. So no, all I was saying was that's not a biological predisposition for them to try and take the opposite hormonal secretion, right? Like you're saying that
we're not talking about that,
right? Because wait, listen, you said that is not. If they don't get the second hormonal secretion right, the second testosterone surge, that their brain won't become, more male centered, is what you're saying. So you're saying we should make them more female centered by giving them the opposite testosterone. You're saying that's a biological.
No one said that.
Nobody said that. All I was trying to. Hey, stop talking! Stop talking, idiot! Idiot! Stop being an idiot! Stop! I'm trying to explain it. I am trying to. All right. Fuck it. This guy can't talk. He can't talk.
Prime, you're confused, right? You're
Voice
confused.
user block. Okay, we have to get rid of the fucking idiot who can't control himself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Prime, you're confused because nobody said that, right? That's not. There wasn't a prescription there. It was just a fact that there are certain brains that are viewed as typically male.
I can't tolerate people who can't have a conversation.
Okay.
Like it's not possible. Like I'm just gonna fucking
amender. Let's say I was trying to get a definition, trying to define the color red,
and
then I'm like, okay, it could be that it's red, or it could not be that it's red.
Okay.
That doesn't help us. Like that is a non-factor then.
What
is
do you mean?
non-factor in the definition.
What he means,
okay.
I can answer what he means. What he means is that it's basically all you're saying is that everything is subjective. Well, it can be or it can't be.
No, I
Like,
did
that's
not
what
say everything is
definition
subjective.
You're
I
talking
never said
about-
that. You're making up something that is not at all what I said.
Or biological, and it's both either a mix or it could be 100% one or 100% the other. This doesn't give us any solid.
But at the end of the day, it's just self-ID.
Yeah, well,
just
it's
a
ultimately going to be self-ID in the same way that the way that you diagnose headaches is that you ask people. Yes.
But I'm not asking about how it's diagnosed. I'm asking about
do headaches
how
exist?
Imagine if we self-diagnose.
Do headaches exist? Do headaches exist?
But
how do I know that headaches exist? I've never had a headache.
But
How do I know headaches exist? I've never had a headache.
It's a pain sensation in the head. That's what a headache.
All right, but I don't believe you. I don't have headaches.
The difference between a headache and a gender is that a headache is not a social construct and a gender is, and you can examine a social construct.
So if I presented a biological mechanism like I did earlier, then you would have to acknowledge gender is different from sex.
that biological mechanism described earlier can be
I
or
just want to be
cannot
clear, right?
be relevant when determining sex.
Distinguish that.
Or that
Wait,
I literally
Amanda,
did.
can I-
I literally did.
can I
I
have a
gave
whack
you a
at this?
mechanistic property of how that works.
Amanda,
You can get
can I have a
mad
whack
and
at
say
this?
that I didn't do that, but I did
You're
do
one
that.
of those people that literally think that like looking up some high fancy words and then saying it like, oh, this is
Yeah, like I use those big old words.
what you're saying.
Yeah, I gotta use those big old words. Big hard word.
So
is the point.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're
You think
trolling
you
or
gotta
not,
use
Kate.
those big old words?
I assume you're
Let
trolling,
me try
Kate.
this. Let me try this.
But
So
so,
my
Simfo, you tried to make a symmetry breaker here. You said the difference between a headache and gender is one is a social construct and one isn't. Okay. I mean, we can apply similar understanding to social constructs because you agree that social constructs exist, right, Simfo?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So how could we determine? Actually, this is a really good question. Do you speak any other languages?
Yeah.
Okay. What other languages do you speak?
Hebrew.
You speak Hebrew. Okay. So how can we distinguish ancient Hebrew from modern Hebrew, for example? How do we
I'm not
distinguish the two?
contesting. I don't think I'm contesting the thing that you're building towards. So let me try to make a positive case, and then you can tell me what you disagree with.
Okay.
Okay. My argument is that gender is a social construct. It's the set of interactions and expectations that are made of a person who traditionally had a specific sex. Okay, but the gender is the interaction with the society. It's the set of expectations.
It's more. It's wider than that.
Yeah, so we went
Gender is a
through-
lot of things.
No, the
That's
gender is
what I'm-
actually just a self-ID.
No, it's
so
not.
No, I
that's
can
not-
actually I can
No,
give context to
no,
what
If
I'm
you
talking
no,
about.
if you
no,
strongly
stop,
believe that you're a
stop
woman,
talking.
you're a woman.
Stop talking. If you're talking about like a person's internal, deeply held sense of their own gender as a man, woman, or a non-binary or whatever, that's one aspect of gender. Another one is like your gender expression, where you are presenting your gender.
But that doesn't matter.
Your behavior,
You
your
already
clothing,
went
your hairstyle. No, this is all part of gender, right? You're saying that it
But
that
if-
it doesn't
if you
matter.
we
I'm
already went
explaining
over
to you that it's like
I'm
you're talking about
expressing-
like a series of social, it's psychological, it's cultural, there's behavioral aspects. Hell, the way you walk, the way you talk, there's aspects of gender that is exhibited,
Hey,
right? And it
we're running in
is a
circles here.
multifaceted.
We are
I'm not
over
running
this.
in circles. I'm
It's not even running
explaining
in
gender
circles.
to
Yes,
you,
the
idiot.
social-
I'm
the
explaining
social-
gender to you.
social
Stop
thing
being
expression.
stupid.
No.
Stop being stupid. I'm explaining to you
We already
gender.
went over that. I already told you. Like the expression
I don't know
part does
why
not
this is so
fucking matter
difficult
in the
for
definition.
right
Yeah,
wingers
you're
to
kind
realize.
of
can
just
express
They're
as a
actually
man
brain
if I
rotted.
believe
They're
I'm
so
a
brain
woman.
rotted. It hurts.
If I believe I'm a
You gotta-
woman
you
and I
gotta
express
It
like
hurts.
a
They're
man,
brain
I socially
rotted.
behave
They're
like a
gone.
man.
Their
I'm
brains are
still a
gone.
woman. It's all
What?
self-ID.
You're the ones that sit there like, oh, I don't want to
It's
read
all
the books because
self-ID,
they'll
dude.
corrupt my brain. Like, okay, dude.
Wait, Amanda.
Then why are you even
It's
arguing
all
with him if you can't
self-ID.
provide sufficient
Amanda,
evidence?
the argument.
I've
the
already
argument
provided
he's
evidence.
making-
I've already provided evidence. I
Not
don't know
you,
what-
I mean him. Like he's arguing based on his personal opinion. Why are you still continuing with him, Amender?
Well,
I don't know,
so
it's just fun.
Simfo,
It's fun. It's fun to
there
argue with
seems
you
to be
idiots.
Can someone's gender identification not match their actual gender?
Can someone's
well,
gender
so
ID
gender
not match-
identity.
Yes.
Typically, what we're referring to when we say gender identity, we're talking about someone's internal sense of their gender, right? That's what we're talking about. This
Yes.
is the best metric we have for this is self ID. Okay, that's not to say it's infallible or anything. What you seem to be referring to is gender expression. So we can see this with like cis women or trans women or cis men or trans men, that their gender expression could just be different than their identity all the time, right? You could have a cis man whose gender expression is very distinct from
I
his
wouldn't necessarily
like,
call
you know,
what I describe gender expression, because gender expression is like your individualistic side of the negotiation, but there's also the societal side, which is how society treats you is also part of your gender. And it's
So-
actually a huge part of your gender. It's, I would say, a dominant part of your gender.
right. So there's different categories. We went through societal and cultural expectations too. There were 3 different categories we kind of discussed already. But if we take, for example, cross dressers or drag queens, right? Then we're looking at cis men that have a gender expression that is overtly feminine, but
Yes.
their internal sense of gender is still a man,
Male.
right?
God, I love this guy.
So
I love this guy.
this can be This can be distinguished from like trans people, right, who could have exactly the opposite phenomena. The best metric we have, the reason we gave the analogy of headache is because it is something that is entirely like internal to oneself. I have no epistemic access to whether or not you have a headache, just like you have no epistemic access to my own internal sense of gender until I tell you, you know?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
What if you like strap someone to a machine and determine whether or not you have a headache, Fo?
That's not something I disagree with. The thing that I'm disagreeing with is that that self-identification component is determinative of whether or not you are a certain gender or not, because I'm saying whether you are a certain gender or not has more to do with how society interacts with you than your personal bargaining position within that negotiation.
Okay, I agree with you, but it probably maybe a different way than what you're thinking. I look, this is where I look at Judith Butler's like idea of performativity, right? Where it's like your gender and the way that you represent it is done through a daily ritual that you do every single day, right? The way you dress, the way you walk, the way you talk, like everything about it. And it's not referring to performativity in the sense of like an actor where you're putting on a role. It's more like, hey, these are like what is expected of you, like from a societal aspect, and you follow
you're doing
those
what you can
things
to get society to interact with you in the way that you want to be interacted with.
Yes. And so like, if there's a woman that decides to wear a dress that day, they avoid, smoking cigars, you are involved in the performativity of gender.
Yeah.
So now, my question would be: is the self ID just a means, like to have a guess? Is that like earlier I heard it's not the perfect definition of what a gender is? Yeah.
It's not it's not infallible as a metric, right? Just like you saying you have a headache does not necessarily mean you have a headache, but we assume that you're telling the truth and that you're not lying, right?
Good. Now, then I have a question with regards to this. What then is the actual definition of gender? Like what makes someone a woman?
I said the definition. If you would like me to say it again, I can.
Predicated on the internal sense of self.
Oh, no. But isn't that the self ID?
Yes.
So that's the identity.
If you believe, if you wholeheartedly believe that you are a man or you're a woman, that is the infallible definition, like your wholehearted belief.
I'm happy to bore everyone with it again, right? But I'll read out the definition. Okay. So
I was asking a yes or no.
Let him answer that. Let him say it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so gender is a multi-dimensional construct that links gender identity, gender expression, and social and cultural expectations about status, characteristics, and behavior that are associated with sex traits. We have a few of the dimensions that are discussed. Identity, a core element of a person's individual sense of self. Expression, how an individual signals their gender to others through behavior and appearance. Social and cultural expectations, which are related to social status, characteristics, and behavior that are associated with sex traits. Then the characteristics mentioned are often conceptualized as binary, male, female, or man-woman in Western cultures, but also includes categories outside this binary, often used interchangeably with sex, though it is conceptually distinct, often assumed to be determined based on sex assigned at birth, but may differ. Gender identity, expression, and social and cultural expectations may not all correspond to the same gender, and lastly, may be temporally and contextually fluid.
So, again, is this, how would you define woman? Like, I have the gender of a woman. How would you define that now?
So because it's a cluster definition, right? Like if you're talking about,
you can't define it. So because it's a cluster definition, okay. Well, how would you define it?
He was just about to do it. You interrupted him.
Yeah, it would be socially and like culturally contingent upon like a particular context. But
how would you, like, given that you knew every thought, like, and every genuine belief, there's no lying involved, like, how would you know that someone is a woman or not?
This is why
how we would know, then that's a different question.
This is why I believe right-wingers don't really give a fuck about any like intellectual honesty. All they care all they care about is like, oh, what is a woman? Oh, how do I disprove the existence of trans people? Like, bro, it's fucking
Okay.
This is why, because like they just repeat the same fucking Matt Walsh argument over and over. They never actually like, agree or engage.
Wait, tell me, because if you're asking what is a woman, right? That's a different question than how we would know if someone's a woman. But I would say any person, right, to make it as general to any culture and society, any person who is socially recognized and positioned within the category of femininity in a given society, right?
Okay.
That is
So what if I live in a transphobic country, in a transphobic town, and I'm actually trans, and no one sees me as the gender that I actually believe I am?
Yes,
wouldn't that mean that in that context, by your definition, I would count as a man because everyone sees me as a man?
Well,
that just means your gender expression, right?
Yeah, your
like,
gender expression is that of
contingent
man,
upon-
but your internal sense of self is female.
You're a man.
It's woman.
I'm a woman.
So,
Why is that
so
wrong?
the definition again. So that definition of like your expression is ultimately trumped by my self ID.
No, they're just referring to different things. You're asking, how would someone know? Like, it's almost like saying,
No, I'm asking, what is that? What actually is the woman? Like what?
right, and I told you.
What criteria?
So
what parts of criteria
if
do I
you have the
fulfill?
internal sense of a woman, right, then that is what your identification is.
Internal sense of a what? Internal sense of a what?
Of a person who is, who fits into this category of femininity, right? If that is your internal sense
so a woman has
of yourself.
That the internal sense is also defined
Jesus
on
Christ,
based on
y'all,
the social
y'all are
construct,
actually
right?
fucking. You guys are super bad faith in this. You guys are not.
This is not
even
bad
attempting.
faith.
You're
This
not
is
even
not bad
attempting. You're not even attempting to understand. You're not even making any attempt. Zero.
I'm trying to see like what he. Yeah, actually that.
Oh no. Trust
I'm
me.
trying
Trust
to
me.
see
It is
what
nobody
this
here is
definition of
holding you
woman
back,
is.
but yourself. I promise you.
Stop screeching, First Amendment. Let him talk.
No, I'm gonna screech all I fucking want. That's what. That's welcome to my
Christ.
show. I'm gonna fucking screech. I don't know what to tell you.
So yeah, but if I have the feeling of, so okay, a woman is someone who has what again? Like this, you said like fitting in
I
social
don't know.
construct.
Sorry.
Yeah, so the way that we're defining woman, right?
Yeah,
is
woman.
that there is a particular like there are roles and expectations, norms, identification, right, expression within society. So in three different realms, we can look at the gender expression of an individual, their gender identity. These things don't have to go hand in hand. The example I gave, of course, was like if you have a cross-dresser or a drag queen, okay? This is a person whose internal sense of gender is that of a man, okay? However, their gender expression is very feminine, right?
Okay, are they a so they're not a woman? If you have the
correct,
if you okay, yeah, so it boils down to identity. Is that correct?
That identification component is going to be so like their sense of identity is their internal sense of their gender.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So that is the gender that person is.
Their gender identity, correct. That is their gender identity.
So the definition here is a woman is someone who believes they're of that category. If they self-identify in that category, if they believe enough that they are in that
I think
category.
I gave you the definition of a woman. You
didn't.
But
you definitely didn't.
You said okay, well you said roles. Okay, a woman is someone who fulfills like roles.
I didn't say it again, so I'll say
Actually,
a person.
I don't know why this is so difficult. I swear, it blows my mind.
Oh, then why don't you answer the question?
We already did many times.
No, you didn't. You did not. You
What
said
is a
roles,
woman?
Expectations. You rolled back to roles, expectations, identity.
Yeah, it has been
a bunch of irrelevant
acting
characteristics.
incredulous is not actually a rebuttal, right? We've provided the rebuttal many times over.
You did not know. You did not give me a concrete definition of woman.
Both me as well as Dark Karl Marx has been accurately providing the information that you've required. You've just provided the constant challenges over and over. Is there any
roles, expectations?
I've already
Listen, you provide me roles and expectations and identity.
I've already explained it. Everybody has already explained it. Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
You have not made it concise.
Oh my God!
Like,
yet, okay, you're correct. You're correct
These
in the sense that.
characteristics
Hey,
are
stop
not
talking!
important.
I'm just gonna
These
remove you, bro. All
characteristics
right,
are not
Kitchy,
important.
goodbye. Goodbye. It was nice knowing you. You fucking
See ya,
idiot.
yeah. Tell me what a woman is. Tell me what a woman is.
Yes,
Tell me what a woman is.
Yeah,
Maybe
because
after
you're an
you
idiot.
tell
You're an
them what a
idiot.
woman is,
All right,
please,
maybe
yeah?
next time don't be a racist.
Like a definition.
What's a woman, buddy?
Fucking idiot.
What is a woman?
It's an internal sense. It depends. Are you referring to sex or
It's
gender?
an internal sense. It depends.
Are you referring to sex or gender? Are you referring to sex or gender?
Shit.
Are you referring to sex or gender when you're talking about woman?
I'm referring to a woman.
Sex or gender? Those are two different things.
Gender.
Okay, it is an internal sense of self being that of female.
What is a woman?
So a woman.
I
a woman
just
is a
explained
person
it.
that-
By gender,
Wait.
So
it
there's
is
two types of
internal sense of self being female and being 18 years old. That's what a woman is in terms of gender. In terms of sex, typically XX chromosomes that result in primary sex characteristics such as large gametes, which result in primary sex characteristics such as a vagina, and then the secondary sex characteristics of, typically their fat is around their hips, around their thighs, less around their belly, around their chest as well. That would be, and it has to be 18 years old. There you go. That would be woman by sex and gender.
Can I try?
I've explained it. You asked for an explanation. You've asked for an explanation, and I provided it. That is literally an explanation. You're just being an idiot. You're just being an idiot.
Hold on,
You're like, this
Amanda,
doesn't
if I-
fit. You're like, this doesn't fit my binary sense of sex. It can only be sex. I don't agree with any endocrinology. I don't agree with any psychology. I don't agree with biology. I don't agree with neurology. I don't agree with sociology. I don't agree with psychology. I don't agree with any of this. It's all poo-poo stuff. Fucking idiot. Just a moron. You're a moron. Like, I don't know. Just be
Maybe
less
he's not
dumb.
moron. Why would he be a moron for rejecting?
Like, I don't know. You just got to be less dumb. Like, I don't
Because
know.
this guy's a fucking angry fascist faggot. That's why.
All right, cool. All right. Hobo is banned. Enjoy the ban. Voice, user, block. Hobo. Sorry, don't do that. We're streaming on YouTube right now, so you don't talk like that.
My name's
I
Jenga,
think
by the
YouTube
way.
should
That's a
know
permaban.
that he doesn't know how to
Permaban.
define a woman.
I've already defined it. I defined it right in front of
I
everybody.
asked you. You asked me.
Yeah,
Does
I'm
it?
banning you.
What do you mean, sex or
Voice,
gender? What is
user,
woman?
block.
Is a woman a sex or a
We've
gender?
already explained this multiple times, you idiot. God damn.
Hello.
These people are
Let me try something.
actual fucking brain rot. No, Kate's gone.
I'm
not going to
interject
tolerate
here?
this, dude. I sat there and I've addressed the position over and over and over and over. How many times do I have to address the exact position, and I answer the questions as clearly and as concisely as I possibly can?
What is the
And then they're like,
topic?
that's not concise enough. It has to be like a TikTok feed where you say adult human female. Like, you're an idiot. Like, it's just an idiot.
Can I want to give you two statements. Tell me if you agree with either one of them.
Sure.
Okay. A woman is necessarily and sufficiently a person that identifies themselves as a woman, or a woman is necessarily and sufficiently someone that society identifies as a woman.
I don't agree with either.
A
of
woman
those.
is somebody with a vagina, mate. Didn't you fucking work that one out?
I don't
We're
agree,
not
I don't agree
here
with
to
that
define
either. I don't agree with that either.
Vagina, mate.
I don't agree with either of those. I think like if you're referring to gender, it requires like a level of performativity that needs to be there. If you don't have
Not
any of the performativity, then it's not there.
Not
you gotta be a-
performativity so much as success. Like, it has to be successful performance.
No.
No.
Because if
She's
society
gotta have a
refuses
vagina,
to
it
interact
doesn't
with
matter
you
how
as
she
you want to be
performs.
interacted with, then you're effectively not the gender that you wish to be.
No, because I'm referring to the performativity. You
anybody believes-
said sans performativity. whether or not that if somebody could just like identify and that's it, they don't have to do anything else, they would be a woman. No, I think that you have to establish that performative nature behind gender in order to establish said gender. It's that simple.
What a stupid conversation to be having.
I'm not sure what you meant by that. So
yeah, I'm saying that can't you tell the difference between a man and a woman?
Shut up, dude.
Oh, this fucking guy.
I actually
I
hate
can tell the
British
difference
people.
between
I
a
try
man
to
and a woman.
pretend to not hate them, and then they come around.
Why you
and
want
then
to pretend
they
that they're
prove it
the
right
Chill
all
with the
time.
hate speech.
Is that what you
Chill with
wanna
the hate
say? What
speech.
is it
Chill.
then?
Chill. We're on YouTube.
Come on,
Like,
it's
seriously. Show some decorum. Goodness
It's not hate
sakes.
speech. It's a matter of opinion. I don't have to accept your
I
filth.
didn't say you. I was defending you in the sense that someone was calling you fucking
Okay,
Brit or
thank
whatever.
you.
I'm
was
telling you,
literally-
these people, their brains don't even work correctly. They can't tell
You
what
think
is
you're
what is
superior
what.
than everybody else. That's the problem with you Americans.
Marxist.
Your
No,
arrogance.
I don't
is
think
so
I'm
fucking
superior. I'm an American. Anyway, can we like have a conversation or are we just gonna do this
Why,
dumb
a lot of the
shit?
people don't like you around the planet.
I don't care. It's fine. Anyway, did you have anything that you wanted to say regarding gender or to? I mean, we could also change topics. I mean, I'm a pretty woke.
Well, Scar was
liberal.
saying something to me in the side chat. Can I ask him a question real quick?
Sure.
Hey, Scar. So, you said I should learn some econometrics. I just had a quick question for you. Can you tell me the difference between a treated group change and a control group change and difference analysis?
I know about difference and difference analysis. This is like DID analysis, where like you measure you do a differential.
So what's the
analysis
treated group
between-
and the control group? What's the difference between those two?
Are you talking about like treatment of different groups?
The treated group and the control group. There's like two groups.
Like
in difference
That's
analysis.
like basic statistical test. You have a control group and you have a treated group. This is how you establish
so
like statistical
what
hypotheses.
is the difference?
Why? One is like your null hypothesis. One is like your like. What is the control group? Like one you take two comparable groups, and you do an analysis on one of them and check and use the control group to see if you have any changes.
Right. So if you were trying to figure out, okay, what does difference and difference do? What is the purpose of it? What does it do?
What are we trying to do? Are you just trying to like knowledge check him and just like mog him or something?
Yeah.
No. He told me to learn econometrics. I don't know. He told me to
because you're a Marxist, dude. Come on.
But obviously, Scar, I know more about econometrics than you, so you shouldn't do that.
I don't care. A flat earther always says the same thing. I know more about the Earth than you, dude. But I still am a flat earther.
None of you know about the Earth.
Memorize
None of you know
okay,
the
that's
truth
probably
about the
okay. This
Earth.
is fine. So before what you said was, you said literally proved multiple times that you cannot have an efficient allocation of resources, price coordination, centralized power, yada yada. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And then you simultaneously said that you personally like Keynes, right? That's like one of your favorite economists, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with like the economic calculation problem?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure what you're talking about. Hold on. I'm pretty sure what you're talking about, but I'm sure you're going to represent it very well. Please explain.
Well, I mean, during the socialist calculation debates in the 1920s, people said what you just said. It was people from the Austrian School of Economics, like libertarians, that said, you can't have efficient allocation of resources and price coordination. However, the people arguing against this were Keynesians, specifically post-Keynesians such as Oscar R. Long and Abba Lerner, that proposed an exact model for planning where you do have efficient allocation of resources, right? It's famously called the Long-Lerner model that was proposed in the 30s. You have centralized planning, allocation of resources and price coordination under a state, which is funny because you said you like Keynes, and these were models.
I sincerely doubt that's what they meant.
Pause for a second.
Doubt.
Do you guys like my drawing? What do you guys think of my drawing? I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. No worries. It's your channel. I shouldn't have hijacked
my
it.
stream real quick. What do you think?
Yeah.
Let's just take a break to recommend it.
Do you like it? Do you like my drawing?
Yeah, that's so beautiful, bro.
Good drawing.
Oh, that is actually
Anybody who makes fun of makes fun of the art will get kicked out. So everybody say it's nice.
Well, Well, Scar,
have you ever thought of drawing, caricatures of politics?
I have.
Should do that.
Anyway.
Scar, you should just look up Oscar R. Long in the Long Learner model, because if you think I'm misrepresenting it, you can totally look it up, but it specifically refers to.
I'll look it up in give me 5 seconds. I'm pretty sure that this is not what it says. Can you just tell me?
I'll type it to you,
give me
right?
the name in the
So,
subject.
no,
Type
I'm not
type the name in the
misrepresenting
subject.
anything. There's even like a whole Wikipedia page on it, right?
Give me like 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, well, he's deafening now. Cool.
Yeah, he's gonna go check.
Maybe. Or he never checks.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't want to get into a discussion because I myself am a capitalist with however I believe in like strong social safety nets. So like it would be more akin to like what you would see in like the Netherlands, for example. But with that being said, I kind of like the positions that you're holding, Dark Karl Marx, and I don't want to get into a fight with you.
Listen, I'm happy to get into disagreements with anyone. Honestly, like as far as, I would question your analysis of like, why you would prefer capitalism,
My only preference, I guess, regarding it is, I just like from number one, the problem that I have is like, I would genuinely like to see a country where socialism is performed and like, it's just left alone, right? Like it has no Western powers stopping it at all. So that way we could just finally put to rest the debate, like determine, hey, does it actually work? Show me where it actually works, and if it does work in the experiment where they're able to freely trade with capitalist nations, then, it could in theory work. Right. And if it's better, great, fabulous. Let's switch to it. Right. I wouldn't be against that. It just, what drives me crazy though, is that a lot of people, they just like, they'll point out like failed capitalist countries. And it's like but these countries failed because like the United States did everything in their power to stop them. Like, so.
Well, sure. There's that. I mean, one thing that's interesting is when you mentioned the Netherlands, right? I would say exactly the opposite is the case for
exactly what I said. You just pulled a fast one on me.
Wait, hold on.
It's a microeconomic.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Star, what is it?
You know the difference between a micro and a macroeconomic model?
Absolutely. This is a macroeconomic model.
No, it is a microeconomic model. I literally just checked.
Can you tell me any piece of micro foundations that are included in the long learner model? Go ahead.
I don't care. It's literally from the Wikipedia page. It's a microeconomic model. Like,
okay, so you didn't even read it.
I am reading it.
Where does it
and
say?
Also,
that
it's like in a theory. It's not even like proven with like. It's not even like substantiated by any econometric.
Where does it say that it's studies. A microeconomic model? Where does it say that?
Hold on, I'll show it to you.
It just wouldn't even say that. It's just stupid. I don't know why you would just decide to be wrong on these facts. That's a weird thing.
No, because you're making shit up, bro.
You could argue about the model, but to say that it's a microeconomic
model. Yes, I am
model,
arguing about the model.
It is you're not arguing about the model. You said it's microeconomic, which is just factually false.
Yes.
No.
I am showing it to you. I'm not making shit up.
Okay, show me where it mentions microeconomics at all.
Yeah. Give me a second. Let me.
Does Keynes ever talk about microecon? Question.
I always thought he does, doesn't he? Am I wrong?
No, he doesn't. Right, that's the thing. Like, the entirety of general theory is all about macro. I'm curious what his analysis is going to be here. Micro foundations are going to be like the father of microecon is like Alfred Marshall. The Austrian school focuses a lot on micro foundations, right? Like,
can I just say I really dislike like I hate it when people reference like any Austrian economist, because one of their favorite things that they do, and they pride themselves on it, they say, they don't do math. I'm like,
Yeah, they
then what are you doing? Oh, well, we just gotta pretend, that this is this is empirically
empirical and
verifiable.
mathematical modeling.
That's why
They're
you
like
end up with like
weird.
weird ass rules. Like what is it? The what's that one rule that says that like people's like wants are infinite? I don't believe. I think if you're a sociopath, then yeah. But I think if you're like a normal person, there's probably like a general stasis. Like I feel, and it's like, man, some Austrian account like I guarantee you, fucking Mises came up with that shit. I'm just like, what the fuck.
Yeah.
So Scar, tell me, help me out.
Wait.
Right? What are you reading where it says microeconomic? Are you saying because it relies on Walrasian equilibrium that it's somehow a microeconomic model? Is that the claim?
No, it was explicitly designed to answer the socialist calculation debate. That's why it's like Also, it's not even the main problem here. The main problem is that it's a theoretical model. Like I can come up with a theoretical model. It has no economic. Like,
hold on. Whoa. We're all over the place. Are you going back on the microeconomic claim? Are you conceding that?
I am fine. No, I'm not conceding that. This is a microeconomic model. It was designed to like, whatchamacallit. It was designed to answer the socialist calculation debate.
What was I literally said that, and you said you weren't even familiar with the socialist calculation debate.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just looking at it, and this literally
okay,
says
and
it's
what
like
were the socialist calculation?
Oh my god.
Debates, buddy. It was about allocating resources in an entire economy, so it's not micro. It's all macro stuff, right? And it's legitimately. So you have a central planning board that makes all the macroeconomic determinations about the total allocation of national income for an economy, right? If you have a central board that's planning total allocation of income, the rate of capital accumulation and total investment, how is that micro?
Sure, bro. Like, listen, you know what? I'm just going to find the exact word here.
Okay, Scar, you don't even have to pretend to like know about econ. There's no point in doing it.
No, I know econ. I just don't know about this particular thing you said, which I admitted instantly when you said the calculation.
Which is fine, but okay. Why would you claim that it's micro?
Because it says it's micro. Literally, I Googled it and it says it's micro.
Where?
So, what if your math is wrong even once? That seems like it's a disaster.
What math?
No, hold on. It's not even the math, all right? You just have a model. It's a theoretical model that has no like empirical studies behind it. Okay, anybody can make any model. Marx made a model and see what happened when
what model did Marx make? What model did Marx make?
His whole centralized model thing, like not a mathematical model, like his whole framework.
What centralized planning model did Marx make? Go ahead.
Oh my god. Can you
made
address
no
my question
centralized
first?
planning model. Marx doesn't talk about central planning.
Can you address my question first? Are there not any econometric data to back up your whatever model you just said? Are there or are there not?
Dude, I only brought this up because you said you're a Keynesian. This is a Keynesian model. This isn't even a Marxist model.
I did not say I'm a Keynesian. Show where I said I'm a Keynesian.
You said I asked you who your favorite economist is. You said I personally like Keynes.
Okay, can you read the whole comment out loud?
It says, I don't like to put economists in a pedestal. It's a narrow way to view it, but I'd say I personally like Keynes. That's what you said.
Yeah. How is that a Keynesian system? Like, I just like the guy. Like,
okay, cool. If you like the guy, this is a Keynesian model. That's all. This isn't even a Marxist model.
I don't care. I don't care. He's not a god.
Okay, that's fine, right? I'm just saying you put all of these like accusations towards me. Marx literally doesn't provide a model.
There's no accusation. It's like a retarded.
Scar. I'm gonna help you out. Marx doesn't provide a model for central planning once in any of his writings at all. Okay. All of his writings on political economy.
Tell me how you're going to allocate resources.
What?
Forget about all of this. Tell me how are you going to efficiently allocate resources in whatever like thing that Marx says. And like,
Sure.
No, fuck all.
Wait, I can do this, right? We can just run.
Yeah, sure.
Are you familiar with like Leontief matrices?
Just I know about the matrices. Just what is it about?
Okay, everyone knows about the matrices apparently. Okay, so essentially,
explain it. I don't
what
know
you
what
would
a
have is a
Leontief
model where
matrix
every
is.
industry uses outputs of other industries as inputs. The production would be a linear system of technical relations. You would use Leontief matrices, which would just be you have a matrix of input coefficients and then a vector of total gross outputs, and then a vector of final demand, where this is going to determine how much input from like sector A is needed to produce 1 unit of output in sector B, for example.
Okay, so you have an AX equals B matrix. Okay, how are you determining the A? How are you determining these coefficients for your linear system?
Based on the inputs. What do you mean? So the
how are you determining those inputs? No. This is very important. Like, how are you determining
the
this
inputs
input?
are like materials, labor.
Hold on. For you to go on from t equals 0 to t equals 1, from t to t plus 1, you need the matrix need to have like the correct like inputs. How are you determining that?
Right, you take an inventory of inputs that you have. So, for example, steel and labor, these are all going to be coefficients. So you have labor coefficients for the amount of labor that goes into producing a particular commodity. You have the resource constraints, which are the amount of steel that you have, and an input-output table, just like national statistical agencies already produce. They already do this, right? We're just saying.
You know the. Sure. Now you know where the problem is.
What?
You will not have perfect information about the inventory all the time, ever. This is not possible,
about?
even with the best supercomputers.
You're saying firms don't take inventory of what goods and
no, they do take inventory, but for you to know about the movement of all the resources like instantaneously all the time.
Who said instantaneously all the time?
You need to not even instantaneous, like as much, like let's say within 24 hours span, you still need like a huge amount of data that you will not have. And also,
Dude, what
even
are you talking
if I grant
about? How do you think? Okay, how do you think firms determine how many resources they have today?
The whole microeconomic system is not a firm, dude.
An audit.
What the fuck?
So the issue is the firms you're talking about have floating variables, and you're talking about exponential things. So minor differences in reporting or shrink or that will add up very quickly within your model.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. Okay, let's say we have a let's say we have a perpetual inventory system.
Did you not listen to what I said? I'm saying they don't always report exactly what they output. There's differences
they do.
in reporting. They do not.
Walmart and other companies almost do it exactly because with computers, that's not a problem here. The problem is like even if you have like let's imagine every single company and firm have like instantaneous like perpetual inventory system, then you have a stream of data that you need to process, and then you need to solve these linear equations simultaneously to like get the answer to where you want to send your resources. And even with our best supercomputers, you can check this out if you don't believe me, because I actually like looked at it. You're not going to be able to do it. That's how the Soviet economics fucked up, because they were trying to allocate resources.
The Soviet economy didn't use this model.
No, they did something very similar. Okay, if you read any Soviet book, no, they did. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They were solving linear equations.
Wait,
so
but
they did linear equations. They had.
They sold it. The mass starvation of Mao and USSR was the grain to industry models.
You can look up the equations there.
Hey guys, we got a phone call.
No, I'm familiar with the equations that
put a pause.
were used.
Put a pause on it. Let's take the phone call.
Not.
Hold on a sec. Watch my stream, by the way. Here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, this is Mark again. How you doing?
Hey, Mark, what you want to talk about?
I'm just trying to. I'm on a long drive. Sorry, I'm not in the Discord. I had to call, but
no, you're
I'm
good.
listening to this. But generally, there's a lot of theoretical economics going on here. was wondering if I could just kind of maybe ask a question to Dark Karl Marx to kind of bring
there's
it
a
back
question going to be
maybe
posed to Dark Karl Marx. Go ahead.
Oh, is that bad?
Hold on.
No, that's fine.
Talked about.
No, that's perfectly fine. Go ahead.
Or just
When
to
your
drive
stream
the
isn't loading
conversation
for
in a
me,
different
can you relay
direction when
the
it comes to or how you feel about
question?
economics or whatever.
Oh, hold on now. Give me one quick second. The stream is not working apparently for some people. So hold on. Let me disconnect and
Just for me, it's probably
stream.
my shitty phone. Hold on, let me try it again. Okay, I can see it now.
You
Go
can see it now. Okay. All right. Sorry. Go ahead with your question.
I just wonder, where is innovation supposed to come from in a worker-owned model in general? Because even the ability to come to the point where we could have industry and factories to be able to have worker-owned models came from innovation because somebody wanted to get somewhere in life and get ahead. So where does any innovation come from in worker-owned models? And maybe that could just lead the conversation in a certain direction. That's all I wanted to ask. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead and answer that question. I'm going to hang up though, so that way you can listen to his response. Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So yeah, question just about innovation. So I would say that you kind of increase the ability for innovation once you eliminate the biggest stifle to innovation, which is the profit incentive, right? The profit incentive means that you can only do things that are profitable. So you can't do an innovative thing if it's not profitable, right? Under a society where allocation is based around need rather than profit, now the interest of individuals becomes like able to rise to the top, like so to speak, in this hierarchy of activities. If people have a natural want to innovate and create things and do creative work, which is something that we see for all of human society, or else humans wouldn't exist. Probably a really good contemporary example of this would be like the open source software movement, right? Where people do incredibly taxing, difficult, and elaborate work for no profit at all. And they do this in a model where the resource constraint, like there's not a physical resource constraint, so they're able to do it. If we eliminate a lot of the physical resource constraints that are kind of arbitrary and based around profit, then we are able to do this with like, medical technology more, right? We're able to have like, intellectual property puts a lot of constraints on what people are able to produce, right? Only businesses can, like, they have patents on processes for producing insulin, for example, right? So then there's a certain amount of people with like type 1 diabetes that may not be able to afford insulin right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you would have all of these constraints would be lifted if you eliminate the profit incentive. So you'd have more of an incentive for innovation to improve like quality of life and whatnot.
I'm not quite sure that tracks because, like, let's say, like,
can I ask him a question first, please?
Go.
Yeah, Karl Marx. Can I ask you a question? So you said you know about linear equation and all the other shit, right? Can I ask you just a simple question, right? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. What is the derivative of x squared?
The derivative of x squared.
With respect to x.
What is it? It's just like x minus or 2x?
X minus 2x. Okay, sure.
Something. I don't know. I don't remember derivatives.
No, he said 2x.
Honestly.
He's got it right. What do you mean?
No, he said x minus 2x.
Oh.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't remember derivatives. I don't really care.
No, this is like whenever somebody like says that they know math, this is like a simple like a litmus test I use to just.
No, I don't even claim to like be a math guy, right? Like I can use a calculator, but that's it. I don't know. I'm not like
you use a calculator to take derivatives. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because like you need calculus.
If I'm reading a paper or something, right? I don't.
Okay.
Bro, listen.
You guys are talking about. Can I speak for a second?
I
know you guys are talking about Marx.
him.
I know you guys are talking about Marx, right? But
yeah, I'm sorry, bro.
I've got a very important topic that if you would like to discuss, I'd like to share with you. It involves ancient manuscripts, the Indus script,
I'd rather not.
Proto-Elamite,
Get off this
Linear A, Phaistos disc, Rango, the Boynock manuscript, Ptolemaic, Hellenistic
Bro,
archives,
what are you
and the
fucking talking
Vinca
about?
symbol.
Hey,
What I'm
He's
saying,
just
what
doing
I'm
the
hey, what
saying,
the
British
fuck are
thing.
you
I
talking
think
about? Hey,
I'm
Jaga,
telling you
this ain't
guys.
your fucking show, bro. This is my show. So
All
what
right,
the fuck
okay.
are
All
you
I was
doing?
saying, I was saying
he's
What
so
are
that
you
all
British.
these
doing?
scripts, I was
This is
saying
how
that all
British
these
people behave.
scripts
All right,
are
Jaga,
not linguistic.
Jaga,
They
if
are
you
the
derail,
records of the
mind.
machine.
Jaga, if you derail this, I'm just gonna voice ban you. Do you understand? Do you
All right,
understand that
enjoy your
you're about
topic,
2
man. I'm
seconds
sorry, I
away?
don't want to interrupt you. Have
You're
a
2
nice day.
seconds
Goodbye.
away. Yeah, bye.
Wait, Amender.
Okay.
He was talking about open source software. He was talking about that. It was. I thought he was
I was
trolling,
gonna
and then
ask
he
that
started
too.
talking about scripts. Okay, but anyway, so
Got him.
the issue I have is I think the profit motive is pretty good incentive. Let's take the pharmaceutical industry. You need to gather the scientists. You need to research the chemical. You need to do all kinds of tests. This is a decades-long process. Why would I do that if I will not see a commiserate benefit? And also, the cost of doing this is so big that if there's not a commiserate reward, the risk becomes less. You will stifle innovation. I do concede that long-term and evergreen patents do have an issue with preventing the amount of people who are able to speak on a matter and to innovate products. But I do not reject that it is the biggest stifle of innovation. That I don't think that tracks.
Oh, for sure.
To add to that,
Okay,
sorry,
go ahead.
No, you go
Scar,
ahead.
you can add to it if you want. Go ahead.
No. I'm going to talk about the open source. You can answer him first.
Okay, cool. So and actually I can kind of relate this to open source because you do have like open source pharmaceutical foundations too, like the Open Insulin Project is probably a really good example where they're producing things like insulin that are affordable and it's community owned and it's not like a for-profit kind of institution that they're looking to build. Now, the reason I think pharmaceuticals are probably the best example of this stifling innovation is because not only do you have like formula patents on particular drugs, you also have process patents on producing said drugs. So even if you figure out the chemical composition of a particular drug or like, a particular substance or medical device, whatever the case is, the process oftentimes to produce said drug or medical device is completely locked behind closed doors, and you will be sued if you go ahead and try and recreate said process. This limits the ability for more competition, even in a market sense, for people to like go ahead and innovate, produce more of these medical devices, improve the technology, learn from the technology, right? Give their children that have like type 1 diabetes and are 6 years old, like equitable access to insulin and a medical and like an insulin pump, right? All of that's limited under capitalism.
So you start moving into more like evergreen territory, but the thing is, it's not comparable to open source. Open source, you can make the code, you can test the code, it can work. You don't need a billion trials. You don't need this rabbit study. You don't need this human study. You don't need this trial run, right? So there's a lot more legwork in making the drugs, right? You can argue that maybe if things were perfect and we had more competition, people went in, you get more out. But the problem is you need a bunch of shit to even make this company, right? You need people that are able to do research. You need people that are able to market. You need people able to acquire these things. You need the lawyers to protect your property. So this is a fucking absurdly expensive venture. Before we even start talking about making the fucking drug, right?
Yeah, but you're
I
just
don't
saying
think we're
under
just going to get all
capitalism.
kinds of competition or people influxing into this the way you're suggesting.
But you've already assumed a bunch.
I don't think I did at all. That's how the company works.
You've assumed intellectual property as a baseline. Well, right. But I'm saying, so obviously I understand this is the existing status quo. What I'm doing is I'm questioning said status quo. I don't think you should have intellectual property at all. I think it entirely stifles innovation. It removes the incentive for people to want to create good things for the good of the community. Now what we have is an incentive to produce things at the expense of people's well-being, producing negative externalities. And you know that you can get away with it because you have things like, intellectual property and lawyers to protect you, right? So we can see historically that, a bunch of drugs that have been and medical devices that have been patented, this just makes them have less equitable access to the public. Now the public has less of an ability to obtain these things than they otherwise would.
But the problem
If
is
you
they
think,
might not have ever gotten that to begin with. So it does stifle
why?
some growth, right? But it also
Why?
generates growth, right? Because people now want to actually do that 30+ year fucking venture to make the drug to begin with.
But you don't need the okay. So all of the so riddle me this: why is it that all of the expensive, the most expensive, okay, innovation that has occurred in America that we could point to, I mean, in the last 100 years, easily, has all been publicly funded, largely, right? Either directly funded by the government, okay. Most basic research is publicly funded, okay, or even allocation of things that were innovated in the private sector were publicly funded and then allocated by public funding. So we could take like the COVID vaccine as a very good example, right? All of the research that was done.
Let's just stay right here. What did the COVID vaccine use? Who helped develop it?
Who funded it? That's the question. Who allocated
wait.
it?
No, what matters is that you're also using a semi-private model.
Can I say something?
Children in.
I mean, it's obvious to me, like it's like a combination of the two, where it's like, you know, government and grants fund private companies to then discover the thing. It's like, this is just like an aspect of like, hey, min-max R&D, and then you get better outcomes. And I agree. That's 100% what happens. It's just, you improve technology, it improves people's quality of living standard. And what's wild is like, I don't know, if you're talking about like, I mean, you know, with the coronavirus vaccine, like what that required government funding, and they gave it to private companies.
$80 billion of government funding to vaccine manufacturers.
Say what?
It was like $80 billion total across the globe.
Yeah. Well, and to be honest, and then even if you think about it, like prior, like the mRNA distribution, the way that they, like that took decades and decades of research, of combination of both private industry, it mixed in with public industry. But there is also an incentive where it's like, there are certain research where it's just not profitable, right? Good example of this, like nuclear power plants. They're really, I mean, they can be profitable, but the expense is so great that it's just not, like, you wouldn't do this. So what it requires is a government effort to make that happen, right? Because sometimes the market doesn't do what is the most efficient. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. It depends.
I think it can never do what's most efficient, because the thing is,
unless if I mean, if there is the option of profit, that's true. But I'm saying, like, the profitable venture can align with, you know, what's the best decision. It can. It just, you know,
it can
but
be a
not
good
always.
decision. Absolutely. So I'm not saying the market can't do things that then end up being good for people. I'm saying it can't do it most efficiently. And this is like demonstrable if you look at the internet as probably a really good example, right? GPS or the internet, or, you know, transistors, whatever we want to point to. The internet's a really strong example, because even like the infrastructure later to spread the internet was developed by the private sector, still publicly funded, but the actual internet itself was created from the military, right? Why is it the case that something like the internet needed to be both funded and created by the military? And
well, because before
I've always thought it was like for universities,
and afterwards it had the profit motive. That's the difference, right?
Well, no, that's the thing, right? The profit motive, the profit motive didn't exist, right? Because now we don't. What do you need in order for the profit motive to exist, right? You would need some existing infrastructure,
replicable process, right?
Well, no, you need existing like physical infrastructure to deliver telecommunications to people across the country. If you don't even have that, there's no way you're gonna just like, hey, I'm gonna charge you guys $20, you know, a month to like an ISP service, and you know, you'll have to wait a few months because we're still like building all of the telecommunications lines to deliver this service to you. But if you fund us beforehand, right, we'll make sure that we do that. Like, that's not how that works. They need it right then and there. If it's not immediately profitable, they'll never do it.
Wait,
right?
That's not true.
Okay.
This is just not true. So let's run up there. Have you like any like engineering classes at all? like in the process?
Have I taken any engineering classes?
Yeah. Have you?
I'm not like
Okay, so the idea is
that
you want
kind
to
of
build like a
engineer, I guess.
replicable model that is maximizing what the customer wants for as little inputs as possible, right? You make a bunch of contracts
Optimization.
between that by trying to like take like an equilibrium. So what you need to make a profit is a replicable model that's applicable and can be used at the minimum amount of eaches, right? When the military was doing it, this shit was like pretty archaic. A lot of it was like they were plugging shit in like floppy disks. Obviously, that's not a very attractive option for the public market. Specific innovations happened, and then infrastructure was funded up front before it was profitable. Most of these internet companies are on fake it till you make it models. They get the monies, they promise a product, and then maybe in like 30 years it happens. So they don't need
which company?
Profitable. Wait, that's what YouTube did, that's what Twitter did, that's what Facebook did, that's what
I see what you're saying. You're saying web. Okay, I see what you're saying. This did happen, right? So I'm not gonna say this didn't happen, but we should actually look back at the history. So these early internet companies that were promising things and couldn't deliver and were operating in entirely unprofitable aspects, right? What happened? We had like the .com bubble, and many of them just failed, right? Pets.com just failed, for example, right? In the early 2000s. Yep. Why is that? Because they had a model they didn't really have a model for gaining revenue, which is something that we see in all of these financial speculation bubbles. And because capitalism promises some like return on investment and operates off this profit mechanism, this is also endogenous to the system, which is kind of like a little bit of a separate point, but also related, that when you're operating off of this profit model and like return on investment model, and you're not actively gaining revenue, now the financial speculation just has the opportunity to create an economic recession. And this is what we saw in like 2001, for example. We also saw, like we're seeing it now too with AI and data centers, that there's a lot of like investment in physical infrastructure where they're not gaining revenue, increasingly less and less profitable. So the question is, do they do this sometimes? Yes. Then it ends in an economic recession. So you really can't do it, is what I mean.
What do you mean? You're assuming an inevitability. That doesn't necessarily happen. For the AI, the most likely outcome is that bubble never pops because the governments don't let it because they peg their futures to it. For example,
no, it always
and also
popped,
the
right?
bubble was good because it consolidated the market, standardized it, and then eventually people came back stronger. The issue is that the rest of the economy never updated after that. You're sort of blaming one event and then not talking about the lack of adaptation, say in the Rust Belt or in other areas that died. So there's more complicated things than saying speculation bubble.
No, I mean the financial speculation bubbles are they're a really big component. I mean, the thing with the AI is that the financial speculation bubble always pops. The question is, how bad does it become? And the governments can mitigate that, just like they mitigated like 2008 or something, or they recovered from 2000.
I think that like a good example of where you have like a financial speculation quote unquote bubble and it just never popped. Like one of them was like Apple. Like there was like several years ago that it reached $1 trillion valuation and people are like, that's too freaking high. Tons of people like sold. They're like, dude, there's no way it's worth $1 trillion. And then it exceeded, it's now 2 trillion. It's more, it's even more than what we assumed. Like it's crazy. Like,
okay, so
it's only it's a bubble until like only if it pops, basically.
But when I say financial speculation bubble, I'm actually talking about like institutions that aren't even profitable. They're not even making revenue. So like Apple got out of like they became debt free. They just
showed
early on
they showed profit. Like that's the problem.
Right.
They showed profit, and so there wasn't a bubble.
Okay,
so exactly right.
Unlike Tesla.
So
unlike Tesla,
I actually have a question for people wanting to defend capitalism. I'm okay with mixed markets, probably, but so if you were reading the news, you'd notice that Meta has hit a ceiling on its expansion. This is they essentially have reached the maximum amount of people that could possibly be on Facebook. That you can't really realistically expect any more people to go to Facebook, and so this blitz scaling model that they're using no longer applies. And the issue with this economy and the way in which people expect things within the market is they expect a pretty decent ROI. And if you're not expanding, you're dying, right? And so as these tech companies begin to hit their market cap by not being able to apply eaches, and they have consolidated the market, there's one of two options. Either they fail because they no longer can promise this rapid growth, or the better option is they will just simply make their products more expensive and leverage it against the user. How do you respond to that?
Or just go into different markets. Like, what do you mean?
Wait, Meta tried that and they failed.
What do you mean? No, Meta has done that, and in some areas they have been successful. In other instances, it's failed.
It acquired
Meta
the
has
Menace
been a
AI.
failure, like overall. They tried all kinds of things. Only Facebook and like Instagram remain.
It's true, but do you see my point?
They bought the Menace AI, the Chinese AI, recently.
And also,
Whoa,
Facebook's like the biggest one. If they can't do it, who can?
No, Facebook has like Zuck needs to retire. They're very invasive. That's the problem with Facebook.
Wait, that's a bad model, but like they undoubtedly are like the oldest, and they're essentially the biggest tech company of its type.
By the way, speaking of tech and open source, Amanda, if I were to ask you, name me a JavaScript framework that is the most popular, what would you say?
A JavaScript framework?
React. Sorry, yes. Somebody said React. Yeah,
React.
React.js. It's an open
one,
source project. It's made by Meta. It's funded by Meta, but it is an open source project. There is almost no open source project exists without corporate funding.
I mean, that's just not true, right? Like
even Linux is being funded.
Off the top of my head, right? Like FreeBSD already comes to mind. Huge open source project, and there's no corporate funding.
No, that is funded, and also like Apple uses it. If I'm not mistaken, Apple is based off of it, right?
No. Apple is based off of the BSD 4.3 model, which was that was actually publicly funded, which is a funny thing. So now you bring me to an even more interesting point that all the corporate models are all based on like operating systems. Every operating system that we're using right now, okay, was most likely, comes from either something that was publicly funded or produced open source, either Android, right? If you're on a phone. Hold on. Huh?
Windows wasn't an open source project or publicly funded.
Sure. I should specify. So what I mean in particular, and I'm kind of being stupid right now because I'm on my phone, but I meant to say anybody that's using a phone, right? If you're using a phone, which is either Android, usually either Android or iOS. iOS being based off of BSD 4.3. Android phones, obviously that's an open source model based off the Linux kernel. And all of these, models were then created through proprietary licenses after they adopted all of the characteristics from the open source.
Bro,
this
real quick,
is how.
Can we just point out,
go ahead.
like one of the fucking free? It's like it was free, made by one of the most brilliant like programmers alive, and it's just free. Like,
Linux?
dude, all the biggest fucking like companies like are just using this fucking FFmpeg. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Oh.
Yeah,
I do, and I hate FFmpeg. I hate FFmpeg.
What?
You know why?
Dude,
FFmpeg is good.
Hold on. Ask me why.
Why?
No.
They trash Rust in their Twitter profile.
Okay, so
yeah,
I think that one of the issues with this conversation is we don't have anything pinning us in place, so we can endlessly sort of spin in sand, right? I think drilling down to the core contentions that I see from socialists is prudent. A big issue we have with capitalism is this idea of withdrawing funds and consolidating them into smaller issues, which then impoverishes those areas. This is a market externality, and it will naturally happen. Let's look at like a Walmart town. Most of the money in that community is not being held in that community because it's being taken by the Walmart and the people that own Walmart and these things, right? However, I don't think the call there is then to massively consolidate it under the government. I think there's other steps for that. I think we should discuss here.
Well, I'm not advocating for any centralized consolidation under a state or anything, but I am questioning the profit incentive, right? And what it does to produce good outcomes for people. So externalities are a really good example because the profit incentive can make negative externalities a benefit to the economy, right? It can say that if we increase carbon emissions, if we pollute this river, that's going to increase GDP, right? So through this metric, GDP per capita goes up. It might look like on paper standard of living goes up, but what are the long-term effects on people's health, for example, right? Because we are kind of looking at like health outcomes in various ways from like a treatment perspective, and treatment again oftentimes can also increase GDP per capita. What doesn't are the like preventable like the things that will prevent disease from aspiring in the first place, right? Like if there was a campaign that dismantled the tobacco industry, that would obviously be like very, very good for people's health, but that may not be profitable.
Well,
you know,
the problem I have with this isn't that I disagree necessarily with what you're saying. You just reintroduce the same problem in a different form.
What do you mean?
Right? Because I'm talking about a situation where the people who stand to gain are not the ones paying the costs, and they're just taking stuff out of the community. Putting stuff like pollution in there is caused by the exact same thing that I'm talking about. Right?
I mean, I'm just talking about
and
externalities.
I'm saying
That's what
is
you were
that
talking about, right?
the conversation should be on who could solve that better.
So I think it's solved all like if you eliminate private property laws in and of themselves, we already see a solution there. The aspects of like, yeah, the aspects of intellectual property, of profit-seeking property, right? If you don't have a profit-seeking relation, you know, what becomes the incentive to pollute a river? You know,
have you seen parks before in America?
You say park?
Yeah, have you been to parks?
Yeah, like national parks, state parks, like that.
What about the street? Have you been on the street?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what about alleyways?
Yeah.
You're going to notice something very common across all of these is they're dirty and dingy as fuck. Right?
Yeah, why is that?
Held in kind are not maintained by anyone because they just pack the buck. You would need to install some kind of communal mindset that would not reliably be transmuted across communities. I do not expect this sort of organic maintenance of public property that you're suggesting. If anything, people might pollute more simply because they think that
they don't own it.
Their contributions are so minor compared to the broader thing, and they just
isn't this called the tragedy of the commons? Like, isn't this like a known?
Yes.
National parks have to be one of the cleanest places.
And that's done by like a government program.
In America. I'm saying it has to be one of the cleanest places in America.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that that's not maintained organically because people just respect public property. It's because some motherfucker goes around and we pay him to go clean the fucking place up.
Well, there's that, but there's also the biggest polluters are not a particular individual. The biggest polluters are like companies and corporations.
That's true.
So I'm saying we're getting rid of a clear incentive to pollute. Polluting becomes an incentive when you make it profitable. And I'm saying under capitalism, you're making it profitable. That's not to say nobody will ever throw a piece of trash on the ground ever again. I'm saying like the massive amounts of like.
No, what I'm just saying is that people don't organically respect public property. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is when I'm making decisions for someone else's backyard. That's what allows me to pollute. Because I'm not drinking from that fucking river. So I could just throw shit in all I want because I'm not going to be the one drinking from it.
It wouldn't matter if you were drinking from it or not, though. So imagine this. Imagine there's a bunch of workers who quite literally are drinking from a river, and they are instructed to like produce an infrastructure that pollutes into that river, they will do it. Right? They are given orders through a hierarchical profit-seeking system where the owner says this is what we're doing. And whatever the workers' interests are, right? If it works completely against their health, if it means that they're getting like lung cancer because of like their work conditions, it wouldn't matter because it's profitable.
I don't think pollution pays because eventually you have to pay the piper, and people don't let you do that.
Man,
I think
that's wrong.
But I think what actually
Nothing you say makes
sense is by moving away from the locality and sort of delocalizing the person making decisions. I think that's sort of the central issue here, not the profit motive.
No, because even if, okay, do you think that, for example, when you say delocalizing, okay, so let's look at like something that's probably so obvious that it harms workers and their working conditions. People working in coal mines, right? They have tons of adverse health effects from working in coal mines. So the question is, why are they doing this, and why doesn't the owner care?
Coal. That's why. The MASHA. Okay, so MASHA regulations are even more strict than OSHA regulations. And we still have these adverse health consequences. It just comes with the territory. You're kicking coal dust everywhere. You're in a fucking mine. It's just gonna be dangerous, right? You need to get somebody in the fucking
Anybody
mine.
heard of gooseneck's curve?
So I agree that it's dangerous. What are the limitations to improving how dangerous that it is, though? For one, if we look at all the money that goes into like, again, these AI like data centers that aren't turning a profit, we can look, okay, why are they existing in this way? There's a bunch of financial speculation. They're hoping in the future it may be profitable. No existing revenue, but companies are pouring in money and money and money into this. How does this directly improve the safety of workers today? Of course, answer being it doesn't.
I've worked in quite a few industries now, and there's something that every one of them like to talk about, which is like safety. And because there is liability to the company if you do get hurt. It is not a very expensive thing. They had to pay for your healthcare, they had to pay for your recovery, and then they had to give you workman's comp. So they're paying you not to work. There is real cost being paid by this company. They're not just throwing their
half of it is paid by the
wind.
taxpayer. Half is the company. I have no idea what you think is the taxpayer that's forking that over.
You just said it. 50% of the taxpayer money.
Yeah, but it's kind of disingenuous to say it's only the taxpayer, like, right?
I mean, to be fair, right?
I didn't say that. I said it's taxpayer money being funneled into it.
Yeah, and workers' comp is necessary. We should have it.
And you said 50% of it. So
yeah,
thank you for doing
workers' comp is necessary. We need workers' comp.
Yeah, workers' comp.
But yeah, I mean, safety is a thing, right? When there's long-term adverse health effects and negative externalities, especially ones that go beyond the workers, the company doesn't give a fuck if they're not held legally like liable for it, right? Like if they're not taxed on carbon emissions, for example, why the fuck would they care about limiting carbon emissions?
Based on what?
Based on what?
The carbon emissions. Based on what?
What?
Like
what
they're producing.
Is the government you support the carbon emission?
What?
So the carbon emissions.
I don't support carbon emissions.
Do you support the government pushing the carbon emissions on the companies?
Yes.
You mean like taxing carbon emissions?
Let's have an argument.
You don't? Why?
That.
I don't even understand.
Because everything you live in is a lie.
Everything that I live in is a lie?
We should just go back to talking Gummy. I don't know what this guy's saying.
Yeah, formalize your thoughts and then contribute again, friend.
Okay, so pretty much as far as negative externalities go, it is going to be the case that there are oftentimes no consequences at all, but definitely no immediate consequences in any real circumstance for negative externalities that companies, end up producing as a result of like production or providing a service, i.e. carbon emissions, so it becomes like profitable to lower the health of the public in that example.
Based on what?
Okay, I got like one more thing, and I got to go to Pride.
No, I want to hear.
Hey, idiot,
based on
shut
what?
up. Hey, idiot, shut up.
Okay, so
You're calling
the
me an
big
idiot?
thing
Yes,
here is
yes,
this
you're an idiot.
example is
Yes,
gonna,
you're an
holy
idiot.
shit,
Shut up.
you cannot overtalk me. Okay, so the big thing here is I can kind of prove that the real issue is delocalization and buck passing. If we take a person who's a rich capitalist and they live in a city, they will not pollute those rivers because they must eventually drink from that water.
Not true.
That's
Now,
not
if
true.
I take him and I
Not
put
true.
him in Miami, he will pour shit in that river because he will never have to drink the water.
Not
That's just
true. Simply not true. Because the negative externalities don't even affect you if you're a rich person. If you don't have to drink that river water, you can have water imported from Saudi Arabia, and it's like, it doesn't matter, right? You can just drink Voss and Fiji water, and you're not ever, right? You can pollute wells, you can destroy oceans, and you can, hey, when I want to vacation, right, I'm polluting the Atlantic, even though I live on like the East Coast, but I always vacation on the West Coast when I have my yacht, right? So it doesn't matter. Like, you can literally do that.
I mean, just by virtue of just existing, though, right? Isn't it fair to say that, like, I don't think it matters, like, whether or not that it's capitalist or socialist. The problem is that you're on one earth, and like product, goods, and services, they need to make it from point A to point B to like satisfy a group of people in order to live like higher quality of living standard, which means inherently, no matter how you kind of approach this, there is going to be some level of consumption upon the earth. Now, the question is whether or not that consumption can be done in a sustainable way versus not sustainable. And so like private companies, they absolutely do things where it's like, it's done in a not sustainable way. And the same thing can also be said regarding the government. The government can also do a completely unsustainable thing and, destroy resources, right? Both of those are possible.
I do want to put forth that I'm not presenting a dichotomy that is, the capitalist state versus the capitalist private market. That's not what I'm
fair enough. Sorry.
proposing. So what I am saying though is that the entire system, like even when the state operates under this system, they are also looking to serve the profit motive in so many ways. That's why I even gave the example of like COVID-19 and the internet and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's they want the system to be like exist how it does, where it seeks profit. In order to do that, they have to step in and ensure and fund companies when they can't become profitable so that they can get there, right? So that we can have like all the nice innovative things that we say come from the private sector. The state has to constantly step in. What I'm saying is we can just eliminate this whole motive, which is the profit incentive, which is like these private property laws.
You want more government.
That's not what I'm saying either. I'm actually saying we're eliminating what?
Less private property and more government control.
That's not what I said either. So,
okay. So explain to me what you're.
Are you trying to troll? Are you trying to troll me?
No,
I'm explaining.
Explain to me what vision you have.
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is eliminating the private profit incentive, right? Of course, ensures that there's more of a possibility for anybody to not only like produce and innovate, create goods and services within an economy, but it also eliminates like the clear incentive to do harmful things because they're profitable. So both of those things get it eliminates that, and it creates the allowance.
So you don't want people who has an idea and a business idea to be profitable. You don't want them.
That's not what he said at all.
So when people have,
he didn't even remotely say that.
So
Don't worry,
when
retard. I know.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What?
Where
What
are
did
you
you
from?
do? Hold on. What did you just
Shut
say?
up.
Call me?
Be quiet and let him speak.
No, absolutely not. We're not gonna walk past that. You're on YouTube, dude. You're not gonna sit there and call people the R slur, and then you're gonna call other people idiots when you're not even representing their position correctly.
You call
All right,
people
Don.
racist.
Have a good
because
day.
saying
You're being banned.
Arab and
Enjoy the
African.
ban, idiot. Stop being an idiot next time, and maybe you won't
Okay,
get
you
banned. You're an
controlled this
idiot. Go fuck yourself.
Very interesting to know.
Give a
that
crap
you
about
controlled-
fucking nonsense, idiot, fucking Christo fascists. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. My whole thing is simply that the the profit motive, I think, creates all of these issues, right? And I think eliminating it just improves the ability for people to act on their natural inclinations towards like creative work, improving their societies, improving their communities, because we know that humans have that natural inclination. If they didn't, then the human species wouldn't exist today, right? If we didn't think about ways to improve the livelihood of our community socially.
Max, I agree partly with you, but I think there are in a prosperous society you both need there are sectors that are beneficial with profit, and there are sectors that are not.
Yeah, see, this is where
There are
I'm at.
sectors
I
that.
agree.
What do you think sectors are beneficial with profit?
Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say if you start a restaurant, that I would say for you making a profit on your business, that is not a problem for society. But if you run a hospital, we want your budget to be plus minus zero, because you're running a hospital. What you're doing is making sure that people get healthy. So if you see the difference between those two, yes, I'm just simplifying right now.
Well, I think like as far as food goes, like when you look at running a restaurant, you kind of have to think about, one, why are people doing what they're doing at a restaurant? Why are people cooking food to provide to people, right? And the answer is typically that they really enjoy that work. They enjoy feeding people. They enjoy cooking the food. They enjoy the art of it, right?
That's not true.
What?
That is not. The kitchens are very stressful, dude. They're not fun. A lot of people, they get burned out, and they're like, I don't want the reason why they're doing is because they're making money. They got money to make. They got kids to feed.
I guess it's all relative. So I guess I shouldn't speak so broadly because there's levels of restaurants. I mean, I guess maybe if you're at Applebee's, maybe you don't have like the passion for it, right?
No, but
that could
like
be
lots
true.
and lots of restaurants, not just like a chain restaurant, but just like lots.
No,
of restaurants
if you're an executive
entirely
chef at a
profit
restaurant,
driven.
it's because you enjoy cooking, right? Like you're not someone that doesn't enjoy cooking if you're an executive chef at a restaurant.
I mean, if you've been doing it for like 20 years as opposed to like 5 years, right? Like, see the difference?
No, I don't think so. I think that
there are extremely few restaurants that can pick and choose which kind of guests they want. Most restaurants has to do a lot of stuff that they don't want to.
Sure, they have to do a lot of stuff. Absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying like the reason that you become like an executive chef somewhere, right? Isn't because like, hey, this is the most lucrative way to scrape by. No. If you wanted to just make a bunch of money, you go somewhere and make way more money at like a 9-to-5 office job, right? Like executive chefs, like relative to the rest of the world, in terms of like jobs, just don't make very much money. Okay.
My experience is also people that work in restaurants. Those are people that would fit very poorly in a 9-to-5 office environment. For once, they have if you go to a normal kitchen, probably every chef has some combination and letters above them.
That's fine, but at like the high level, people are willing to they're willing to experience the stress of what comes with that particular job because they're passionate of what they're doing within that job. right? Like they're willing to, they're willing to deal with the stress because they enjoy the aspect of cooking. But yeah, I wouldn't imagine someone like at an Applebee's or McDonald's would be wanting to experience that stress because they generally wouldn't have the passion for food, right? They're trying to make a living. The people that are at that top level have already made the living and now they're doing what they want, you know?
Okay. But my point is like this: when it comes to I would say there are some markets where the process
So hey guys, I've actually been streaming for 5.5 hours, and I'm thinking that I want to take a pause. Who wants the VC? I got to get going. I hope you guys enjoyed this. You know, we do debates all the time. My show, I take call-ins constantly. We have guaranteed shows on Thursdays, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you guys are not, you know, subscribed, then consider subscribing. Appreciate y'all very much. Who wants the VC, by the way? Anybody? Otherwise, I got to delete the VC.
Give it to me. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Is that Newbury McNew?
You said you got to delete the VC?
I have to delete the VC if nobody takes it. Do you want to take it, Dark Karl Marx? Because you've been.
You can give it to me, sure.
All right.
Oh yeah, give the socialist power. Great idea.
God, you're an idiot. Shut up. I'm glad I didn't give it to you.
You are a chud.
All right, I just transferred it. Anyway, what do you guys think of my drawing? Look, dude, I'm now working on the second character.
That's a very good drawing.
Do you like it?
Oh,
I
yeah.
appreciate it.
It looks pretty gay, though.
Yeah. You know, how much you want to bet someone's going to look at my drawing and they'll be like, is this AI? There was this one drawing that I did where I fed it into like an algorithm that determines AI. I gave them this drawing here and I was like, and I was like, is this AI? And then it was like 98% sure it's AI. And I'm like, really? 98%? 98%. I'm like, how about if you're 100% wrong?
That's it. Nice job. Nice job, Vince.
I'm like, the confidence is so high. I was like, bro, what do you mean? I have the PSD file right here. Hold on, let me pull it up. Where is it?
Yeah, but you're using AI.
There you go. Yeah, so you can see here, like there's, yeah, like I clearly, you can even see the line art. Here's the fucking line art. I'll increase it. There you go. Like, what do you mean? Like, fuck off. Of course I drew it.
That's what an AI also does.
Yeah, AI does PSD files, turns out. Yeah. Here's, by the way, the simple.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, here is the simple design, and then like I improved the line art, and then you know, then this is the finalized line art. So.
Yeah, that's what an AI cheetah would say.
I just thought it was funny that it was so confident that the AI. I was like, "Fuck me! Just stop doing art. No more art. Only AI." From here, because not even the fucking stupid ass fucking web prompt is just like, oh, that's that was a anyway, whatever. All right, thank y'all.